Good. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, March 3rd. It is 9 a.m. All council members, with the exception of Council Safford, are present. We'll be taking a vote to bring him in remotely shortly. Town attorney, town clerk, town manager, if you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank you for this time and for this beautiful day. We ask to be blessed with wisdom as we discuss our strengths and our weaknesses. Help us to work as a unified team as we listen politely to others' points of view, celebrate our diversity despite our differences, and boldly steward Fort Myers Beach towards a bright and healthy future as we work together on our shared mission. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We got a full crowd in here, so if you please remember just to silence your cell phones. We'll try to get through this agenda as quickly as we can. Need to get a motion to approve Scott Safford to appear remotely.
So moved.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the final agenda. We have to add a couple of things. We've got Murph here, as well as Borcab. Other than that, are there any other changes to the final agenda? Okay, is there a motion to approve the final agenda as amended?
So moved.
A motion by Councilor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
I have nobody signed up for this public comment, just some of the public hearings.
Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak during public comment?
Is this just general?
This is general public comment, so if you want your testimony on record for one of the public hearings, you'll want to give, you can do both, but if you want it on record.
I'll wait for the evening.
Okay. Okay, yes, sir?
Good morning.
Just make sure it's on before. I don't think it is.
It's on.
Is it?
It's on?
Can you hear it? Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
I'm happy to talk.
Keep it close to your mouth if you can, because I know it's hard.
Sure,
It's
sure.
hard out there to hear it sometimes.
Sure, yeah. We are, so my name is David Moscoso. I'm an attorney at Becker and Polycop. I work under Katie Berkey. So I'm here representing four parties, Pelican Watch, Tom and Deb Danford, as well as Ed French. They are property owners that abut the proposed food truck item on today's agenda. We've submitted letters in advance of today's hearing seeking an agreed party status. That would afford us a little bit more time. We've got experts who we've prepared reports for. We've prepared reports at LPA as well. And so we wanted to just preserve that agreed party status for today's hearing, just because we think, a lot of the information that we've prepared as experts, the experts have anyway, I think is extremely valuable. Adds a lot of context as to, the nature of our opposition, but also I think as property owners who are abutting the development, because, in part this is seeking to extend a use onto a new property that isn't currently zoned for it, and because the use being contemplated is a new use, we would ask that you consider our agreed party status and allow us to speak in opposition outside of the limited three minutes that would be normally afforded in this period here.
So, Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt your
No,
presentation.
of course.
However, I would be inclined to preserve your comments for the record of the public hearing itself. So I think once we get to that part in our agenda, if you'd like to come forward, we do have it on the agenda as far as having the town council make a decision on whether the status would be afforded. My concern would just be that your comments are in the record for that particular public hearing.
Got it. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure
So you kind of give them a heads up that this is coming.
Right. Yeah, I just want to make sure our folks didn't lose their opportunity at this juncture.
And then
Thank
we'll take up that discussion
Yes.
during the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
you'll
so
have
much.
that opportunity.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in this public comment? Yes. Come on up, sir. Please remember to just speak into the mic and identify yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name's Mark Menon. I live in the Fairview Isles subdivision with my wife. And a lot of construction going on in our neighborhood. The sewer systems have been redone. I'm on Bayview, on the bay. The reason I tell you that, we still have water problems. You know, it rains. You know, the sewers were rebuilt 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And at Albatross and Bayview, right on the corner, before you even get to the corner, it floods, you know, so the sewers are not dropping. Okay, I was in the sewer business in Chicago, own my own business there. I realize, again, the rest of the neighborhood, every street in the neighborhood, the sewer systems are being rebuilt. They're almost done. Hopefully we got pavement coming in soon, because the streets are still bad, okay? Potholes everywhere, they've been rebuilt. So my concern is that somebody needs to look at the draining at the corner of Albatross on Bayview. 4 houses up on Bayview off Albatross, it's flooding. You got people walking in that for 2, 3, 4 days after these last rains. So I'd just like to say, you know, I love everything else. Been here 8 years, my wife and I, and we love everything that's going on in the city. You know, good and bad. We're excited about all the progress, okay, that's been going on. And, so anyways, I'd just like to say thanks for that, but like somebody to look into that.
Your Mark, maybe after the meeting, get with Jeff and Frankie, they can assist you with that.
Sounds great, thank you.
Anyone else care to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. That brings us to local achievements and recognitions. We have a proclamation that we're gonna do first. We have, Bob, I'm sorry, Bob, why don't you guys come up so you can state your name? I don't wanna butcher your name, if you don't mind. It's early in the morning for a lot of syllables, so I'd rather have you introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Gunther. I'm the flotilla commander of Fort Myers Beach Auxiliary.
Well, the second one's the hard one. The second one's hard.
I'm Petty Officer Christian Consuegra from Station Fort Myers Beach Coast Guard.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. We're going to read this in to the record. Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation. Whereas the town of Fort Myers Beach in Lee County, Florida, with its beautiful year-round waters and miles of saltwater tidal coastline, rivers, bays, and canals, provides many of the needed outlets for recreation and relaxation to its residents and people from around the world. And whereas recreational boating is one of Florida's leading outdoor activities, with more than 50,000 registered boats in Lee County alone, distinguishing Florida as the boating capital of the world. And whereas every year lives are lost in boating accidents in spite of the educational efforts of the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, the U.S. Power Squadrons, the Florida Fish and Wildlife, and local agencies. And whereas federal, state, and local agencies and private companies and groups have combined their efforts to reduce boating accidents by developing and executing safety training programs such as Boat Smart, Boat Safe, and You're in Command. And whereas the sponsors of these programs have focused their efforts toward the youth and general public of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, urging them to enhance boating pleasure by avoiding alcohol while navigating and ensuring vessels carry emergency distress and communication equipment, and participating in free boat safety checks to avoid possible loss of life while reducing the loss of property and marine accidents. And whereas on average 650 people die annually in boating-related accidents in the U.S., with 75% of fatalities resulting from drowning. And whereas most of these tragic events result from human error or poor judgment rather than equipment or environmental factors, and whereas a significant number of boating fatalities could be prevented if individuals wore life jackets. Of those drowning victims with reported life jacket usage, 75% were not wearing a life jacket. Now therefore be resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, does hereby designate May 17th through May 23rd, 2025 as Town of Fort Myers Beach Safe Boating Week, and urges all citizens to join in learning and practicing safe boating by wearing a life jacket, taking boating education courses, getting a vessel safety check, operating their vessels responsibly, safely, soberly, and obeying Coast Guard regulations. Given under my hand and the seal of the Office of Mayor this 3rd of March, 2025. Gentlemen, would you come up and get a picture? Or say a few words if you wouldn't mind?
Only this. Thank you for recognizing the importance of boating safety.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention so we could do this, and I'm an avid boater and a captain myself, so we appreciate everything that you do. Come on up. Please, Jason.
Jason's coming up.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Next, local achievements. Scott, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Any local
Can you hear me?
achievements and recognitions? Yes, go ahead.
In the interest of time, I don't have anything today, but I'm really looking forward to Shrimp Fest and St. Patty's weekend the next 2 weekends. It's going to be fantastic.
Perfect. Officer Woodson?
He took the words right out of my mouth. I cannot wait for the parades.
Vice Mayor Hope?
Yes, this morning I'd like to recognize the men and women who serve on our condominium boards. They're volunteers, and post-Ian, it's a challenging job to begin with, but post-Ian it has become extremely challenging for some more than others, particularly those who are dealing with challenging insurance companies. I use the word challenging to be kind. The dealing with challenging contractors and subcontractors. A lot of residents who are really anxious to get back into their condos. There's been elections on these condo boards since Ian that have been rough, pitting neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend, and I want to thank these people for their service. It is an incredibly challenging job, and I just thank them for all they're doing, and I encourage everybody who lives in a condo to be as gracious and appreciative and collaborative as you can with your condo board, because they're really trying to serve you. So that's all I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Counselor King?
Got a couple things I'll just briefly touch on, since Chairman Nussbaum is here from MRF. I assume he's going to give a more in-depth report, but the Anchorage Advisory Committee and the MRF Committee, the Marine and Environmental Resources Task Force, held a joint meeting on February 21st, and they had a presentation from Captains for Clean Water co-founder Chris Whitman. I found it very informative. I just wanted to share that the video is available on the town's YouTube channel under Joint AACW MRF, February 21st. And also thanks to the Friends of Lovers Key for their Waves of Appreciation event. It was a great crowd, delicious food, and a fantastic setting. So that's it for me.
All right, thank you, John. I do not have anything that hasn't already been stated. We'll move on to advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. Public Safety Committee, who's here from the Public Safety Committee? Dawn? Dawn Kieran. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dawn Thomas with the head of the Safety Committee, and
I'm Kieran Farrell. I serve her.
whatever. I'll pass these around. I had sent Amy this handout, and maybe she can email it to you now. But we've been asked to do a formal request, a recommendation to the town council regarding e-bikes and on the town. These are just a few, pass them around, but I did email everybody, so you actually have the hard copy. These are some illustrations. But the safety committee is recommending that the town council
same as what
rescinds the
I gave
current
you on
e-bike
the-
ordinance. Yeah, these are just some, you're gonna just pass that around.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we got
What we'd like to do is, we'd like to allow e-bikes on the sidewalk, to amend the ordinance to permit e-bikes on the sidewalks under the conditions that, under the next conditions that we're listing. Number one, we'd like them to operate at a lower speed. I know in the past we said no electronic assistance, and people said to pedal. Karen and I were talking, we're not sure, we have on here less than 10 miles an hour, 5 to 7 miles an hour, but not at full speed. If you're going full speed on your electric bike, you need to be on the street when there isn't a bike path, or on the bike path that is designated on the south end of the island. We'd also, though, this was our idea, we would like to have a sidewalk division. We feel right now that sidewalks are being shared by the pedestrians and the bikes. And we would like to allocate 55% for the pedestrians and 45% for beach traffic. I have an illustration there that other towns have done where they mark it on the sidewalk. The main reason for this is to show the people who are visiting here and for the bikers from people who are renting, that it is a shared sidewalk so that we don't have the anger and as people are walking saying, hey, that you're not supposed to be on the sidewalk, you're supposed to be on the street. Again, it's an educational type of tool. We also would like to have directional flow in these signs or markings that are on the street so that when you are on your bike, you are going with the flow of traffic. One that's safe for the drivers as you're coming out of a side street or out of a driveway, you're looking naturally one direction. If the bike is coming opposite way from the traffic, we've run into people where they get hurt that way. The pedestrian symbols would mark, we would have the bike lanes being on the inside next to, is that what we had, right? Yeah, the inside, away from the street, because we felt with the driveways going up and down, that was less safe than having a walker walking close to the road. And then the pedestrians would be closer to the street, giving them ease of crossing at the crosswalks. We also wanted to have clear and consistent signage from Gulf View to Avenue C to inform the cyclists that they must travel in the same direction of vehicle traffic. Again, once you hit Red Coconut area, we do have bike lanes. We do have markings on them. We don't have anything from that on the way north until you hit Times Square. And then prior to Ian, we did have a test on the north end of the island showing painted bike lanes that had directional signings as well, and we liked that so people knew what to follow. The other thing we'd like to propose, and again, there's signage in there, we actually think there's too many pedestrians between Avenue C, and I have a little map on there, all the way to Times Square. There's not enough room, it's on one of them, and it's in your email that I sent. There's not enough room for people to be riding bikes and pedestrians, especially during the height of the season. People need to walk their bikes similar to the rule that we had during Times Square. If you prefer to ride your bike, then you need to go into the street and follow traffic, as that is a slower traffic anyway at that point because they're starting to hit congestion. Finally, we'd like bike rack installation. If we're going to be encouraging people, well, a couple more things. Encouraging people to ride their bikes, we would like to have additional bike racks near the library in the Times Square area, Bayside Park, by Nervous Nellies, by Bowditch and Lynn Hall Park. Again, to promote people to ride the bike and they're feeling safer. And finally, education and outreach. We would like to distribute informative materials to all local bike rental agencies to educate renters on these new regulations and to promote safety. And the biggest thing is to express, we really try to stress the importance of this as we continue to build the island up and more visitors are coming. We have more hotels and more rooms and more rentals. People are going to be having bikes for these guests to use, and they really need to know what the rules are as they're coming here, because you can see it now as we're starting to get busier. The traffic is bad and people are taking different avenues to travel. Karen, you want to add anything since you are a bike rider?
No, I ride my bike 3-4 times a week downtown along the sidewalks, and it's unfortunately, as rare as it is, common sense. I just slow down when you see a lot of people, and I come up on people's left and I let them know that I'm on their left, and then inevitably people tend to move to their left when you say that. So I tell them their other left.
Yeah.
But what it really comes down to, I think we're seeing everybody, the same people I've noticed that are screaming about e-bikes on the sidewalk overlap with a lot of the people screaming about traffic. So the way to mitigate traffic would be for less cars, and with less cars, we get more bikes. So I think the messaging can be sent through the town and the safety committee that it's okay to ride bikes down here if you use your head, watch out for other people, and just take it easy. It's island time. What's the rush? So, there you
We have one more thing to add, and we brought this up. As we continue to evolve the traffic patterns, as you're coming off the bridge, we're seeing again more bikes that are coming over with the new FDOT. One of the things that we also proposed is, again, you're enhancing more bike traffic, is as you come off the bridge, to create a lane that goes under the bridge, like a ramp that comes off that bridge, goes under the bridge, so that people can get to the north side of the island. They can get to Nervous Nelly's side, over to Third Avenue, Third Avenue, and that way they're not coming off the bridge and going right into the, to the base of the bridge and trying to cross. And that's what we're seeing right now is the mass amount of people who are coming over the bridge. There's one lane and there's a crossing right where everybody's trying to exit the island and people are getting held up. We're not used to having people cross there. We've added so many additional crossing lanes. So when you live here, you're not paying attention to all these new people coming out of nowhere. And so we need to give them directional signage to say, you want to get north, go this way under the bridge, and create different pathways so that it makes it easier for bikes and for people who are walking, even from Margaritaville and from the Tiki and Crescent Street. They can go under the bridge and not have to cross right at the base of the bridge. That's it. Any questions?
Scott, questions?
No, thank you. Very informative. Thank you.
And then
Karen?
Amy will forward my email out to everybody with
You're
all
not-
the little
you're not
drawings.
done yet, hold on.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Dan.
Get in a hurry over there.
I know, you got
Karen,
stuff
any
to do.
questions?
So do we want to do questions now? Do we want to wait for the ordinance and talk about
Well, I don't know
things,
if
or
you
how
have
we're going to do?
specific questions that maybe the Public Safety Committee discussed that they didn't talk about here, not necessarily the
Did you, there were a lot of comments that came in on this, obviously, and a lot of good suggestions, like, you know, making it mandatory, like especially with the bike rental places and things, to have a bell on the bike, so you automatically have to have lights, but to have a bell, because a lot of people aren't hearing the on your left kind of thing. So I don't know if there was any discussion on that.
We had that. That was actually mandated prior to Ian.
Okay, so
And
that's
we gave
already in
free
there
bell-
for sure.
We actually gave free bells and
Lights.
and lights, went to the town, you could pick them up for free. We went and spoke to all the bike rental agencies. We probably just need to go reenact that and
Reenact it, yeah.
reiterate the importance of that. But again, it does get back to people don't know that it's a shared sidewalk. And
Right.
there is anger, and if you have an idea, that, okay, there's a possibility that bikes are gonna be coming, then you're more apt to move because you know this is how it is here. You're able to ride your bike on the sidewalk, so there's no anger.
So the shared sidewalk, that's another thing. Frankie and I were talking about this, and has it been discussed about having one sidewalk on one side for, like, in the downtown area strictly for bikes, and the other sidewalk, maybe the one closest to the beach and the sand where people are coming off, have that strictly pedestrian?
You know, it's funny, I've seen that too. I don't even want to go here, but I would love that. But I mean, we'd love that. We just didn't know if this is even an option. I actually would like anything electric, anything, a golf cart, a rickshaw on one sidewalk to go north during season to eliminate the northbound traffic. If you live here, you call a rickshaw to pick you up like a lot of the big cities have, and they Uber you up the side street, up the street. We talked about doing that on a Moby mat not during turtle season, to have a Moby mat on the beach where you could have some type of extended golf cart that was larger that could pick people up, and have bikes or rickshaws that could take you up the beach. Didn't know if that was even an option. I mean, we keep getting, you can't do it, you can't do that, you can't do that.
Well, I mean, in all reality, Lee County owns the sidewalks, so no matter what we do, it's gonna have to be conditional on Lee County approving it. But, I mean, I don't think any idea is too far out of the box at this point. I'm sorry for my voice, I've got a cold. But, I don't think any ideas are too far out of the box at this point.
Well, there are ideas in theory and there are ideas in practice. So to get everybody to ride on one side of the street, imagine coming off the beach and having to walk across the street to walk 50 yards to come back. That's what, by theory and practice, and that's what I mean.
No, then they have to go to Margaritaville, go over the thing and come down and then go
And then
down.
go circle under and then come back around, yeah, that's, in practice, it seems like.
I mean, if we had our way, we'd have a path that we created on this island. We've got so many empty lots, and I keep harping on this, is one of the things I bring up. If we could find a path from mid-island up north where you could allow golf carts, rickshaws, electric bikes, small utility town vehicles to come up north only, because you can go south pretty easy on the island. That would eliminate people who are trying to get to the north end of the island for restaurants or for visiting. They could take that. You could have a parking lot down farther south, and you can make it up fast. I know we're talking about water taxis. You know, that's we have the proposal from R2P2 that came through, that this is the time to look at this when we have so much empty land. But for the time being, this was our solution for something that is a quick fix to get us by. We've also heard that, from Chief Worth, that the roads might have to be fixed. If the roads have to be fixed, that's the time maybe we change the way how wide these sidewalks are in certain areas, and we add a true bike lane in the road, but then we have rumble strips to protect the bikers so they do feel safe when they're riding their bikes up north. Again, that's another long term, is once they start doing the road.
Vice Mayor?
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your work. Just so I better understand the proposal before us, help me understand the dividing line on the sidewalk. Will that go all the way from Times Square to the south end of the island, or just from the Red Coconut to the Times Square?
Just Red Coconut to Times Square.
And-
Because south, you have a bike lane. I mean, you have a designated bike lane that's fairly wide once you hit Red Coconut South and north
Yep.
of Times Square.
And so the dividing line would be on both sides of the street? Both sidewalks would have the dividing line?
Yes.
Okay. And just this one?
And maybe not the whole way, but segment it so that people know that you're gonna be sharing this sidewalk with a bike.
Gotcha. I'm not criticizing, I'm just trying to understand
no,
what
no.
you're, yep. So then, in that, there's a subset of that where you'll be required to walk your bike, and that's what you've got before us here,
Yes.
right? And that kind of goes from basically Margaritaville to,
Kind of,
See.
it's by, I'm trying to think of it.
just so people know what
The
you're
old,
proposing.
the old, Hooters. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that's very helpful, thank you.
John?
Nothing.
Did Chief Worth and the LCSO, did they give you any kind of data as far as accidents that they've reported, have been reported as far as bicycles in
I asked
general?
for them, and
bicycle?
they either didn't give me anything or they didn't have anything to give.
Exactly.
Because everybody, like I said before, everybody's up in arms over the e-bikes on the sidewalk, how many people were getting hit, how many accidents. And I asked, how many, Lieutenant Chitwood asked, I said, how many numbers, what are we talking about as far as accidents? You didn't have any information to give me unless there was no information to give.
There was nothing as of this year. The last one they had was because of intoxication. That was the last accident they had that was bad. They haven't had one that has been reported to them in quite some time.
I'm sorry, John, but just lastly, and it's probably a question for our town attorney, but I'm curious, in your research, did you come across, since they're county-owned sidewalks, did you get a sense whether the county would yield to the town the authority to put that dividing line on the sidewalks for the bikes and pedestrians?
We were just told that, and we usually work with Chief Worth on this, because when he starts putting things behind it, it helps. He said the next step is we come to you, if everybody is in favor that, and he works with you as well, the fire department, that they would then go to Lee County, and they would probably, hopefully listen.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Well, I've been dealing with this for a long time since, and, when John Goggin was the chair of the Public Safety Committee, so it's been a while. And there was always some hesitation from the county of wanting to put those lines on. We finally got them to paint some, like we did on the north end of Estero Boulevard, we finally got them to do some painted markings close to Beach Baptist area there that have kind of washed away. And they agreed to do it as a trial basis in order to see how it works, and then obviously Ian came and kind of went by the wayside. So I think we might have an uphill battle with the county to try to paint the lines. They have not said no, but it's been a very strong, I don't think so.
I think one of the things they also didn't want a bunch of signs up on
Yeah, they-
cluttering the road. But I'm thinking down, and it doesn't have to be the whole way. But it just marks and delineates that, hey, please be aware. We did do that test We said we loved it, and then the storm hit. I don't know why we can't go back and say we'd like to clean that up and get the north end back up, and we'd like to test, especially during, you know, our high traffic areas, which is not the full length of the island. It's, in fact, it's less than 2 miles, what we are asking to have done, which is in our highest congested area. When you're on the south end or walking mid-island, you don't run into a ton of pedestrians in groups. It's just not. I mean, it's easy to get by, it's easy to go around. And then if it is super busy and you wanna go fast, you can get into the bike lane and go.
Yep, please don't misunderstand my questions. I'm just trying to understand.
no, I'm
your
just
Yeah, I think I think you've done yeoman's work here, and it's very interesting, and I'm with Karen. I think we should be thinking outside the box, but at the same time, obviously trying to balance pedestrian safety with the bike safety, so, and obviously wrestle with our traffic issues, so I appreciate your efforts, yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right, next we have Murph. Dave, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, councilors, town staff. Dave Nussbaum, Chairman, Murph Committee. Echoing what Councilor King said, we had a joint meeting with the Anchorage Advisory and Murph Committee. Our guest speaker was Captain Chris Whitman, co-founder of Captains for Clean Water. I encourage everyone that has not watched the meeting to do so. Captain Whitman gave a very good synopsis of the history of how we got into the discharges from Lake O and what has been done to date to solve the problem. And I'll encapsulate it just for the council. He said 2 things that occurred that started the change: Governor DeSantis removing members of the water board, putting in new members that actually wanted to fix the problem. Secondly, in undoing decades of restrictions of flow going into the Everglades, they had to literally get the funding and start the project of raising Tamiami Trail, putting in spillways, and redirecting the discharge back to the Everglades rather than running it down the 2 rivers that discharge from Lake O. Couple of points that he gave very good news on. Number 1, it's been successful to date. There's approximately a 15% reduction in discharge coming from Lake O going down and affecting it. And secondly, the process will take another 10 years to get done, but when it is completed, there will be an 85% reduction from where we were before. So it's going in the right direction. He gave a very clear economic impact of what happened when the discharges occur. They have stopped discharging because of water level and have gone to a more metered, controlled discharge system, which has helped correct it. And hopefully, good news down the road, it will get better each successive year. They can't do everything at once because it's been decades of restricting the water flow into the Everglades, and even more money couldn't do it because it's a stair-step process. You have to fix this before the river of grass can go down further down into the Everglades. But he was very excited. He said we have oyster beds and seagrass beds that are returning to pre-discharge levels within the estuaries around Fort Myers Beach, and gave us some points that we will go to and give to the council. We didn't have a regular meeting, so we couldn't address them, but we will have something to give to you. But I wanted to share that because we were very excited after the meeting. Also, we awarded our Murph Award for the month of February, and nepotism aside, it was
I
Chris.
didn't have a vote.
Chris King was nominated and awarded the Murph Award. A little bit about Chris is she is been out on the beach on a daily basis collecting garbage every single day. She has an incentive program from her employer to go out, and she's part of a group within it. And one of the members of the committee that's on, in fact, two of them both nominated her, saying they watched her go out every day with an empty bag and come back with a bag, sometimes two, full of garbage off the beach on a daily basis. And echoing what Captain Whitman said when one of the Murph members said, "What can I do? I'm just one person." He said, if everybody takes the initiative to do the job, he said, there's no limit to what you can do. He said, I was a captain in 2016 and saw the discharge and founded Captains for Clean Water. So on that note, we awarded it to Chris. She was well deserving. And that's the end of the report. Are there any questions?
Scott, questions?
Now, Chris is my hero. I witnessed her pick up bag after bag on the beach, and she's fantastic. Congratulations.
She's been picking up trash since we started dating, Scott.
Very big bag, I might add.
Karen?
No, I just, a comment on Captains for Clean Water. I mean, they have done so much in such little time, really, when you think about when they formed and what they've done. And they raise money, they raise awareness, they put everything, their heart and soul, back into these waters. I mean, it is their livelihood, but by the same token, they ran with it. And I mean, we're so lucky to have an organization like that. As far as Chris, I mean, I read her posts every day. She's hysterical, but hats off to Chris King.
Vice Mayor?
Just briefly to your point, Dave, one of the things that people can do as well, particularly for folks who have a residence somewhere else outside of Fort Myers Beach and visit here for part of the year, when you go home, be sure to write your U.S. senators and your member of Congress to support Everglades restoration. The funding for that has been phenomenal over the last few years, but there's a lot of competition for those dollars, so I encourage everybody to write their member of Congress and their U.S. senator to encourage full funding for Everglades restoration. Thanks.
John?
Dave, thanks for all you do as chair, and thanks for helping put together this meeting. And I'm very proud of my wife. Thank you for continuing to pick up trash.
Empty bags. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, we got Ed Schoonover from the board cab.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ed Schoonover, board cab. At our January 15th meeting, board cab voted unanimously to recommend that the town council and staff consider the donation of lands or the assistance in purchasing of available property to be considered as a public benefit for future developers as they apply for acceptance of their projects. Excuse me, BORCAB has identified some properties and can continue to identify other properties as potential pocket parks to be spread out amongst the town's numerous communities and neighborhoods. That's it. I'm brief.
Have you given a list of properties that you've identified to the staff?
Just one so far.
Just one? Got one? Scott, questions for Ed?
So, Ed, how exactly would that work? Would it be a sliding scale based on the density of the property or the size of the property, or what are you guys thinking?
Well, I'm thinking that's a decision that would be made at the council level.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the liaison for BORCAB. We really didn't get into that much depth of it, and it probably would be a decision as we go through all the negotiations and that type of thing, but I think the whole premise of it was to provide as much green space and parks. I mean, Borcab is all about Bay Oaks Recreation Center and Park. And then we have Newton Park, which is historical by nature, but really looking at Borcab as to being the recreational facility and where we can branch off from there and have other recreational pockets for people in neighborhoods, not always having to come to the center of town. But I'm surprised that you didn't go into some of the other things that were discussed, which is the pool and,
Well, yeah, we look forward to assisting the council and the staff in the redevelopment of the Bay Oaks Park campus and the programs, and just the potential development of future green space and parks
right.
throughout the town. So.
And we had a lot of conversation about the pool and waiting on funding and losing funding after Ian and the prospects of all that, and we're getting close.
I believe
And-
we're very close.
Yeah, just waiting to hear on that initial, or that final, okay, not initial, but final, okay, so that we can get started with that whole redevelopment of the pool and the park and the fields and that type of thing. So we're ready to go as soon as we get the word. So.
Vice Mayor?
I think that's all been covered. Thanks for your service, Ed.
Sure. John?
No questions, but thank you, Ed.
You know, some of the properties, I'm sure you guys have discussed it, but the town has some right-of-way properties on some of the side streets. I know there's one down right across from you, John, down there at Land's End, that could be things that we already own that could be transformed into a pocket park fairly easily. So I'd encourage the Borcab, if they haven't already done so, to look at some of them. I know there's another one up by the Diamond Head down the side street. There's a property that we own there that butts up to a canal, and there's several others along.
Right, and I think we're talking like playgrounds and pavilions more than full-blown ball fields.
Yeah, no, even a place for someone that's bike riding around to be able to stop and fill up their water bottle, or,
Sure.
you know, sit in some grass. It'd be nice to see some grass again. Something green, yeah. All right, thanks,
Yep,
thanks, Ed.
thank you.
All right, now we have the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting on February 18th. Is there any changes or a motion to approve the minutes from the February 18th meeting?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 state of emergencies. Would you like me to read them all, Nancy? Is it necessary? Just the title at least?
If you want to read the entire title, yes, that would be fine.
Or just the headline of the title? Would that be okay?
Maybe just the headline,
Okay.
because they are virtually all identical
Yeah.
in substance.
It's, yeah, I think we're all fully familiar with the 5 storms at this
Every
point.
month.
Resolution 25-61 through 25-64, the extension of local emergency for Hurricane Ian. Resolution 25-65 through 25-68, the extension of local emergency for Hurricane Idalia. Resolutions 25-69 through 25-72, the extension of local emergency for Tropical Storm Debbie. Resolutions 25 through 73 through 25 through 76, the extension of local emergency for Hurricane Helene. And resolution 25 through -77 through 25-80, the extending local state of emergency for Hurricane Milton. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve all 5 items of the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Nothing was removed from the consent agenda. That brings us to our public hearings. 3, what do we got? 5? 4 or 5? I think there's 5.
4, because your last item is your bicycle ordinance,
Oh,
and that's
right.
legislative.
Okay. So the next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So zoning revisions, rezonings, special exceptions and variances, and you have one of each of those on your agenda today. These are all quasi-judicial in nature, and they require that our public hearing comply with procedural requirements that has been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they will be less formal than proceedings that would occur before a circuit court, but they will be more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we must follow the basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and the council's decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence presented to them in written documents or through oral testimony. When presented, the town council will evaluate the testimony and the information for each item, and then draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. Pure speculation or just mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or their testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and information. The town council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from a motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied, unless the majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next item is called to take some alternative action to the denial. If the town council decides to deny an application or a request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion. Denial of quasi-judicial matters must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. Rather, the reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of one of the identified criteria. So the denial of an application or request is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency, before we begin our public hearings, we'd like to go ahead and dispose of a few housekeeping matters. I need to ask the town clerk whether all the agenda items, the 4, have been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code.
Yes, they have been.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to ask the town council if any member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit you from voting on any of these 4 items, please disclose that at this time so we can assure that we have a quorum present for the review of the item.
Mr. Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Whitson?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Hope?
None.
Counselor King?
No conflicts.
I do not have any either.
Okay, great. So at this time, I would go ahead and ask if there is anyone in the audience, including the applicant, property owner, and staff, who intend to provide testimony to on any of the 4 quasi-judicial hearings. If you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
That includes public comment. Okay, if you'll all raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Mayor.
Okay. The first quasi-judicial item is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment to the commercial plan development, CPD zoning, previously approved by resolution 07-28 for parcels located at 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3- 0120A.0100, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000 to add parcels 2518 Estero Boulevard and 2543 Cottage Avenue, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-01301.0000 and 19-46-24-W3-0120A.013A in Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. I will now open the first public hearing. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Stafford?
I had a personal meeting with the owners. I've also met with several of the adjacent property owners on a site visit. I've received several emails, both in favor and against.
Councilor Woodson?
Exactly the same. I met with the owners of Pelican Watch. I've met with the potential owners of the food truck park, and have received a number of emails, but I would say equally for and against.
Vice Mayor?
I would have similar disclosures. I also watched both LPA meetings, and after Ian, I also lived on both Mango Street for 6 months and then Tropical Shores Way for over 6 months, so I know the area well.
Councilor King?
Emails pro and con, met with the applicants and the folks in the neighborhood as well.
Yes, I've also met with the applicant, Pelican Watch Group, as well as surrounding neighbors. Received emails as well, both for and against.
Having made these disclosures, Town Council, are you all able to make a fair and impartial decision today based on the testimony and the documents that are presented to you?
Councilor King?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilor Woodson?
Yes.
Councilor Stafford?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? That hasn't already, I should say. Is there any, you all have?
For the record, could we just say who is going to be the experts for this item? Just their names?
Sure.
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Councilors. Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant. So Ken Galander is here with the neighborhood company, as well as Patrick Manass and Laura Teft. All have been previously accepted as experts in this forum in the past, and we'd like that you accept them as planning and zoning experts today. Brandon Fry is also here with J.R. Evans Engineering. He is our expert civil engineer, and he's previously been accepted, we'd ask you to do the same again today.
Okay.
Nothing else on the applicant's side.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Has the property owner, applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead,
Good morning, Judith Frankel, Community Development. We're gonna talk about two applications today that cover a similar property. The first is regarding the boundaries of an existing CPD. The applicant, Neighborhood Company, on behalf of the property owner Empire Holding Corp., is requesting to expand the CPD boundaries approved by Resolution 0728. The existing CPD consists of a 0.52 acre parcel at 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard, with a maximum of 23,067 square feet, consisting of 9,952 square feet of commercial and office, plus 3 dwelling units, which could be developed as either 3 multifamily or 3 live-work units, with a total of 13,115 square feet in 2 buildings. not to exceed a maximum building height of 40 feet above base flood with 3 stories and an FAR of 1.0. The CPD approved under the prior resolution allowed what is called option A in that resolution as part of a master concept plan. That master concept plan was never developed. Since that time, the owner has purchased 2 abutting parcels located at 2518 Estero Boulevard and 2543 Cottage Avenue. These lots each contained a single-family home, but were both destroyed by Hurricane Ian in 2022. The applicant is requesting an extension of the CPD boundaries to include these 2 additional properties. This would increase the CPD boundary area to a total of 0.691 acres. And this ordinance is necessary to enable the applicant to develop the site as one entity. The subject property is located approximately 1.0 miles from Times Square and is in the southwest area known as the Civic Center of Fort Myers Beach. The property is on the south side of Estero Boulevard, north of Cottage Avenue. The properties front on the south side of Estero Boulevard, north of Cottage Avenue, and to the east of Chapel Street. The project is surrounded by vacant commercial properties to the north, as well as single and multifamily properties to the south and west. The applicant is here and can discuss this further with you. I also have some findings and conclusions to go over with you after the applicant
Okay.
presents.
Scott, do you have any questions for Judith at this time?
I'm gonna wait for the applicant.
Okay. Council Woodson?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Judith, could you just briefly, in lay terms, explain why we're here today?
Okay, well, as I said, there's 2 applications. We've been advised that it makes most sense to look at them as 2 separate ordinances, and so we're bringing them forward as 2 separate applications. The first is to expand the property. The owner previously continues to own those 2 lots and then purchased the other 2 lots and wanted to have those included as well. So that's the first step, is allowing that increase in size to the CPD. The second ordinance that you're going to hear
And
is about.
talk to somebody who may not know what a CPD is. Just,
Okay.
can you just give, just in 10,000 foot terms, for folks who are watching, just kind of break down the technical dynamics of what we're doing to sort of practice. Is it because they bought 2 residential properties and they want to add those to a commercial property? Can you just sort of give a general sense as to what we're giving a variance for, or through the CPD process?
Okay, so there's no variance that we're gonna talk
Right.
about right now with this ordinance. So a CPD is a commercial planned development, and that's what they were previously approved for. And that came with a master concept plan, so there's an idea there of what they would build. Most likely a 3-story building over base flood, and they would have the options of doing commercial and office in there under that existing rights and responsibilities, under that existing resolution.
And somebody comes to the town council with a CPD, commercial plan development, why do
Yes.
they do that?
Um,
What is the
Typically-
CPD? Just for people who are watching, what is the CPD process? What is it, and why are people here utilizing it?
So it's a way to look at a site comprehensively with everything that the developer wants to happen on that site. Typically, you're gonna need some kind of deviation from the strict rules of the code, but you're still complying with the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive, you think of the comprehensive plan as, you say, like the 10,000-foot view of things, and then the zoning code falls underneath the comprehensive plan. And when you're building something new, you're developing something new, you have to comply with both. But there is some space, regulation-wise, between the zoning code and the comprehensive plan. So if you're bringing something that the zoning code, the land development code has not specifically anticipated, the commercial plan development route makes the most sense, because you can look at a property as a whole in terms of what you want to develop. Sometimes that's we've seen this with hotels where they come in, where they're looking for something that the code has not specifically anticipated, And so they need a certain set of regulatory adjustments to make their project work. Still fitting within the comprehensive plan, but outside the strict bounds of the land development code as it is. But the commercial plan development process is provided for in the comprehensive plan and in the land development code. It offers this process for things, because it can be difficult when you're writing a land development code or a comprehensive plan to think of every possible permutation that might be out there.
I think that's great, and I
Okay.
just wanted to set the table, because we're gonna hear a lot of testimony today, and I just wanted people who are watching to have sort of the foundation as to why we're here and why we're going through this process, so that was very helpful, thank you.
John?
No questions at this time.
I don't have any yet at this time.
Okay.
Thanks. Applicant, wanna come up? No?
Good morning again. For the record, Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of the applicant. Our full team is here today. My client representatives are here, Jamie and Debbie Hodka, and also Dan Myers. Ken Galander, Patrick Vanass, and Laura Taft, as I mentioned, are our expert planners with the neighborhood company. And Brandon Fry is our expert civil engineer with J.R. Evans. My clients have made extensive efforts since the beginning of this concept to try to work through the neighbors' objections. It's something that has evolved significantly over time. You'll hear all of that from Ken and the neighborhood company today. Ken is also going to walk you through additional revisions that we've made since the LPA hearings. By way of background, and Judith was alluding to this, we do have significant existing entitlements on the site today. We have 23,000 square feet of entitlements on the CPD parcels, and then the two additional parcels, one is Zone CB, which is a commercial zoning. There are entitlements on that, and also some multifamily entitlements on the RM parcel. We could build a restaurant or a hotel on the CB parcel by right. And a key component, if I may, of your deliberations and analysis today has to include what the entitlements are today and then comparing that to the proposed entitlements. We are definitionally less intense than the aggregation of the entitlements on the four properties today, and significantly less intense, as you'll hear from Ken, through the various conditions, limitations that we're agreeable to. We're also providing material public benefits, specifically with respect to the restrooms and comfort stations, which will be open to the public. As you've heard many times, the public benefits discussion is typically coming before you with respect to an applicant that is asking for something more intense than what they've got today, and then mitigating that intensity, right? And your very hard job of balancing that comes with the scope of the public benefits offered. Here, my client is asking for something less intense, but they are also still willing and happy to provide the public benefits, including these comfort stations that are open to the public, and they want to do that because it's the right thing to do for this island. And with that, if I may, I'll turn it briefly over to Jamie and Dan, and then to Mr. Galander for the rest of applicant's presentation. I'm happy to take questions now or at the end of the whole presentation.
Thanks, Noel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I add, so Noel, again, we're trying to keep separate and distinct the two records, the records on the two quasi judicial. So this first one, and please correct me if I've misunderstood, is simply to change the zoning designation from commercial to bring it into the existing CPD, as well as the residential and multifamily, bringing it into the CPD.
That's right. So here's how I have it on my head.
Yeah.
And Nancy rightfully had separated the two ordinances. The first consideration is expanding the existing commercial plan development boundary to incorporate these two additional parcels. One which is zone CM today, conventional zoning district commercial, and one that is zone RM today, conventional zoning district residential multifamily. Okay, and then the second piece of that relates to an amendment to the existing CPD schedule of uses to contemplate the food truck park uses and also to incorporate these number of conditions that you'll hear more about
The
today.
existing CPD as amended, or the existing CPD, the second dynamic? As amended, that includes these two new properties, or?
So at the end of the day, with both of them, the idea is that the boundary of the existing CPD would be expanded to incorporate these two additional parcels, and then the schedule of uses and the additional language revisions, conditions, stipulations in the CPD would be incorporated and amended to cover the new concept essentially.
So I'm just going to add a little bit more. So if you only had one ordinance before you today, it would simply be changing the zoning designation of those two additional parcels to what was permitted back in 2007. If we only had one ordinance today, that's the first step.
Yes. Step one, expanding the boundary, changing the zoning district.
Correct.
Step two is amending the specifics of the CPD to contemplate the specific schedule of uses, master concept plan conditions that we're proposing today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So right now, we're just talking step one.
Dan Myers, applicant, morning council. I just have one page, 16 font, a little small, so it won't take a lot of time. I'm not gonna recap everything that was discussed in the LPA meeting, and I do thank you for taking your time to watch that. It was a long, long day. But I do wanna take a moment to emphasize, something. After nearly 8 years of owning this property at 2500 Estero, we've worked hard to be good neighbors and responsible stewards towards this island. I truly hope our track record over those 8 years reflects our commitment to this community. When we first began consideration of this development or this property, we considered several options. We looked into several detailed plans, probably over 8 different business models and concepts. One of those was including a brick and mortar restaurant. Have many of you most know, Hurricane Ian changed everything for everybody on this island, ourselves included, and our capabilities. Touching on a lot of the fears that we keep hearing, the online stuff was, thanks Jamie. We've heard concerns and fears surrounding the live music. I want to directly address this. Simply put, if I think live music were a central part of our business model, I would be fighting for my music rights to host it in its fullest form.
Hold on a second right there. Do we
So-
want to hold off this testimony until?
Noel, maybe you can help clarify. Is the live music issue, is that related to the food truck park?
Okay,
Or to the addition of the two
So,
parcels?
to the food truck park, but as we did at LPA, I think the testimony should encompass, I think you should be hearing testimony as to both at the same time, otherwise we're gonna have two fully separate hearings.
And that was the purpose of my question to you previously, is that in the event that the food court, or the food truck park ordinance was not before you today, your client, my understanding was, is still seeking to change the existing zoning that they have on their parcels to the old CPD.
Yes, so
Right.
we filed a single application,
Correct.
and, I know that it was your request that they be bifurcated.
Correct.
To one with respect to boundary, and
Right.
one with respect to uses. So,
I
I
think
just
you would.
organizationally, are we
Yeah.
gonna do a full hearing based on the expansion of the boundary?
Yes.
And then stop, and then we're gonna do another, because that's
Mm-hmm.
different than how we proceeded at LPA.
And I think I expressed my concerns to you about preserving the record. So in the event there's an appeal, the appeal of the food truck park, I want that record to have all the testimony and evidence related to that ordinance, as opposed to having to look at a record that encompasses the two ordinances.
Okay.
Does that?
So at this time, the only thing that's being heard is expanding the boundary to incorporate two additional adjacent parcels.
Yes, because otherwise your client would still have commercial zoning on one of the parcels and residential multifamily on the other parcel. This way, by expanding it, they would be allowed to do everything that was in the CPD from 2007.
Okay. Whatever the will of council is, that's
I just
fine.
wanted to make sure we weren't duplicating,
Yeah.
having to say the same thing in both hearings.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
just
I
want to
agree.
make sure the record is crystal clear as to where the competent substantial evidence lies and where it doesn't.
Kenny Galander for the record. With regards to how the LPA moved forward, is we went through our testimony and a vote was taken on point one, or the expansion of the boundary. That resolved that component, and then a vote was taken for the scheduled
There
use.
are two votes to be taken, yes, but I thought that we had agreed that we would try to minimize any confusion as to what is in the record for the first ordinance versus the second ordinance.
Okay, I just think practically, Nancy, there is gonna be a lot of overlap.
And the overlap
So-
would be fine.
Separation of votes, two different ordinances, I totally get that. Separation of all testimony on each, I mean, that's certainly the town's prerogative,
So,
but.
in your opinion, does the issue of noise to the residents, does that impact your ability to expand the boundary?
Well, like I said, this was a single application, and we certainly happy to oblige with the two different ordinances, but, I mean, I expected this was going to be, respectfully, I thought we discussed this was sort of the same procedure that we did in LPA, which is testimony as to both applications, or really the single application with two ordinances, right? And then, importantly, two separate votes with respect to that after.
Well, I think there's agreement on the two separate votes, but how would you propose that we distinguish what evidence is present for the first ordinance and what evidence is present for the second?
I think they're related. I mean, it's all a single application. I think it's a technical bifurcation of the ordinance language.
So council,
Well-
what would be your preference? We could lump them all together. It would just make it a little bit more difficult in the event of an appeal to extricate out what evidence is for one ordinance and what evidence is for the other ordinance.
I mean, to me, it makes sense to do two separate, simply because you're potentially gonna be able to expand your CPD area, and then what you want to do on it. One, without one, the other one doesn't make sense, right? So, the way you laid it out, and the way you explained it to me this morning makes sense that in the case, whichever way it goes, if there's an appeal, it would be cleaner, I think, for both sides to make sure that we have dotted our i's and crossed our t's.
Sure. However you all want to do it, it's fine. I just wanted to be
Well,
cognizant
So
of
see how the
rest of the council feels
efficiency,
about it.
time, et cetera.
Yeah,
John,
and
how
I
do you
think
feel
the
about it?
record for the first ordinance is gonna be much smaller and shorter, whereas the evidence and everything for the second would be a little bit more in detail.
John, you have any input?
I'm okay with going forward the way the town attorney wants to.
Jim?
I just have a question for the town attorney. If it's on record that the applicant is comfortable in combining the two from an evidentiary standpoint, would that negate your concerns if it was appealed? If he's on record, if they are on record as combining the evidence for both of the two, that would certainly save us a lot of time and confusion, I think.
It would. Again, we can accommodate it. Perhaps maybe when the testimony is made, then you could say that it is specific to this ordinance, or if it's specific to the second ordinance. If we go in that direction, I would ask that we go ahead and read the title to the second ordinance as well, and then just hear all the testimony on both ordinances, and then take separate votes on them. That is an alternative way to approach it.
Noel, how do you feel about it?
We don't have any issue with that. I do think there is, just practically speaking, to Mr. Vice Mayor's point, I think if, I mean, at LPA, we presented everything, and then there were two separate votes, so I think that that's fine. We don't have an objection to doing it that way, but again, whatever council wants to do, we're happy to do.
So if council wants to go in that direction, then I would just ask that we go ahead and read the title for the second ordinance. There is a request for individuals to participate as interveners, and we could just go ahead and go into that and then come back with 2 separate votes.
Do you have any objection to allowing, I'm guessing
I
the
do
other
not.
side probably would like to have their 2 cents.
Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate you making the time, and thank you for not raising an objection. Yeah, our
You gotta
opposition.
identify yourself.
Yeah, David Moscoso, Becker and Polikoff, attorney on behalf of the opposing intervening parties. Our objection to hearing both items together is, number one, as to the town attorney's point, for the purposes of appeal, to kind of keep the matter separate. And then secondly, I think it's important, not only for the council, but for the folks who are present and are listening also online, to understand the distinction between the two. Our opposition is very distinct with regard to the points for this item than it is for the points to the second and third items on the agenda. And so I think it confuses the issue a little bit. There are the issues, if you will, a little bit. If we hear them all together, it makes it seem like it's just one thing. It's not one thing. They're 2 very distinct asks that are being made with 2 very distinct impacts to people who are, have made some significant investments in our residents here in the town. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodson?
Well, I actually think we should hear them separately. If for any reason item A is voted on no, then item B doesn't exist.
Well, not technically.
Not technically,
That
but
would be
I'm,
up to the applicant, but.
right, but for all practical purposes, for maybe today, B would not exist. I mean, I don't know, I'm not saying that's gonna happen or anything, I'm just saying to have them separate, and distinct might be, yeah, it might take longer, but, at least we're staying in the lane.
And the other alternative would be that if, for whatever reason, B was approved, then we really wouldn't need, well, I stand corrected. One other way to look at this would be that you could move forward with B and make it contingent on approval of the first one, putting the additional land there.
Well, let me hear from Scott first. Councilor Safford, I can't see you, but I'm assuming you can hear us.
I agree with Councilman Woodson. I think they're 2 separate issues, and I think they should be treated as such.
Yeah, I'm of the same belief. I think just proceeding with the CPD, potential expansion to the other 2 properties, and then move on to the other one.
Does it make sense to do what you just mentioned, Nancy, to do B first, then A?
You could approach it in that direction as well. If you want to go ahead and hear the ordinance that would allow a food truck park, making that contingent on the approval of the expansion of the boundary. You can, this one is a little bit
Well,
tricky.
I think we've already, procedurally, I think we've already approved the agenda the way it's laid out. I don't want us to necessarily move around. People are paying attention, people are here to speak, potentially on one or both. I would just feel more comfortable going in the order that we went. My guess is the decision on this will come much quicker probably than the one after this, depending on which way it goes, so.
Yeah, I don't think that the record for this first ordinance would be significant. I think a lot of the testimony you're gonna hear in the documentation is really for the second.
Okay, happy to do whatever you all want to
I
do.
just didn't want to sorry to stop you, I just didn't want to
No.
duplicate the efforts. But you're welcome to
The
continue.
legal stuff is new to me, the development side's new to me, so I'm more on
Welcome
the
to
relationship side,
Yeah.
and the business side, and then I apologize, I came forward too quickly.
No, just wanted to make sure we were getting it all straight out.
Yeah, no worries. Jamie will probably have more information, on the properties and the lots.
Sure. Come on, Jamie.
2500 was purchased in 2017, and through the LPA and what we said and spoke there. I feel we've been good stewards and neighbors. Jamie and Debbie lived at 2518 in 2000. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, you go ahead and go through that.
Good morning, or whatever it is after.
Still morning.
I have been sworn in. I'm James Hutka. I'm the president of Empire Holding Corporation, who is the trustee for that, so I have total control of the property. We moved to 2518 Estero 13 years ago. Love the island. We've always dreamed of owning a house on the island. Been visiting for 30, 40 years, for quite a while. We bought the lot at 2500 because of construction on Estero. There was beep, beep, beep at 6 o'clock every morning, and we didn't want it. And we worked out a deal to purchase it, and I really bought it to play with my dog on it. That's why I bought it. And I thought my grandkids could enjoy it someday when they wanted to develop. I did not have plans to develop it, but Ian changed our mind. We had bought 2518, we had bought a rental income property at 2543 Cottage, and I don't know if you remember that lot, I had post and rope all the way around it to keep people from parking on it. That people were fighting and drinking and parking, so I just wanted to make it a nice place, and you could see all the post and ropes, so that gives you an idea what kind of neighbor we are. You know, we didn't do it just junky, it was beautiful over there. We want to expand this CPD to include those other 2 lots because they're sand lots now. There's really nothing to do with them. And hopefully someday we will develop on it. Hopefully this is the right use for it. And I really feel that combining the lots is the right way to go at this point. So I don't think that, of course I can't go into the other, but I don't think we're asking for anything more than what's already there other than to expand the boundaries. So this has thrown me in a query. I don't know what my presentation should be.
I think you're doing just fine.
But thank you for your time.
I think you covered what was important. Scott, any questions for these, before you guys run off? Just want to make sure nobody has any questions. Any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Lindsay?
I'm good, thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Jamie, just so I understand, the 2 additional lots that you're trying to bring into the CPD process, they were acquired for what purpose? For this, did you have in mind this model?
No.
Okay.
We bought the first one to live in. The 2500 we bought because of the noise. And I just figured that it would be something my grandkids could develop someday. And then Cottage we bought as a rental income property. And it just happened, you know, we knew the neighbor and they were going to sell it, so we bought it. Actually, 90% or close to 90% of this is already zoned commercial. The only parcel we're asking to add to that CPD that's not is one that's zoned for multifamily residence. It's on Cottage. And if you look at, I think it's 3 parking spots and the rest is green space we're putting on that lot. So we're really not putting any huge buildings or anything else on there. We're just expanding our parking lot and putting some buffers to help buffer that side of the neighborhood, so.
Since I'm a little unclear if this is germane to this or the second item, but I'll ask it anyways. There was a point in a conversation that we had early on that you had envisioned some kind of a facility there prior to Ian, or maybe even post
Yeah.
Ian, I can't remember. Was it a duck pin bowling alley or something?
Yeah, we wanted to put a family entertainment center. We had a large building with restaurants and that we would put the family entertainment center. We approached the town on that, I think. November of 2020, and they didn't seem to like the idea, so.
Could you just add just a little more light on that? When you say you approached the town on that, why would they not like that?
It was the old administration. 2500 used to be the largest empty commercial vacant lot on Estero. So it opened up our capabilities and possibilities to do something different. And we were really looking at this town and what we thought it needed, kind of, and my thought was more entertainment. It was duck pin bowling, axe throwing, arcade.
All enclosed.
All enclosed, one large building. It also was the only spot on the island that could happen, other than a few other, empty or not used properly buildings on Estero.
But the town staff at the time dissuaded you from
Correct.
doing that?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
I don't remember it ever coming to us.
It's in the paperwork somewhere, I think, yeah.
Also, at that time, we did not ask to include these other 2 lots, because we were gonna build it on the existing CPD. So the other 2 lots, we were happy with the residential and commercial zoning and use as income property, so.
John?
Nothing currently.
I don't have anything right now. Thanks. Come on up, Karen.
Right. That work? Good morning. I think
Morning.
we're moving forward here. So, again, I'm Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Town Manager. Thanks for your time here. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. Kind of making adjustments to how we're proceeding here, so I appreciate the flexibility. I'm not gonna hit on the exact, this slide too in depth, but we're looking at the potential for the overall property to be 0.691 acres. Your future land use category is boulevard, and again, we're looking at an existing CPD, commercial boulevard, residential multifamily, and we're wanting to, first part here is expand that boundary. And as Judith laid out, and I appreciate that explanation about how this intertails to the CPD and the expansion of that, and why we have that flexibility to do that is through the consistency with the comprehensive plan, land development code. So this slide shows us the existing CPD boundary in relation to the surrounding properties along Estero Boulevard, just out to Cottage Street and Mango Street. The dashed black line is where we're seeking to expand the CPD boundary, inclusive of the parcel to the east of us along Estero Boulevard, which is the commercial boulevard zone parcel, and the other is the RM, which is along Cottage Avenue.
Ken, the two pieces of property that you're referring to that you're asking to include within the CPD boundaries, one was a house, the other one was, I'm assuming that was on the residential
They're
property?
both residential, but one actually contains some commercial use within it.
I
and then-
couldn't remember.
Yeah.
And were they both substantially damaged from Hurricane Ian, or
My
could they have
understanding
been rebuilt?
Had been demolished.
So they were
I can't
substantially.
speak to exactly the status of it.
Totally demolished.
They were, okay.
So this is just another visualization of the overall, what we're seeking in terms of the CPT boundary. This is your, the zoning map for the town, and this provides us the context of what we're looking at, the subject property. Again, the lighter pink is your commercial boulevard zoning, and it, as you can see, the significant portions of the property surrounding our subject property are zone CV. Approximately 70% of what is surrounding us is a commercially zoned and or a non-residential in terms of the industrial or institutional zoning district to the north of us. And through the CPD, once expanded, the commercial plan development or the plan development process enables us to work on that appropriate design, the appropriate uses, that enables us to be sensitive to or through the conditions and compatible with our surrounding neighbors, while maintaining that opportunity for that small scale and local business uses that are desired for the heart of the island. And based on this, as we know through the LPA, that this portion of the petition was recommended for unanimous approval by the LPA, and it's recommended approval by staff.
Ken, since you paused there, I gotta get this figured out in my head here. Jamie, could you come back up just real quick? I'm just curious about this Family Fun Center that was proposed in 2020, because it was all enclosed, and you're talking about a duck pin bowling alley, all enclosed. I'm just curious, and again, just to answer the questions in my mind, if you were to go forward with something similar to that today, has that business model changed in your mind? Do the economics just don't work anymore?
I don't think the island would support it at this point, that there's just not enough people on the island, and that's the
Yeah, no,
bottom line.
that's what I'm trying to understand. So you just don't think there's enough folks
10
and
years
mass?
from now, it may be that way, but
Yeah.
right now, I mean, the island's totally changed the dynamics. The number of people, the number of children, the number of families on the island is just
Okay, I just wanted to understand
It's not
why you,
financially
why you changed
possible.
business models. That helps
They
me
turned
understand.
us down, basically, the town said they didn't like it. So
Yeah, well, there's a lot of new people here, but, yeah. But you don't think the business model works at this current time?
Not at this time, until it gets more developed. It has to be the population.
I
Butts
understand.
in the seats is what I've always heard, but
Okay.
that just wouldn't happen.
I was just curious, it was a question that was weighing on me, so I
We'd love
appreciate
to
you.
do it still, but
You really would, huh?
yes.
Wow.
Well, it was a plan.
It's a very intriguing concept, yeah.
We love kids. I mean,
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. I have a lot of grandkids and I love kids.
And there's no
nothing on
place
the
to
sidewalk.
there's no place to take kids on the island except for the beach, which is wonderful, but it'd be nice to have some other options, so, but anyways, I just needed to satisfy my curiosity on that, but thank you. Yeah.
We did a very in-depth feasibility study for the Family Entertainment Center, and kind of going back to that, it's that the population just didn't work right now.
Particularly off-season, I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I was getting ready to ask the mayor to be part of my duck pin bowling, league team, you know.
We had a whole plan for, leagues and.
Leagues would be
fun.
great, yeah. All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Ken. That was weighing on me.
Yeah, I want you to focus on.
I got you.
All right.
Focus on the present.
Yeah, well, no, it's all relevant, so, just looking at this a little bit, again, more comprehensively, we're in the civic complex portion, of the comprehensive plan, that heart of the island and the boulevard future land use, which is intended to promote that mix of uses, some residential, less intense, the smaller scale commercial, to serve the residents and visitors, to the island and Fort Myers Beach. It's again that transitional zone between the core area of downtown, Times Square, more your quiet center, so we're in that mixture use. Again, just a convenient in aspects of mobility. We're right in between each direction. Proximity and compatibility, as again, we have a mixture of vacant commercial, and institutional, which is across Estero Boulevard. You had the prior Heavenly Biscuits, the future Sandy Bottoms, Mom's Restaurant, which we understand is now going to be moving towards more of a back to what was there before. And then you have a significant amount of high density residential components, Diamond Head, the future with the Estero Beach Club coming back, Neptune Resort, those components of commercial nature. And then Town Hall currently as it exists, but with the plan for the expansion of the recreational campus, and then also in relationship to all the beach accesses. But expanding the CPD from what is included is those uses were found to be compatible with the surrounding areas, the multifamily, office and retail, and those cultural facilities that are approved would be appropriate with this expansion. This is where we potentially would go into, in our opinion, keep going, but we respectfully understand where you want to kind of bifurcate these. But again, based on our testimony here, we feel it's appropriate expansion of the CPD. Based on the testimony here, we are in full agreement with the findings in the staff report, the criteria, and again, the planning agency's unanimous approval of this portion of the ordinance. We respectfully request your approval as well.
Okay. Any questions, John, for Ken?
No.
Vice Mayor? Counselor Woodson? No. Counselor Safford, any questions for Ken?
Not right now.
Okay. Nancy, now, do the interveners want to have us decide this one as well?
For
Just
the
the other one?
expansion, that was not, okay, well, that was really not, I don't think that was in your request.
So our request, if I may, well, our request was, I think, intending to be inclusive of everything. We weren't sure how it was gonna be heard. However, given that it's being heard in this way, kinda have to make an adjustment here. And so what we would request is intervener status on this item and the next one, so that we can, we won't have our experts present up until rather only on the second item. This one will just be limited to myself and some of the abutting property residents who I think have a specific objection to this particular item on the agenda. That is different, and the impacts are different, as well as the rationale for opposition are different from the second item on the agenda.
Okay, and you need a motion from the council to accept
Yes,
interveners,
but he
if
would
that is-
need to make his argument as to why he is an intervener, and with Mr. Davies, the opportunity to comment as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple why the parties that I'm representing are interveners. This particular item is key in that it is both proposing a more intense and a more intrusive set of uses, and amendment to the CPD that would allow a set of uses that, again, is more intense and more intrusive. That was never contemplated by the applicant's own admission, never contemplated to be part of their development. And so our clients, or my clients specifically, are at complete shock to have their investment-backed expectations potentially thrown away or jeopardized by the fact that a property that was never contemplated to be a commercial use, or two properties that were never contemplated to be commercial use, are going to be right next to them, where they're going to have to deal with the noise, which was one of the reasons why this lot was purchased in the first place by the applicant, to have to deal with the noise and the frequency and the intrusion of having a commercial use abut their property. And so because of that, they're specifically aggrieved with regard to this item on the agenda.
No?
I'm going to note a technical objection for the record that you can hear them just like any other public commenters. I think those comments are something that you're accustomed to hearing during public comment. I don't think that they would have a right to some other special status. If you want to give them additional time to speak to you, we're not going to stand in the way of that. Thank you.
So Nancy,
So for the record, again, we would need a motion to accept or to allow their participation as an intervener with any type of qualifications that you want to put on their ability to participate on this first part. Mr. Davies had mentioned time. Generally, interveners or aggrieved parties are given a little bit more time than members of the public through public comment, but it is discretionary on the part of council.
okay. Well, I guess you guys want to make a motion, then we'll have discussion. I'll make a motion to allow interveners 5 minutes to speak outside of the public comment on this hearing.
I'll second.
Discussion? Scott?
That sounds good to me.
Council Woodson?
I'm fine with that.
Just a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Mayor. Does your motion then include granting them intervener status in this particular?
Yes.
Yes, okay, very good.
Council King?
Help me understand the motion.
Essentially just allowing them to be intervener status, which allows them the ability to speak outside of public comment
A
for an
little
extended
bit
period, a little longer than the normal 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, we got a motion and a second. You want a roll call vote on this?
Yes.
All right, I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, members of the council. So once again, my name is David Moscoso. I'm an attorney for Pelican Watch Condo Association, Tom and Deb Danford, as well as Ed French, all of whom are property owners that directly abut the properties on this item in the agenda that is being proposed for amendment in the CPD. I think beyond just the time, and I'm certainly grateful more so for the property owners who are going to come up here and give you their thoughts on this particular item, but also for the recognition that there is a status for them that is beyond just that of members of the general public as a aggrieved party. So thank you for that. As it relates to this item, you heard it from the applicant, right? He never contemplated a commercial use when he purchased this property. It was specifically purchased to quiet the noise, right? To put an end to the noise so that he could continue to enjoy his property, the quiet use and enjoyment of his property. And so it's a bit ironic that they would then turn around and try to seek a commercialization to this property to then bring the noise. So far as it is allowable, but then on top of that to say, you know what, actually we don't want what's allowable. We want some other newer form of noise in addition to that to be included. I think it's particularly disrespectful, and it disregards the use and the enjoyment and the investment-backed expectations of the abutting property owners. And I'll go back and I'll say I think there's a very important nuance on this item that bears mentioning, and I think bears really focusing on. The applicant and his attorney said that what they're seeking to do here is less intensive. Well, it's not. That's an outright lie. It's really not. It's more intensive and it's more intrusive, more importantly, because these properties are currently residential. They're not commercial. So there is no level of intensity that's currently allowed as to this particular item on the agenda. And they would have you, and this is why they wanted to hear it all together, they would have you believe that what they are proposing is less intensive. Well, it's just as a matter of fact not. That's why they need to amend the CPD. And as it relates to their previous business model, as they said, their business model just didn't work with the enclosed 10-pin bowling. Well, this business model doesn't work for them unless they come in here and have you approve something that is going to throw out the considerations, the expectations, the quiet use and enjoyment of all the abutting property owners out the window. And that's just not, I think, in the will of the people to set up and take the time to set up a comprehensive plan, to set up zoning guidelines, to then come in here and say, well, you know what, we'll just sell out to a developer. It sets a precedent that any developer can come into town, buy up a vacant piece of land, and dream up whatever use they want to dream up at the expense of the abutting property owners. And they could just come in here and just say, hey, you know what, it's such a pretty nice family-friendly idea. What's not very friendly to the families that abut these properties? Moreover, it's going to put them in a position where they're going to be forced to sell eventually to the commercial property owners because they're going to be residential properties that have no appeal. So if you amend the comprehensive plan to allow a commercial use, what you're doing is you're doing it at the expense of folks who have already made an investment-backed expectation, with the expectation that they're going to be able to live quietly on Fort Myers Beach. They're going to be able to walk around safely, that they're not going to have to deal with an unknown variable, an unknown quantity of vagrancy potentially, of folks just making up a bunch of noise, live music. I mean, there's just an innumerable number of considerations that they never had, the applicant never had, that they want you to now make and just throw out the quality of life for these folks. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Danfords as well as Mr. O'Flop.
Nancy, are we allowed to ask questions of him, or is it just public comment?
You can ask questions of him. We just need some clarification. The additional 5 minutes, was that 5 minutes total? Or was that to be 5 minutes divided among his speakers?
My intention was per speaker.
Thank you.
And before you run off, I just want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Just so that I'm clear, what the applicant is asking for isn't a change to the comprehensive plan. Is that correct, Judith? You said they're asking.
That's my.
But I just want to make sure the testimony is corrected.
That's my error.
They're not asking to change the comprehensive plan, which is what you alluded to, and I want to make sure that.
They're asking to change from a residential to a commercial use.
Right, but that's not changing the
Yeah,
comprehensive.
that's correct. You're right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for that.
Well, wait, I have another question too.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
so the lot that you said that the Hotkas bought was 2,500, correct?
There's two lots that are at issue here.
So 2518 was their home.
I'd have to.
2543 was a rental. 2543 on Cottage was a rental.
They were both residential, is my understanding. They were both residential properties. One of them
No,
had.
because they all had some form of commercial.
That's not the case. One of them had a cottage industry practice inside a home, but they were both residential properties, and they both were residences.
I don't think that's true.
I thought one of the properties was zoned as commercial boulevard.
Yeah, I did too.
One of the current properties that's being.
Of the two properties, one was commercial boulevard, one was residential multifamily.
That they're trying to include into a commercial
Correct.
now.
Right.
Right. But one was commercial boulevard.
My
to
understanding
begin
is that folks were living there, but that's fine. I'm happy to amend the record.
Just talking
and say-
about the zoning.
And say that the applicant Yeah, and I'm happy to say that the applicant himself admitted that he never contemplated a commercial use for these properties.
Right, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't zoned commercial to begin
Sure,
with.
absolutely.
Any other questions? Scott, you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Who's coming up next?
Yeah,
Mr. Davis?
he was in the bathroom.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Tom Danford.
Go ahead, pull that mic down a little bit for you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, your last name?
Danford, D-A-N-F-O-R-D. I'm at 2520 and 2522 Cottage Avenue. My concerns with the rezoning issue here is I think policy 16.2.1 restricts rezoning of residential lots to be included into the existing commercial use and the other parcels, and therefore I think it should be denied. The impacts this will have on the remaining residential lots immediately adjacent to it are just unfathomable. So please take that into consideration as you go through this rezoning consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember you from the LPA hearing.
Oh, it's nice to be remembered.
Fellow
I
Irishman.
appreciate all the hard work from you guys and hope everybody's all right. Hey, my name is Derek O'Loughlin. I own 2553 Cottage Avenue.
I thought we were here just for the three people.
So is he, I don't,
Yeah.
have the
Danford,
interveners
what?
concluded their presentation?
But would I, well, why wouldn't I be an interviewer? I got the greatest impact here for the few minutes.
Yeah, you live directly behind it, correct?
Yes.
Of what's
On
being
the
proposed.
closest.
So are you represented by council?
No, I'm representing myself.
Okay, so
So then he should be a public comment versus intervening, is that?
I can do that.
basically, yes.
well, we're gonna-
Although I think you're asking for intervener status?
Yes. I should be entitled to it.
Well, it's discretionary on the
Okay,
part of the
no,
council.
That's fine.
So he's making a request for intervener status and
Well,
Again, just a legal inquiry. So are you represented by this gentleman here of counsel, or do you have
I have no counsel.
Is it been your experience to ask for intervener status without
you
counsel?
can without an attorney.
And I do have one more person from Pelican Watch to come up here as an
Okay.
intervener, so I don't know if it would be more appropriate for
So-
Mr. O'Loughlin to go
So
after
to
him.
clarify, let's back up. So there was a motion made to grant his client's intervener status with 5 minutes for each one.
correct.
So we should proceed and let his clients have their 5 minutes.
Sure.
And then,
then he can-
and
And then go
then,
to public
yes.
comment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I got a question. I'm an intervener as well, but I'm not represented. I'm pro se.
Okay, just
So-
hold, let's cover the interveners first, and then
But
we'll,
I am an intervener. That's what I'm
So,
trying to
so
say.
Mayor, I believe at the conclusion of this
that's
gentleman
what I was
and
trying to
his.
get at. is
Yes.
After that, we will, if you're not being represented by this gentleman, then we will discuss if we allow intervener status to those of you that are not represented by him. But we want to make sure we get through the motion that we've already went through to allow
That's fair.
those.
But please apply the law.
We,
The fact that
we will
as a
certainly
pro
just,
se,
sir,
I
nobody's
have
gonna be
a
able to
right.
hear you, sir. Nobody's gonna be able to hear you because you're not at the microphone, but we will take this up afterwards, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Gary Fields. I'm an owner at Pelican Watch and the past HOA president. I'm speaking today on behalf of Pelican Watch due to our current president, Randy Breeseth, is out of town on work. My comments have been approved by Mr. Breeseth. Be clear, we are not opposed to development. We all purchased knowing that there was commercial property zoned out in front of our building. We'd love to see an enclosed restaurant on the site. So we are anything but anti-development. I'm not going to repeat the testimony of our many recognized experts that have already articulated the many objectionable elements of this proposal: the noise, the traffic, loss of privacy, security. I'm going to focus more on my own personal and professional perspectives. I spent my entire career in economic development. I've run a state agency, state economic development agency. I've structured over $1 billion worth of development financings. So I know this industry. There are two main reasons for economic development: jobs and tax base. These are minimum wage jobs, and the tax base result of this, of what's proposed, actually brings the property tax base down. All of the property owners are gonna need to get reassessed at new values. There'll be a drop in our property values. The net impact of this, because there's so little property investment in a food truck park, is that there's a net loss in the property tax base to Lee County and to Fort Myers Beach. That means all of the other property owners on this island are gonna pay more than they are now. So that's the tax impact of this. So again, the purposes for economic development are jobs and tax base, and neither one of those goals are met by this development. I fully understand why you should, or why you would and should be excited by a proposed development. We all want to see improvement in this area. That's completely understandable. But this is not going to accomplish that. We've attempted to work with a developer to reduce the negative impact on our neighborhood. We've attempted to address the noise, the traffic, the loss of privacy, the loss of security. The developers have made a token effort to listen, but have hardly responded to most of our asks. So we're at your mercy to either restrict or reject this development. We've asked for no live music, no special event permits. We asked for no ambient music over 60 decibels. We've asked for the developers to provide a security gate, because people that go to this property will actually be able to drive underneath and through our building. We've asked for a gate there. We've asked for necessary signage and traffic controls. We've made very little progress. So let me give you one more reason to turn this down. My lifetime experience in development has taught me that investment follows demand, the demand for services. Our beloved Times Square will only attract investment when the demand is there. Many restaurants between Pelican Watch and Times Square have not reopened because the demand is insufficient at this point. There's not the demand for that yet. When the demand is there, investment will show up. Approving a food truck park at the expense of the taxpayers of this town will only delay that demand in Times Square. So please, refocus on getting people back here. As Pelican Watch has done, we're one of the first to complete our redevelopment and get back in our buildings. We've invested a lot for that. We had to borrow $3 million because of the lack of insurance funding for our rebuild. So we've made that investment, but we made it thinking that we were under the same conditions. When all of us purchased our properties, we knew that there was commercial potential out in front of us, but not a food truck park. That's a different type of development. So I ask you to please focus on getting residential properties completed. Be wise, be patient, don't be misled by pretty pictures. All the other food truck parks that they will show you are in commercial or industrial areas. Not one of them is in a residential neighborhood. So please do the right thing for the taxpayers of Fort Myers Beach and Lee County. I'm happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Just one real quick question. When I had met with your group, one of the concerns was you had talked about, and you mentioned it here, that people would drive through Pelican Watch.
Yes.
That are currently doing it now. Has there ever been any discussion at Pelican Watch to add a security gate prior to this?
It is minimal now. There's not a reason to do it. You know, the only reason to do it now is if you wanted to save yourself 2 blocks of the traffic backup on the road. That's very little, but people will be coming through our property. I mean, so this is a recent thing. We really haven't seen that as a need until now. But if you're gonna put a food truck park there, allow a food truck park, then we have to be more concerned about our security.
We're not talking about that at this time. We're just talking about the rezoning of the property.
I know.
So
I know, I understand
it's hard
the
to keep
procedural elements.
understood.
It's hard for us to separate the issues. But let me ask you one question, which is, would any of you purchase a condominium if it was adjacent to a food truck park? Would any of you? I mean, I certainly wouldn't, and that was not a possibility when any of the current buyers, purchasers at Pelican Watch, that was not an option. There's over close to 100 property owners that never had to consider that. And I would ask you, would you purchase a property next to a food truck park?
I don't think I'd have purchased next to a restaurant either, but that's just me.
I could live, I wouldn't have a problem, thank you. I wouldn't have a problem with a restaurant. None of us would. We all knew that at one point there was a restaurant there.
I
Monkey
understand
Duck
it.
was there. So none of us have, we're not anti-development, and I don't want that perspective left. So
Thank you.
I've used my time.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate your thoughts, and thank you for your
Is
consideration.
that the last of your clients?
Yes, sir, thank you so much.
Okay. So by a show of hands, how many that are not represented? One, and then there was one other. Two?
Mayor, before we do that, I think we should afford Mr. Davies the
Absolutely.
opportunity to comment on any of the comments that were made.
Thank you, Nancy. For the record, Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant. I'm still trying to calm down from, I think, being called a liar in my presentation to you. So I would like to formally rebut that statement on the record. I'm gonna take the high road on that and reiterate to you that you've got specific criteria for this rezoning application. It's not a comp plan amendment request, as you noted, Mr. Mayor. We meet the criteria. We meet that criteria based on substantial competent evidence from our expert planner and also from your expert planner, from Judith. And based on that, we would respectfully ask that you move this to the second reading with respect to the first ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify? In no way did I intend, or I don't think anyone did, intend that Mr. Davies was misrepresenting anything. We did have some correspondence. I did go back and look at it as far as procedurally. My response to you was basically
Sorry,
about
Nancy.
the
No,
interveners.
not at all. I think the other gentleman, the
Oh,
attorney
oh,
said-
I'm so sorry.
said that was a lie. It was- yeah.
Okay, no,
Yeah. I just had to
it
clarify
hasn't
that
been my
statement for the
experience that Mr. Davies misrepresents, so
No,
I just,
yeah.
if it was me, that,
No, I think it was this gentleman here. That's,
Okay.
I wanted to correct that for the record.
Just to clarify, the misrepresentation that I called a lie is that what they're proposing is not as intense as what is allowed. Well, as it relates to these properties, specifically the residential property, that's not true. It is more intense, it's not allowed, and it is also significantly much more intrusive. That's just a matter of fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the next
okay,
one.
interveners.
Yes, so it looked like there was, again, two gentlemen in the back that want to be considered for intervener status. You
For-
and,
Are they gonna talk about the food park, or are they talking about
I,
zoning?
oh yeah, as long as you're talking about specifically what we're hearing today, right now, at this moment, which is just the potential expansion of CPD, not the food truck park itself, just the expansion of adding the two properties. If you're comfortable with speaking specifically to that, I don't have any objection to it. John, do you have any objection?
No.
Vice Mayor?
No objection.
Scott?
No.
Do you want us to take another, do we need to take another vote to allow these two gentlemen?
Yes, and we should state their name for the record as far as who is asking for intervener status and how much time.
Okay.
Is it the
What is
5
your name,
minutes?
sir, for the record?
I'm David Tezak. I'm here representing my mother, Helen
Okay,
Tezak.
hold on a second. We just want to get your name so that we can take the vote.
Yeah.
And then come back up here, sir, just so they can get it on record.
Derek O'Loughlin,
Can you spell that for me?
capital O apostrophe, capital L, O-U-G-H-L-I-N. I was gonna start with the Derek.
I assume the O apostrophe capital L. I got that part. The rest of it, I wanted to make sure I got. All right, I will make a motion to approve Mr. Tezak and Mr. O'Loughlin to have intervener status with a time of 5 minutes per to correlate with what we had before.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Tezak?
Thank you. You probably won't need 5 minutes, but just a little bit of history on Seagrape subdivision. It was platted in 1919, prior to the 1925 law for a platted subdivision.
Can you pull that microphone down?
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to
So
hear.
basically, all the property owners owned to the middle of the road. None of the roads were ever dedicated, and nor did the plat ever get signed by the developers. Basically, the house that I was in, the Holiday Beach House, which my folks own and still do, it was zoned, it was a motel. It was called the Holiday House Motel. back in that day, a lot of times, they named the houses after the people that lived in there. The Mucky Duck was actually just a restaurant put in a house, very similar to Mom's, where she just took a little house and then started doing sticky buns out of it, and then later asked for commercials. So I know at the LPA meeting, the one guy, he thought there was multiple restaurants there. Well, there's really never been any restaurants on that property. In fact, there was just the house that morphed into a restaurant. So for what it's worth, nothing was ever constructed as an actual house there. Mucky Duck was there.
I'm confused.
Huh?
I'm confused. You tell me there was never a restaurant there, then you tell me there was a restaurant there.
Well,
then
it
you
was
said
a
it
house.
morphed into a house, but it
No,
was
no,
a
no.
house.
No, I said it morphed into a restaurant.
Oh, you
It
said a
was
house,
just,
but
well, I'm sorry.
That's
It
all
wa-
right.
It was a house, and it just later, just like Mom's, was just a house, and then morphed into a restaurant.
so then
and
it was a restaurant.
Well, it was,
But that's not what
technically,
you
but
said.
not originally, okay?
All
So,
right.
just like, for example,
I'm confused, but go ahead.
that's okay, well, and let me help your confusion. Just like the house that I had, the Holiday Beach House, that was zoned commercial. Now, when the town came together and they did a CPD zoning, or the commercial development zoning, you changed mine from commercial to that. So theoretically, you've changed what commercial was back to what it isn't, and we're back to whatever it is. So you can change it at any point. But basically, Seagrape subdivision was a 20-acre piece of parcel. All of them that were bought out by the government way back in the early 1900s. So that whole entire Seagrape subdivision is 20 acres. And he's taken 0.6 acres of 20 acres and turned it into a commercial zoning. He's basically playing Monopoly. He's buying up all the little houses, and then he's trying to get a big giant development there. Mom's has never come into compliance with their parking. They're supposed to have extra parkings over at Tops Grocery Store, and when they went away 6-7 years ago, she never filled in the parking. We've had nothing but problems there, trash, noise. Anyways, what this is right now, because I'll get into that later, but basically this is spot zoning is what he's doing. And that's illegal in Florida. And it comes under, and there's case law, City of Miami Beach versus Ocean and Bay Park 1, Inc. In 1941, Florida courts have invalidated zoning changes that create inconsistent land uses within an established residential neighborhood. That's the second oldest neighborhood on Fort Myers Beach. 1919.
Well,
Okay.
it wasn't Fort Myers Beach, but
Huh?
it wasn't Fort Myers.
No,
Beach.
it wasn't
Correct?
incorporated. That was in 1996, technically 95.
Fine.
Correct. The project fundamentally alters the residential character of the Seagrape subdivision and violates Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. So, just to give you a brief history, it's spot zoning. My property, when you throw in, and the two of them, when you throw in out to the high water mark, I probably have a larger parcel that he does. And I have no intent on building a big old family fun center there. So right now, we're under plans to construct a home on that. Right now, that access with his there, according to the National Institute of Transportation study, I would have close to 800 or more people a day walking back and forth from the beach. And I drive in and out. I gotta access both my properties. I'm landlocked on the one and I'm not on the other. So it's gotta be the most intrusive thing. And if nobody thinks that's gonna devalue my property, I'm a real estate broker. I've been a real estate since I was 18.
All right, I think we just need to wrap it up.
And I know
But
that.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Before you go. Before Hurricane Ian, had you ever contemplated tearing down and rebuilding your homes?
You know, I fixed them all up really nice. I mean, in fact, I had put in a bunch of improvements even prior to the storm. So I had no intentions of tearing it down
Okay.
and rebuilding. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Tezak? John?
No.
Scott?
I do not this time.
Karen?
Just one last quick point. nobody ever contacted me. I sent you all a letter, I kind of put all my thoughts down. Nobody has reached out to me, and I just want to make that point.
Thank you.
So Mayor, the applicant can cross-examine the intervener if you want.
No?
Nothing?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Come on up.
I'm good to go. Derek O'Loughlin, I own 2553 Cottage Avenue. I appreciate all your hard work, by the way. I'm a contractor, general contractor, have been for over 40 years, owned the property 15 years.
Derek, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Owned the property
Thank
around
you.
15 years. Enjoyed the property, moved into a residential neighborhood, so I thought. Okay, I know you brought up this a little bit, but all of the properties that were around me when I bought were residents. Now, I understand a commercial piece of property that needs to be developed. I have no problem with that. It's the purpose and use that I have a problem with. We're right now in planning, we're almost done, hopefully, to build a new home there. A significant investment, especially when you're poor like me, right?
I can relate.
I'm telling you. Okay? And we don't mind them building something there, but what are they going to build? My big issue is I have a buffer. And this is where the zoning, I have a problem with the zoning. He's going to get zoning that puts him 10 foot within my property with bathrooms, whatever he's got going on. Okay? I have a huge problem with that. A significant investment, 10-foot buffer. I looked at your rules and your laws, and I saw that it should be almost 25 feet. Depends on what the ordinances you read, because they're all over the place, because you really don't have ordinances against a food park. They don't exist.
But, again, we gotta keep the comments about specifically
Okay.
about making the CPD.
Okay, all right.
You'll have a chance to.
All right, I'm good,
talk about
okay,
it.
I'll stick with that. So that's where I'm at with it. As far as intensity, their council says it's less intense. I don't know, guys, you tell me. We got a pub, we got live music, we got heavy traffic, and fast food. How intense is that, guys? That's pretty intense. To be 10 feet from my front door. Now, that's the best I can say it as far as that goes. We bought into residential. We have a significant investment up to now. We are planning to continue with our investment. And like I said, commercial property, I agree with. This use, I don't.
Before you run off, just got a couple questions for you. You said you bought in, what year did you buy?
2008.
So, when they were approved for the CPD, was it 2007? So you bought knowing that there was a CPD already approved next door?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
And had you ever contemplated on tearing down the house that you'd purchased to build a new one?
Believe it or not, I did. And more importantly, before I could make the investment, I came down here the day after the hurricane. I wanted to know what was going on. I was lucky to get on the island. And I went home and I told my wife, said, well, maybe this is dodgy stuff. Climate, going up and down, everything you read in the news. Like I said, we're poor. Can't be running down here investing hundreds of thousands of dollars. But what I did notice as a contractor, anything that was high and that was good, up high and structural, good structures, survived, and they were safe. So with the new rules and regulations, I understood that this would have to be done to have some longevity for the island. And that's what I based my decision on, getting my drawings, financing, and getting everything ready to go. And it made a big difference to me to do that. And that, and that's what we went on. And we're there, we're almost there. And we're going to build there, irregardless, but you get a commercial property and you put me, let's say, I think it's 5 foot above finished. Okay, so let's say 15 feet, just for. I walk out my front door onto an outside steps, and I'm looking at public bathrooms. 15 foot in the air, mind you. Now, he's got a 6-foot high fence. Whoop-dee-doo. But I can see half of Fort Myers from my front door. You know, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Now, I agree, if he puts in his gammon alley, and he puts up some sort of wall, some sort of aesthetics around me, controls noise, controls the use, I see it.
John, you have any questions for
No.
the Vice Mayor? No. Counselor Safford?
And not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
All right, cheers,
Thank you,
thanks
sir.
a lot, guys.
Cross,
No.
nothing.
No? No cross? Okay. All right, well, do we want to do the public comment first and then come back to any rebuttals, or?
The staff presentation first,
Okay.
and then.
Staff presentation part 2, Judith?
Okay, I did want to clarify a couple things, to Vice Mayor Adderholt's point in the beginning, sorry, to have a clear understanding of what exactly we're looking at. The two guiding documents for town planning, as I said, are the comprehensive plan and the land development code. This area in the comprehensive plan is under the Boulevard Future Land Use designation and has been such since the initial comp plan for the town was approved in 1999. So, and the Boulevard Future Land Use designation includes mixed use. So residential, multifamily, single-family residential, multifamily, and commercial uses. So that's the underlying future land use designation for the area. And then within that, what we're talking about here specifically was the commercial boulevard, which is what's abutting the Estero Boulevard. And so one of those properties we're talking about today is currently commercial boulevard. And so on that property, although small, you could do some kind of commercial use. The other property is currently residential multifamily, because of its size would only really accommodate one residential unit. So in thinking about what we're talking about here, so those are the designations. Those two properties are different under zoning, but they're the same under the future land use of the comprehensive plan. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that so we're all on the same page. In thinking about the rezoning here of those two parcels to be included in the commercial plan development that was approved in 2007, we have some guidelines that are laid out in the Land Development Code. Land Development Codes Section 34-85B and C and 34-216-2. They set forth the required considerations and findings for approval here. So bear with me, I'm going to go through those for the record. Land Development Code Section 34-85B, in reaching its decision, the Town Council shall consider the following whenever applicable. First, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. We find no errors or ambiguities exist. 2, whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. These two properties we're talking about adjacent to the CPD have been now under the same ownership as the CPD. The impact of a proposed change on the intent of this chapter. No impact on the intent of this chapter will occur, although the LPA and Town Council may desire to consider additional regulation to cover this use in the future. Criteria 4 is the testimony of any applicant, which you have heard, the recommendations of staff and the local planning agency, the testimony of the public, which you have also heard now, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objective policies, and intent with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The expanded boundary is consistent with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, as I said, is all included in the Boulevard Future Land Use designation. Whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. The proposed development will be required. Any development to happen would be required to meet performance standards set forth in Land Development Code Section 34-2031 and 34-2032. Whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change. The urban services exist in this location. 10, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request will have no impact on designated environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request does not include any revision to the environmentally critical areas. 11, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The expanded boundary is compatible. Whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. Staff believes the location is compatible. And then we're going to talk about 13 is planned redevelopment rezonings, 34-216 in just a moment. Next, I'm going to go over the findings in Land Development Code Section 34-85C. Before granting any rezoning, the Town Council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with 1, the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The proposed uses and requested deviations for the CPD comply with the comprehensive plan, which you're going to hear about in the second portion of this application. This chapter, we believe the proposed uses comply with the chapter. Any other applicable town ordinances or codes. The proposed request here for the rezoning complies with the town ordinances and codes. And then again, it refers to section 34-216 for planned redevelopment zonings. Okay, Land Development Code Section 34-216B2, the recommendation made to the Town Council must be supported by the guidelines that you've already heard of this chapter. In addition to the findings, must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. The proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate at the subject location. So right now, we're still talking about the existing CPD and those uses. And the proposed uses are not being altered under this ordinance we're talking about now. B, sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. Based on the existing CPD, sufficient safeguards are provided for the public interest through required buffering at the property boundaries. C, all recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impacts on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. No special conditions are requested as a part of this portion of that application. The proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development, such as the following. And here, the code references specifically policy 4B4 and 4C3 on commercial uses in the mixed residential category. And staff finds that we are compatible with the portions of that that are applicable to this rezoning here. Good. Mix all of these findings and resolutions together. The staff recommends approval as the all of the comprehensive plan and land development code criteria have been met.
Vice Mayor, questions?
Judith, just a couple quick questions. I appreciate you have to read all this for the record. Just to simplify what you just said, the 2 additional parcels that they're asking to be included into the CPD,
Yes.
existing CPD,
Yes.
you're comfortable with it because they're consistent with the future land use map. Is that a fair generalization?
Yes.
And what was and the LPA voted separately on this matter, correct?
Yes.
What was the LPA vote?
They voted unanimously to approve this
Thank you.
portion.
Thank you.
Counselor King, questions from you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it goes to Judith, Nancy, or maybe both. What do you have to say about the allegation that what we're considering is spot zoning?
So, these 2 zoning districts abut each other. So we're just expanding an existing zoning slightly. So the property that's on Estero Boulevard, it's already commercial. So we're putting commercial and commercial together. And the CBD that's approved now is already mixed use. It already had residential units as part of that. So this one parcel that we're talking about that is really changing uses is being added toward an existing zoning designation. So spot zoning is typically when you're taking something in the middle of something that is zoned. So if you have a whole area that's residential zone and you wanna put a restaurant right in the middle of that where it doesn't make any sense and it's not abutting any other similar zoning use, that's what we'll call spot zoning. Your comprehensive plan allows for this commercial plan development process. Different communities, handle these kinds of things differently, but yours allows for this. It's appropriate because of its location. If they were proposing to rezone something that was fully inside a residential neighborhood as commercial, then that's when you potentially could come against spot zoning.
Thank you.
Counselor Safford, any questions for Judith?
No, John asked the question I was gonna ask.
Counselor Woodson?
Same, I'm good.
I'm good for right now. All right. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Public comment? Come on.
Madam Attorney, would you just, for the record, clarify what this public comment is for versus what's coming next?
Thank you.
Just to help folks along?
Yes, so the public comment we request relevant to this particular ordinance is the expansion of the additional parcels into the existing CPD.
Come on.
My name is Susan Von Figley. I've been sworn in. I live at 2434 Cottage Avenue. I'm concerned that applying the CPD to the residential lot now introduces a driveway into this CPD area off of our commercial street, Cottage Avenue. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else? Come on. Good morning still.
I'm Deb Danford, 2522 and 2520 Cottage Avenue. It's great to see you guys all again, those who came out. I just want to react to and respond to Ms. Frankel's comment about the zoning.
Get close to
in
the
this
mic,
area.
would you, so everybody can hear you.
This is, I agree with her, that this is in the commercial boulevard area for mixed-use residential and boulevard, or commercial boulevard. But she tended to gloss over what the commercial businesses that would be allowed in this area. Even per their presentation, they said that according to the comprehensive plan, it is an area for multifamily residential lodging, office, retail, daycare. How does a food truck fit in this? And how, for our zoning purposes? It's incompliant. It just doesn't fit. Thank you.
Anyone else? Can tell if she's coming up or. Good morning.
Hi, Monica Tezak. I'm at 50 Chapel. With the zoning on this, I don't know if you guys all realize that Chapel and Cottage Street are only 30-foot wide roads. If you do this zoning change, you are putting all these vehicles going around, and they propose this access to be on Chapel Street, 30-foot wide road. If you go across the Estero Boulevard where Chapel by the Sea was, it was 50 feet wide. So you are asking for spot changing for the development on roads that will not carry the load for this. So you're doing Cottage Street, 30-foot wide. You want to put commercial on that. You want to have ingress on this property on Chapel Street, 30-foot wide. Doesn't work. This was never designed to have commercial property. That's my point.
Thank you. Come on up. Good to see you again.
Good to see everybody again. Thanks a million for coming out to our place to take a look at the challenges we have. My name is Ed French. I'm at 2548 and 2550 Cottage Avenue. And my comment on the part one of two parts is, it is a great little neighborhood. We have already quite a few pressures on the neighborhood. It's an old neighborhood, like somebody said earlier. A lot of residential has been changed over to commercial already, and the point for me is it keeps, our neighborhood keeps getting chipped away at as we go down in time. And there'll be another administration thinking that after this, that, well, we can take a little bit more, and we can keep taking a little bit more. Just take that in consideration when you're looking to improve our island. Okay, thanks for the time.
Thank you. Someone else coming up? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Kelly O'Loughlin, 2553 Cottage Avenue. I just wanted to say in regards to the zoning and what you're considering today, 2007 when the CPD was changed and approved, whether we knew or not the full context of that when we purchased it, we did realize that that part was commercial. Did we go into knowing what would it be approved for? Probably not, because we were enamored by where we wanted to be when we saw it. Residential, 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 all in front of us. So when I say that, I'm saying there were homes all around us. So besides Mr. French and residents at Pelican Watch and a few other neighbors at the other side of Cottage, Liam and I are one of the longest owned property owners on our corner and our block. And I guess I'm just asking you to consider when you're voting this, it's not who's making the change or what it is. It's not what we had envisioned. But the biggest part is we bought as a neighborhood. We worked as a to be in this neighborhood. We've grinded our life savings, our vision, just like the applicants' families and everybody else here. We've put our heart and soul, and now that's changing, and it's kind of devastating. So I just want you to remember, did we know the ins and outs of all of it? Not all of it, but we knew what was there. But we didn't realize then, now we're boxed in commercial. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir?
Good afternoon.
No, we're still in morning. Don't rush it.
My name is Kirk Benarian. I'm a resident at Pelican Watch, resident on Fort Myers Beach, permanent resident for 10 years or so. I don't think this is on.
Yeah, you gotta go closer.
You gotta get
Oh.
close. It's technology.
You didn't need me to repeat any of that, right?
Did we get his name?
Can you?
Just start him over. Yeah, just go ahead and start from the beginning.
Okay.
Now we
yeah,
can hear you.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick because I know this is taking a long time. But my name's Kirk Benarian. I'm a resident, a permanent resident of the beach over the last 10 years. I'm at Pelican Watch, which is one of the adjacent properties as a property owner. So, like, to me, there's an elephant in the room. The attorney for the proposed development told the LPA disregard what our expert on property valuation said, because you can't really say that our property values are going to go down. So I'm not too sure. One of the things, the food truck court thing, only passed by one vote after 2 LPA meetings on it. Not this particular thing, I'm just saying. So I don't know whether they took that to heart and they said, well, we don't have to consider that this would reduce the value of the properties. So you've heard one homeowner tell you that it's within 10 feet, which is another variance that they asked for this particular thing. It's within 10 feet of their property. Well, it's also within 10 feet of the property of Pelican Watch, which is another variance to get this particular thing passed. So I guess, because I don't know how all this stuff works, but I guess you all have to consider, each one of you, whether you believe
that it would reduce your or our property value, residents' property value, if you made this move to convert to commercial and be within 10 feet of your property. And if you do believe that, yes, it probably would diminish the property value, then the things that Gary Fields said about losing property tax, and in fact, would you actually have the power to vote on this if you knew that it was going to reduce the property value of several property owners, and it would have a deleterious effect on the residents of Fort Myers Beach in that regard? Do you actually even have the capacity to say, yeah, we could still do this? So, I don't know, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, come on up. Morning.
Morning. Thank you. My name is Lyle Grenz. I'm an owner at Pelican Watch Unit 302. And I guess I look at the rezoning issue here. The properties were purchased in 2014, 2017, 2017, and 2022 by Empire Holding Company. Well, he said he purchased it for his family. Well, I'm not quite sure. I own my property. We have a company back home. We didn't put it under our company's name. We put it under my and my wife's name. So if you're not looking to spot rezone, which the other gentleman said, and I haven't researched that, so I don't know if that's the case or not, but if you're not looking to spot rezone, why would you put it under, and purchase them slowly over the years, and now he's looking to rezone the last piece of property. So I think the council really needs to consider that. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Sir, you had your hand up? No? Good? All right, that will close public comment. And are there any additional comments or rebuttal from closing statements from the applicant?
Quickly, Mr. Mayor, I think the full team's happy to answer any questions that you or councilors have. We are consistent with your comp plan. We meet your rezoning criteria. We do so by competent substantial evidence that's in the record today, both from applicant and from staff. And with that, we'll pause and ask if there's any questions.
All right, Scott, do you have any questions for Noel at this time?
Sorry, I had John. No, I do not. I actually have a question for the attorney, but not for Noel.
Okay, let's get, Karen, do you have any questions for Noel?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor? No. Councilor King?
No.
All right, thanks, sir. Go ahead, Scott.
Nancy, is to your knowledge, do you consider this a spot zoning case?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Is that all you had?
That's all I had.
All right, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm literally just asking this for people's thoughts, but would it make sense to delay this vote until we heard the second issue as well, or do you think we need to?
Personally, I don't think so. I think there's two separate issues. We've laid that out, that, I think one is separate than the other.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of that. I just seemed like they are separate, but they're related, so
They are, but
it
I
creates a
think-
challenge, yeah.
I think Nancy made it very clear it's the best interest of the town and the applicants and those that may not be in favor of it too.
I know she wanted a separate, but I just didn't know if you wanted the votes to be separate.
You could do the pause as the vice mayor is suggesting, but again, it's the record. So the public hearing has now closed on this particular item. If you want to take a recess before you vote on this and hear the next case, you can do that as well, and then come back to it.
I don't feel terribly strongly about it, but I just thought I'd throw it out there for discussion.
John, how do you feel about it?
I'd like to get this settled.
Okay, Scott, you have any
I would
comments?
like to get this settled. I think we've established the fact that these are two separate issues, and I think we should move forward.
Council Woodson?
I feel the same. I did at the beginning.
Okay. Any further discussion or a motion? All right, well,
Is everybody running?
yeah, right. Where are we at? I will make a motion to move to the second reading, the ordinance 25-02 CPD amendment for 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All right, I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford? I think you're on mute, Scott.
I apologize. Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
What date?
Huh? Oh, the date? What is the date? You tell me.
March.
Are we going back to the 17th, Judith,
I thought it was April.
or April?
The next meeting.
Well, the next meeting is 17th, but we can't do it that fast, right?
Right,
So it would be April 7th.
April 7th. You got
Okay.
it.
Second reading will be on April 7th at 9 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone want to take a quick break, restroom break?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're going to take a brief 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:45. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 11:47. We are on item public hearing B. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions the commercial planned development CPD zoning for the property located at 2500, 2510, and 2518 Estero Boulevard and 2543 Cottage Avenue, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0120A.0100, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000, and 19-46-24-W3-0120A.013A in Fort Myers Beach to allow a mobile vendor food truck park with shared parking, providing other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Do you want me to read the request number 2 that's on there as well?
If you like, yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
And the request number 2 is from the Pelican Watch Condominium Association, Thomas F. and Deborah Danford, as managers and members of Coastal Cottages LLC, and Edwin as expert witnesses on behalf of the applicant at this time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noel Davies, for the applicant, same as the prior item.
Okay. And has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Judith. Do you want to take care of this now with the intervener, take the vote on that, or wait till after, or before we get to public comment? Do it the same as
Doesn't-
last time?
Okay, same as last time is fine. So Judith will have introductory comments to this ordinance.
Okay.
Judith Frankel for Community Development. The applicant here is requesting to amend the existing CPD Resolution 0728 to replace the existing Schedule of Uses, Master Concept Plan, and conditions to allow for the development of a food truck / mobile vending park with outdoor seating, consumption on premises, and a commercial parking lot. This action will replace the previously approved Option A MCP for the 2007 CPD. The item was heard by the LPA on January 9th and was continued at that time. The LPA voted 3-3 to deny the application based on the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. The LPA then voted 3-3 to approve with conditions. One member was absent from the meeting. As there was no majority of opinion, the LPA chose to continue the meeting to February 11th. After the January 9th meeting, the applicant made several changes to the master concept plan and list of conditions in order to address some of the concerns expressed by neighbors. The configuration of the service structure was situated closer to the single-family homes to better block noise. The building was slightly increased in size to accommodate food service as well as beverage service. There's also an option to locate the comfort station closer to the parking lot for easier public access. The LPA then reviewed the application with the changes made to the MCP and approval conditions on February 11th, 2025. The LPA voted 4-3 to recommend the approval with conditions of the application. At that meeting, the applicant agreed that the hours of the mobile vending food truck park will be from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., with the commercial parking operating on the same schedule. Outdoor entertainment is to end at 8 p.m. The full list of recommended conditions is included as an exhibit in the ordinance. I would also like to point out a couple other things at this time. So in approving this ordinance, you would be invalidating the approved schedule of uses and master concept plan that was previously approved under the previous CPD, which is known as Option A in that resolution, and would be replacing it with the now proposed MCP and schedule of uses. The proposed MCP would include the mobile vendors, transient merchants with the outdoor seating, entertainment, recreation area, and consumption on premises for beer and wine only, and the commercial parking lot. Those are all added into that schedule of uses. Historically, the property located at 2500 Estero Boulevard was home to several restaurants over time, such as the Holmes House, Smitty's on the Beach, and the Mucky Duck. The last restaurant in use was removed in 2005. with that portion of the site remaining vacant since that time. I did want to point out a couple things about transient merchants / mobile vendors in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Land Development Code Section 34-3002 allows for transient merchants / mobile vendors and refers to Ordinance 96-14, so that would have been from 1996, which does allow transient merchants in the town. There are some criteria there. You cannot sell from a right-of-way, being the most prominent there. That ordinance provides guidelines for permitting of such businesses and outlines rules for guiding that permitting process of the individual mobile vendors. However, the state of Florida, under state statute 509.102, preempts the town from requiring local permitting in addition to a mobile food dispensing vehicle license that you would get from the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation. So, and that was passed in 2021. So, because mobile vendors are allowed use within the town of Fort Myers Beach, the state preempts our ability to regulate the permitting process for those vendors. So you still have to get a license through the state like you would for any business, and you would still have to follow all of the health department regulations as you would for any restaurant, but the permitting rules and process is now covered by the state and not by the town. So any place where our zoning would allow a commercial use that would be similar to what, so like if you had a mobile vending that was, say, for sunglasses, if that was your choice. Any place where you could also sell sunglasses, you would be allowed to have a mobile vending business that was governed by the same use, well, like a retail use in that case. Now, you would still have to abide by whatever other zoning regulations were applicable for parking, landscaping, lighting, all those similar things. What we're talking about here is what we're referring to as a mobile vending park or a food truck park. So that use is not specifically laid out in the comprehensive plan or the land development code, which is why the CPD process is the appropriate process for an applicant to follow here. What we have determined is that if you had an individual food truck business, you could go through the regular channels to, like you would to opening a business. So if you're allowed to have a commercial operation, so you're allowed to have a retail or a restaurant in that location by zoning, you could operate out of a mobile vending, provided you meet all the other zoning code and you're in compliant with FEMA. So I don't want to forget to say that you also have to be compliant with FEMA. Obviously that guides everything. Okay, so that's because there's been some questions previously at the LPA about what the town rules about mobile vending / food truck are. So I wanted to put that out there. Additionally, the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code does not provide specific parking requirements for this type of use. So not a mobile vendor, but a mobile vendor park as a whole. And so they have not requested a deviation from the parking requirement because the code is essentially silent on that. What the applicant has done and what staff has reviewed is looking at other similar mobile vending park regulation elsewhere in Lee County and neighboring locations, and what they've determined appropriate parking counts for the park use. Staff has found that those parking guidelines make sense. They seem to be consistent across multiple municipalities. And that's what I've called out specifically for the LPA and for you all to review if you are in agreement that those parking numbers make sense. So in thinking about what other communities do specifically for this parking, staff has looked at those regulations because our code is silent on it, and we believe that they are compatible with Fort Myers Beach and the proposed use. So I wanted to call that out specifically. I'm gonna go over the specific, requested schedule of uses as well, and then I will turn it over to the applicant. So the schedule of uses, I know that we're all used to looking at these kinds of proposals, so they're asking for things that the schedule of uses includes things that they're not necessarily asking for here, but it's an amendment to what they previously had. So the requested schedule of uses includes residential, which includes dwelling units for multifamily or live-work units. Lodging, rental of any permitted dwelling unit to a single family for periods of 1 week or longer. Office, for administrative offices. Commercial, which would include retail, retail store, food service, restaurant and bar, mobile vendor, which is what we're talking about today, transient merchants with outdoor seating, entertainment, recreation areas, as indicated on the master concept plan with the applicant, which we'll review with you. Outdoor service and consumption on premises, which is alcohol, within the designated areas indicated on the master concept plan, and commercial parking lot. Additionally, there's civic uses for essential services, daycare center, and cultural facilities. So there are several deviations which the applicant is going to review, which are deviations from the land development code. We call them deviations. It's very similar to a variance because you're doing something different than what the code allows by right. But the CPD process allows you to ask for those deviations because we're looking at a development site as a whole and their specific needs and impacts upon the neighbors. So I'm just gonna go through them, list them all. Deviation 1 is from Land Development Code Section 10-285 that requires driveways to be located at least 250 feet from the center line of a local street, such as Chapel Street in this case, to allow a distance of 100 feet from Estero Boulevard. So if the property is less than 250 feet from Estero Boulevard, so they would not be able to comply with this. So they need a deviation to be able to locate their driveway any place on Chapel. As there is insufficient distance from Estero to Cottage Avenue to allow compliance with the code section. So the deviation is necessary to access the site. Deviation 2 seeks relief from Land Development Code Section 10-285 that requires driveways to be located at least 250 feet from the center line of the intersection of Estero Boulevard and Chapel Street and the driveway to Pelican Watch condominiums. This will allow the existing driveway, there's an existing curb cut there on Estero Boulevard, to remain. It's approximately 210 feet from Chapel Street, Estero intersection, and 150 feet from the existing driveway for Pelican Watch condominiums. As you'll see on the master concept plan, this driveway is only intended to be used for the actual food trucks to leave and enter the premises. It's not going to be used by the commercial parking lot, people visiting, the vendors, or by anybody servicing the vendors. So it's just for the food truck mobile vendor service. Read all the things. Applicants, where are we? Okay. Staff response. Applicant should provide site signage indicating the access location to the public and that specifically this driveway will not be accessible to the public. Parking lot access from Cottage Avenue would be a nuisance to the homeowners on that street. Parking lot access from Estero Boulevard would burden the flow of traffic on that road. So the code specifically asks commercial developments to move their access driveways from Estero Boulevard whenever possible because it interrupts the flow of traffic on Estero. So if by moving their access to their parking lot, which will allow visitors to access their mobile vendors, moving it onto the side street allows for a greater flow of traffic on Estero Boulevard. So those two deviations are about the access to the site and doing their best to limit the impacts to the traffic on Estero Boulevard. Deviation 3 seeks relief from Land Development Code 34-706D, which states that existing driveway and parking spaces shall be relocated from Estero Boulevard to allow for the existing access point to remain from Estero Boulevard onto the property. So again, this is about what's happening with that existing driveway, and then the applicant's gonna go over this on the master concept plan, so it'll be a little bit clearer at that point. This access must be restricted to use by the mobile vendors, not for the general public, or for service and delivery vehicles. And we've conditioned that, in the conditions, the recommended conditions for approval. Again, we're recommending the applicant provide signage indicating the restricted use, and installing, gating or bollards to restrict access to the public, during operating hours of the mobile vendor park. Deviation 4 seeks relief from the Land Development Code 34-706A, which requires that off-street parking lots be placed in side or rear yards. This deviation will allow the parking lot to be located along Chapel Street between Estera Boulevard and Cottage Avenue. The proposed master concept plan configuration with parking along Estero Boulevard is appropriate to accommodate the additional parking spaces needed for the commercial parking lot. However, the deviation would not be necessary if only the parking area of the mobile vendor food truck park was provided. So this is because to accommodate the commercial parking lot use. And this is the relocation, not relocating the parking. Okay, and we also noted again that the LPA in recommending approval, did confirm that the applicant's suggested parking calculation was appropriate. Deviation 5 seeks relief from Land Development Code 34-2017, which requires high turnover parking lots to have a paved surface to allow for a crushed shell or lime rock surface. Staff recommends that the applicant utilize a gravel crushed shell stabilization grid paver system to increase permeability and to aid in retaining materials on site in the parking lot area. This has also been made a condition, recommended condition of approval that was added at LPA. And this is just to allow to do a better job of keeping gravel or crushed rock on site rather than allowing it to migrate to the sewers, which can cause a problem. Deviation 6 seeks relief from Land Development Code 10-416D2, Table 10-8, which requires a 15-foot wide Type D buffer when the proposed parking and vehicle use area abuts a right-of-way or road easement to allow for a minimum 10-foot wide buffer. The proposed double staggered hedges at a height of 3 feet should block headlights from parked cars from infiltrating the rights-of-way. The additional trees will provide shade for the public sidewalks and the public areas, as well for the parked vehicles. Again, the applicant will show you exactly where that is when they review the master concept plan. I will go over this later, I think when we get to findings and conclusions, but I would encourage you to take a look at the recommended conditions of approval. As I previously stated, the code does not specifically address a food truck park use. And so in considering the conditions that we're placing upon this development, staff has tried to consider any possible nuisances and to reduce those as much as possible. So there is an extensive list of recommendations here, which have been revised a couple times after the first LPA meeting, and then again before this meeting here, with staff and the applicant to try to address as many of the neighbor comments as possible. And one of those specifically is the reduced operation times. The applicant had originally asked to operate until 10 p.m. And this has reduced it to a 9 p.m. close time with live music ending at 8 p.m. And again, there's specific regulations here about the music, which I'm sure the applicant is also going to make you aware of. But I'm not going to read through the whole thing now because I'll have to read through it all again in a little while. But if there's any questions about that or any of those conditions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Okay. Scott, any questions for Judith?
Not at this time.
Counselor King?
You mentioned a four-letter acronym that begins with F. Is now the time to expound on that, or?
So what I will say is we have well, and I'll let the attorney answer some of that, but we have reviewed that. I don't know where the condition is on here, but I'll find you the number of it. But they, in order to go to development order to do any kind of permitting, they will have to be FEMA compliant. That is we almost don't even have to state that because, you know, federal regulation comes before the state regulation comes before the town regulation. So the applicant is well aware of that. The attorney has had conversations with them about those FEMA regulations. My understanding is there's not complete clarity, but we're kind of close there. What we've said is that all of these mobile vendors have to be completely either a vehicle themselves, so they are a truck that can, you know, exit the island every night if needed. If they want to go get supplies and come back, they're an actual vehicle, or it is a trailer that can be pulled by a light pickup truck.
So I can elaborate a little bit. So the documents that the town received from FEMA back in July of last year made reference to food trucks. And they continue to do so. The town manager asked the question specifically regarding food trucks, and I believe on Friday, we got an answer in writing from FEMA saying that food trucks are vehicles and that, that are not going to really be prohibited. What FEMA did not say, did not discuss was whether a food truck park would be permissible under the floodplain regulations. So, and I've had that conversation with Mr. Davies. He's probably tired of me saying it. But yes, they would have to comply with whatever FEMA regulations or FEMA's interpretation of existing regulations are. But right now,
Nancy,
just food trucks are
would
okay.
now be a good time to read that question and response into the record so that it's part of the hearing?
We can.
I have it up if you'd like me to read it.
If you can, Mayor, that'd be great.
Okay, so the question directly to FEMA was, do temporary food trucks and/or trailers need to be removed from the special flood hazard area for the town to come into compliance with the letter dated 11/21/24? If these are licensed as vehicles, it can be moved in the event of an approaching storm. FEMA's response was food trucks are vehicles and should be regulated in this SFHA, which is a special flood hazard area, similar to any licensed and road-ready vehicle in the town's jurisdictions. Trailers that have been placed on a foundation or modified to include any structural attachments are to be elevated and anchored to meet the town's floodplain management regulations. Conex boxes, storage containers, and other similar units should be placed in the SFHA, the special flood hazard area, without being elevated and properly anchored to meet the town's floodplain management regulations. So that was the direct response from FEMA in regards to food trailers.
And Nancy, you alluded to something that they needing further clarity around that then, or?
Well, in the letter, they don't specifically talk about a park, a food truck park. They limited it to food trucks.
Trailers.
Yeah, food trucks. So there could be a distinction there, but that's another bridge we'll have to cross into
So we
the
expect
future.
then to ask them for clarity on that, or?
I definitely think we should, because their answer references food trucks specifically, not food
Correct.
trailers. And knowing how FEMA
Park.
operates without distinct, clear,
Park.
they reference trucks, but not parks.
Correct. And so the
Or
applicant
trailers,
is
sorry.
aware of that, and so that would be a condition of approval if council goes in that direction, that they would have to comply with whatever FEMA regulations end up being.
Thank you.
It's number 17 on the conditions list.
Thank you, Judith.
Sorry, where did I leave off? Vice Mayor?
Judith, forgive me if I missed this, but in the matter that's currently pending before us, does staff have a formal recommendation one way or the other?
Yes, so traditionally,
Should
not
you
to
save
give
that for
anything
the?
away, save that for the end, but I mean, it's
Hey,
in the
listen,
staff report.
I don't want to
So-
spoil your
No.
surprise, yeah.
So it's the same recommendation that we made at LPA. So we're recommending approval with this long list of conditions. Without the conditions, I would not be recommending approval. So the conditions are intended to reduce the potential for nuisance to the surrounding neighborhood.
I don't know if I could really, I don't wanna put you on the spot, but are there additional conditions that the staff would like to see to make this more palatable to the surrounding neighbors? Or do we wanna just let the process play out?
Well, I mean, I think that you've heard a lot of comments from the public. I know that people have been very vocal. I have also heard from the public, and that's one of your criteria on here, is to take that into consideration.
I think that question might be better answered after all the testimony is.
And I think that's a fair point, yeah.
Did it?
Yes.
Counselor Woodson?
I just have to ask, as long as I've been sitting here, I have not seen anything come to us with 29 points of conditions. Does that seem excessive to you? Or do you feel that that's appropriate in this?
So when we first presented this to LPA, and I did mention this to the applicant initially, you could have chosen to write an ordinance about this. But because you have this CPD process that allows for this level of conditions, I was okay with it moving forward because I knew that we could condition it. When you look at some of the other regulations, and I know, you know, it's not quite fair because you're not comparing like to like when you're talking about other communities and other locations, and that changes things. But when looking at some of the other regulations for other similar things, the things to consider are noise, impact to the neighbors, and, you know, music is of course part of that noise. That's what we've tried to take into account here. I don't think it's an inappropriate process, but I do think if you decide this is an appropriate use to add to their schedule of uses, I think there may be more opportunities for people wanting to develop food truck or similar kind of uses. Does that answer your question? Not really, not directly. I think we need all of these conditions. And some of them, we didn't start out with this many. They've been added by discussions and through the meetings that we've had.
In the LPA.
Right.
So, Councilor Woodson, maybe to help a little bit, if we had a food truck ordinance in place, then perhaps there would not have been as many conditions. Whereas in the other reviews that you've seen, we've had ordinances in place, so therefore you didn't require all the additional conditions.
They would have still needed a CPD amendment because it's not one of their listed uses, so they still would have come anyway, and you would have had the opportunity to, you know, add additional conditions.
So would it be safe to say that this is, I don't want to use the word safer, but a different way of, if you put an ordinance in place, then to your point, people could come and ask in different areas to do the same thing if there was an ordinance in place to allow this use? Whereas this is,
Only if you
you're kind of
could-
tailoring it, if you will, to a specific ask.
It depends on how you would word that ordinance. So if you worded the ordinance with all of the conditions that would govern that, and then you restricted those truck parks to only be located in a certain area, then it would be more, then they could come forward without it. But because right now the zoning doesn't say, it doesn't differentiate as something different than a commercial or a retail or a restaurant or a bar, because all those things are uses that are allowed in various places, a CPD still might have to take place so that you could tailor it to that specific
Sure.
property.
Makes sense. Anything else, Karen?
Well, and I don't even know if this is the right place to bring it up, but the one thing that really stood out to me in testimony from the previous ordinance that we looked at was this whole concept that this brings our property tax down and a net loss to Lee County and ultimately delays demand and construction. So that really stood out to me, and I'm just wondering if you have any expert comment, experience with that.
So I can't comment on property values because that's not my field. In terms of, in terms of development, I mean, you've heard from the applicant what their financial picture looks like, what their intents are. So there's that. But looking at the site as taking out because this is a rezoning, so it is separate from who owns it and what you're building, because you're setting up that zoning until somebody, you know, proposes a change to it in the future. Thinking about it from that perspective, what the town, I think it's clear, is in a transition period since Hurricane Ian. What they're proposing to me is it's a transition appropriate use. Their ability to be flexible, I see the value in that from the applicant's perspective. To protect their investment, when there is a storm coming, they can move and then they can relocate and be operational, you know, as soon as the county says it's okay to come back. So they have that flexibility. And I think from thinking about the planning and the redevelopment of the town, I don't know, I'm hesitant to talk in economic development terms because that is not my field of expertise. What they could do here is they could just have a commercial parking lot. And maybe the neighbors would prefer that. They could probably let you know that, to have a commercial parking lot. But what does the commercial parking lot add to the redevelopment of the town? Not a whole lot. It provides beach access, which is important. But in terms of impact on the public realm, on the small town character, which are things that the comp plan calls for, it doesn't do a whole lot. If you want to have a walkable community, you need places for people to walk to. So the food truck element is a pretty small portion of the overall property. Most of it is going to be commercial parking lot. But it's something outside of downtown. From a planning perspective, I know the neighbors have a different view about intensity, which I completely understand, but from a planning perspective, it's pretty low intensity because the permanent building they're proposing is pretty small scale. It's not even gonna be as tall as they could do on that site. I'm grasping a little bit to answer your question. So there's multiple things to weigh. But I think in terms of when we go back to the comprehensive plan and the public realm and the interaction between the street and the development, this will, if you were walking along, if you're bicycling along, if you're moving into downtown, this could be a stopping place for you that provides a little bit of livelihood to the neighborhood. And I do not think this is the highest and best use of the property, right? But this is what we're being asked to look at the moment.
All right, thank you.
Scott, questions?
No, I'm good right now. Thank you.
Just a quick, I know that we were a little uneasy talking about the economics part of it, so I guess maybe this is more of a question for you, Nancy. When, under the definition of public realm, and in finding of conclusions that we're required to follow to vote for or against something, does the economics fall under public realm? What I mean by that is, whether or not this project needs to be whatever it is to be financially viable for an applicant, or the impact or lack of impact it may or may not have on surrounding housing, neighborhoods, commercial.
The values of it.
Yes.
I don't think it really falls into that, although I don't think it's a criteria, but it does get taken into consideration sometimes, but I don't think it is relevant.
It's not part of my criteria.
Right.
of putting
Well,
it
yeah, I know.
there.
I could tell you were tap dancing around it as best you could.
So generally with your zoning decisions, you're trying to locate where a certain use would be, not the economic feasibility of it. Although we do a business impact statement as well with our ordinances now, so.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Judith. Ken? No? Who's going first?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Noel Davies for the record. I'm going to hand it over to Ken to walk you through everything with respect to this item. I just wanted to make a couple notes about your PD process and CPD and this whole idea of flexibility. So I think Judith did an excellent job essentially walking through this and covering this. The PD process provides flexibility, right? You're all aware of this. Flexibility with respect to development standards, flexibility with respect to uses, flexibility to contemplate and condition, a use that is not expressly mentioned in today's code. We have this, it's a good problem solver for a number of different topics potentially that, codes evolve over time and over decades and sometimes don't catch up with market demand. This food truck park thing is a relatively new concept given, land development codes, which often take some time to catch up to whatever market demands there might be. But really the fail-safe, so to speak, in allowing this council to regulate with its discretion certain uses and certain potential developments is through that PD mechanism, right? So what you're hearing in this item is an amendment to the existing CPD, and we're changing out the uses or amending that schedule of uses to contemplate this specific food truck park concept. And the food truck park comes with it, or the mechanism of the PD process includes a number of these legally enforceable conditions to make sure that you all get right these uses, this specific development on this site. Certainly, island-wide ordinance with respect to food truck parks is something that I know you're going to be considering in the future. But the PD process really is the way to try to handle this, and working with town staff for a year and a half plus on this concept. That's where we've arrived at the number of conditions that are on the agenda today, is with each step of the process, whether it be feedback from staff, feedback from neighbors, feedback from LPA, we've tried to come back with an additional tweak, revision, change to the master concept plan. We are locked in to the master concept plan, should approval be granted, that's before you today for this food truck park design. I want to make that clear, right? So if something changes, we've got to come back before you. That's a different concept or that's a different use. So, I mentioned at the beginning of my last item, which technically I would like incorporated into this comparison of intensity, right? So there are certain entitlements on the CPD today, the CB and the RM, right? Those 4 parcels. And then there's stuff that we're proposing to you today, which stuff is specifically the master concept plan that memorializes not just the food truck park use, but all the conditions, buffering, and then the specific legal conditions that are included in that ordinance, which is what is before you today. And what is also just important as you look at that is, again, comparing that specific concept in the MCP as conditioned, as regulated in your discretion, and as the project has evolved, which Ken will walk you through, and then comparing that to the by right entitlements on the existing zoning of the parcels today. I know these have been vacant for a long time, but they do have zoning. There is commercial zoning in the CPD and in the CM, and that's an important sort of baseline when you're looking at what existing entitlements are based on what we're proposing today. And with that, I'm going to give it to Ken to continue from where he left off on first item, but then incorporating, please, for the record, his initial comments as well. Thank you.
Josh. Yeah.
All right. Ken Galander for the record again. And thank you for your patience as we work through here. And so as Noel stated, I'm just going to kind of take us down a little bit into the nitty gritty of this, exposing a lot of some of the more details. That just helps us with this dialogue to better understand how we got here and what we may need to do as we move this forward. So, in terms of the location, site design, and compatibility as a continuation from what I ended up in the prior portion, we're looking now at a maximum of 5 mobile vending pads and surrounded by this outdoor seating, recreational entertainment area. Part of this was a evolution of committing to limiting those hours of operation and that outdoor entertainment or the music, but I'll be going into a little bit more detail into those conditions. Again, a part of this plan and this project of ensuring appropriateness for these mobile vending pads, these food trucks, is full underground utility hookups, similar to what RV parks will be doing in that nature. One major component that we came to is the park support structure. That's kind of the term that we developed, and that would incorporate now a restaurant, which the applicant was able to enable them to have the Royal Scoop business, a local business that's been around, and incorporating that into this site. Also within the park support structure, we're wanting to, since the outdoor entertainment, we are now incorporating that, what we're saying maybe is the performance area for that live music and live entertainment will then be within portions of that structure that we're proposing. And then of course office and storage to help support the use. The public comfort station has been talked about. That would incorporate the public restrooms, shower towers, wash stations, access to water fountains, etc., for being able to fill water bottles, etc. There's also additional outdoor seating adjacent to Estero Boulevard, next to the multi-use pathway, and contributing the pedestrian vehicular access. Again, our primary is along Chapel Street, and as Judith mentioned, the restricted and controlled access off of Estero, and the site obviously will incorporate stormwater management.
Can I go back for just a quick second?
Yes.
You use the word mobile vendor pads. I assume that's to be as vanilla as possible because it could be someone selling art, it could be not necessarily a food truck.
Correct. And that's synonymous with your existing ordinance. They call them mobile vending. So we were just trying to utilize that terminology in that broader sense as part of this.
So based on what the response we got from FEMA, when it talks about specifically food trucks, it doesn't mention trailers. Do you envision using food trucks, or do you envision using maybe trailers that are gonna pull behind another truck? The reason I'm asking is to try to alleviate some of the needs to have another condition, if this were to move forward, to be conditioned on if we ever get a detailed response from FEMA on whether a trailer would be sufficient enough to be used.
Right. I think our condition that encompasses we will follow however FEMA comes down on us, but my opinion as also I've worked as a floodplain manager in another jurisdiction in prior life. These are vehicles, whether or not you're a mobile vendor that is selling, I think an example was sunglasses, if that is what, or an artwork. That's a vehicle registered that can be moved. That should be synonymous with whether you're a food truck or not. So they can move out. They can be pulled by a truck of appropriate size. I think it sounds like there's a limitation, light duty truck, but either way, they have license. Even the trailers They are vehicles, they are registered, they have to have a license plate, registration, et cetera. So they have to be, fit in within that as well, so I think I'm
Well, common sense
answering-
would tell you that, but
I understand, and we understand that
He interjected
we're
FEMA, so-
having to pivot and be flexible as we communicate further with FEMA, so.
But I also think in, condition number 17, because it says all mobile vendors and park facilities must comply with FEMA, so that kind of takes in
Encompasses
the whole, yeah.
In our opinion, yes, so we're trying to make sure that is.
I guess what I was trying to get at is the eliminating the need for that, because FEMA has told us that food trucks are acceptable, meaning a truck,
I see
not a
what you're
trailer.
saying.
I would
So-
never eliminate anything with FEMA's stipulation.
What's that?
I would never
Oh,
eliminate
no.
anything with FEMA's stipulation.
Well, well,
Yeah.
The goalposts
I think
get-
we're just trying to be consistent with our terminology, the mobile vending
Right.
pads. This slide, I wanted to just quickly walk through our effort over the last year or so as we worked through the process of review. The top left is our original master concept plan. That originally had 6 mobile vending pads within that location in the top right corner of the site. No permanent structure. Also, we were considering or utilizing for bathroom facilities the portable trailer that I think is still on some properties in the town here, and a storage container. Moving to the July 31st master concept plan, we still had the portable bathroom and the storage container, except we decided to reduce it to 5 mobile vending pads and then incorporate a little tiki structure on the site. That is, then we evolved into the December 10th plan. That is what we went to the LPA with. Again, rather than a tiki structure, we proposed a more permanent structure, and that's that larger area in the southeast corner of where the food truck park, mobile vending park location is. Then, in between the LPA meetings, we decided through input and through more dialogue, altered our master concept plan to adjust the location of that primary support structure. That was now going to go up to 2 stories, enabling us to go vertically, enable us to provide more open space and buffering to our neighbors on the far eastern side. We also took one of the mobile vending pads, relocated that up to the Estero Boulevard to further engage that component of the activity along Estero Boulevard, and obviously reduce one of the mobile vending pads adjacent to the residential uses to our south. So this is just a more close-up of our master concept plan. Again, along Estero Boulevard, we have now also a structure. Before, we were utilizing maybe some sail shades and et cetera, throughout the park, but now along Estero Boulevard, we have the bicycle parking node, the accessibility into the park from Estero Boulevard, the structure for some outdoor seating, then 2 mobile vending pads, and then that access point on Estero, that's the restricted and controlled access that would only be utilized during less off-peak hours, yes. That also can be used for pedestrian movement as well, so it's just a large opening for that activity. Then along the western portion, the food truck pads, and then the southeast location is where the primary support structure would be. And then just south of the mobile vending pads is where our public comfort station is to be located. Another
And Ken, is the dotted line that runs at an angle, I'm assuming that's the VE line? So you couldn't build anything on the bottom of that? Is that what that?
That's the
Is that the coastal construction line? Okay.
Yes, right. We are within a coastal A zone, this property, so we would have to meet those standards for what FEMA would require for being within a coastal A zone. You know, a component, just hearing some of the discussions early on in your meeting about bicycles and utilizing that mode of transportation. We also wanted to add additional bicycle parking down in the southwestern portion of the project for bicycle parking for those visiting and going to the beach access point.
So do you want questions now, or you want to wait till later?
I'm flexible, but
What do you got?
yeah.
Well, based on where the food truck park is, was there ever any consideration of flipping that and making the food truck park more on Chapel and Estero as opposed to next to Pelican Lodge?
Yes, the property owner, along with our engineering staff and ourselves, is we evaluated all sorts of scenarios and the uniqueness of the property, and to be able to best utilize it for the parking, the access. I want to make one point clear in terms of that access point on Chapel Street. That is under the existing CPD. That is where that access point was approved. So we're maintaining where that main point is. So utilizing access points, not being able to change what you can do on Estero Boulevard, maximizing the opportunities for where the food trucks can go, and for that shared parking, commercial parking component. This is the evolution of what we've come up with. So we looked at multiple ways. This next image is just a representation of the amount of open space and buffering that we wanted to emphasize and that we're strongly supportive of doing as our aspect of being sensitive to the neighbors and working within the conditions of the CPD. These next slides are going to be our conceptual renderings of the project. This is a site plan view. Estero Boulevard to the bottom, Chapel Street, Cottage Avenue to the north. We wanted to incorporate into this site plan based on some input we got. We were able to document and get the plans for the single-family homes that are being built just to the north of our primary building. I'm just going to walk through these. Stop me if anything jumps out at you.
Just before you go on, go back to the one we had the green on there. I just had a question about the buffers.
Yes.
One more back.
Oh.
Either one. Actually, the other one's probably better. The one
Okay.
just in front of that one. So where the building is on the left side of the screen there, looks, according to your drawing, looks like it's minimum of 7.5 feet at that one corner, at the front corner of the building closest to a stairwell.
That's where that minimum would be, yes.
And it normally would be 15 feet, is that correct? Is that why the ask for the deviation is for that specific section right there?
Yeah.
My question would be, would it make more sense, and then you've got 10 feet over by Chapel, 10 feet of a buffer over there. Would it make more sense to shift and shrink the buffer on that street that abuts other commercial and increase the buffer that abuts the pool at Pelican Lodge?
That is an option that could be looked at. We were maintaining the buffering because some input we got from our evolution to this point is maintaining as much buffering surrounding our property,
Right.
even along Chapel Street. So, yes, can be some adjustments based on that kind of input. We can make it a little wider or along that side. You know,
Just throwing it out there, something to talk, I'm sure we'll discuss it later, but I just wanted to see if that's a feasible, something that makes sense, if.
Understood. Yeah. Very good observation. This is a more angled view of the project site, seeing the primary support structure, food truck pads, the outdoor structure right along Estero Boulevard, and then the landscaping and buffering around the project. This is another angled view. This is at the ground level, Chapel Street. And one of the conditions that evolved was ensuring of our ability to help restrict illegal parking within Chapel Street and Cottage Street that's mainly adjacent to our property. And this would require us to work with the town to get the proper permitting to be able to put those bollards, the chain rope within there, and obviously the no parking signs. And our condition also emphasizes adding some additional landscaping within the right-of-way, beautifying it and enhancing the survivability of it. We'll have to have some irrigation, et cetera. View from the Cottage Street, Chapel Street intersection, Cottage Avenue. Cottage Avenue, same scenario with the bollards.
Go back one more, would you, for me for a second?
Sure.
So, on the right side there, I believe that's Mr. O'Loughlin's
Yep.
property that's
Yes.
right there. What is the height? I didn't really see anything in the heights of the trees. He had made a comment about, you know, he's gonna be elevated, obviously, and he's gonna be able to see over that. Do you have any idea how high the trees would be there if it was approved?
These are conceptually, we thought about that, as they're around the 12 to 15 foot tall. And we are, in our discussions with Dan, that's above what the standard is at time of planting. So we can work on that commitment to establish them to be higher at time of planting. So you don't have to wait as long for them to fill out in the future. Again, this is Cottage Street. Again, those palms and trees proposed are around that 12 to 15 foot range. This is an image of the primary support structure, and again, the evolution that got us to this point was, you know, we were thinking of a tiki structure. Well, that maybe wasn't just the right vision where we were wanting to go with, and the evolution of it brought us to this structure. As you know, the Hutkas are building a home down the road, and we were just talking this, you know, that's quite a nice home. Maybe we can replicate some of the architectural aesthetic on this site too, and that's what the renderings came up with for this building. As you can see, the front portion would be where the Royal School, you can have some walk-up windows or maybe go inside, depending on the design, the interior design from the architectural plans at time of DO. In the back would be the beverage service area. And then just to the right of that, that is the performance area for the live music, live entertainment. They would be within that structure. That is conditioned.
Is that, Ken, if we could just go back, next to the performance area, so that's sort of like a bar area?
Yes.
Okay.
Bar seating.
So will the alcoholic beverages be served in that facility only, or will the food trucks be able to serve alcohol?
Only from that facility.
But they would be allowed to be consumed within that dotted area you had.
Right, we had to, for any outdoor consumption on premises, we have to delineate our area where we expect that to occur, and that, on our master concept plan, is that dark dashed line. This shows the side of the primary support structure, and then this is the public comfort station. And the shower towers there. The structure is designed to be complementary to the architecture for our site.
Ken, I'm sorry, could you go back one more, there you go. So the performance area is on the side partially blocked, but also partially open, so you could see in
Yeah,
from
this
the
was
side?
this was a conceptual rendering, so, you know, the intent is that it would be enclosed by that side wall, roof, and then the back wall.
And then the brown structure next to it, is that a food truck?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is driving along Estero Boulevard. This will be the outdoor seating area that we wanted to complement and engaging the right of way, so people can be sitting there eating. When people are walking, biking by, we wanted to add the element of fencing just to soften that look a little bit there. And this is looking back the other direction. This is the.
Just go back one more, yeah. So that covered thing that you've got there, you know, in talking with the residents around there, obviously one of their concerns was being able to see, right? Open air, being able to see the food trucks or was there ever any discussion about doing something like that over the top of where the food trucks would be? One, to help eliminate the site. Just curious if there's a reason why you put it there but not over everything else.
This wasn't a component of, we just want to be able, part of it is being able to move the food truck trailers out and having another structure to maneuver around. These would be for permanent seats or seating for patrons. So just moving, as I know we're getting into some time here, but I think it's important, compatibility. Again, we believe we're consistent with the mix of uses that are proposed and envisioned for the heart of the island, the boulevard, future land use category, consistent with the approved compatibility of the CPD and those development standards. Our proposed buffers, the screening for proposing enhanced landscaping is a critical component of ensuring the sensitivity and compatibility of our project. Having the permanent structure to help with that buffering, our connection to existing utility services, not having generators, not having that noise component as part of the project. And just overall, our commitments and conditions that are in place. And yes, we'll kind of walk through those. There are 29 at this point in time. That's a lot, but we feel they're appropriate under the CPD process. Transportation, parking, our proposed amendment will not allow an increase in that density or intensity beyond what that existing CPD is permitted, thus no added impact to the transportation network. And as that evaluation was done through our review process, the TIS was not required. I'll be speaking a little bit more on that in terms of our condition. As Judith laid out, there was no parking standards, but we did do an evaluation, and it's appropriate to do that, especially in local jurisdictions within Lee County. And our parking requirement came back with the 30 spaces would be required, and overall our site would be providing 45. So again, these are the proposed
A
conditions.
question on the parking part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can go back 30, you say 30, based on the calculations of that 3 or whatever, that's how you came up with that. The additional, so would that be that you would have to specifically keep 30 parking spots for those mobile vendors? And then only 15 would be available for commercial parking lot, or would the entire property be available for commercial parking?
It's all available for commercial parking.
So there's really no dedicated sites that would go to each
Not as
specific
we
truck?
plan it. So the parking lot will be managed as, if you come in, it'll be gated, and it'll be managed. You would get a ticket, and then you could park. If you choose to go to the food truck park, stay there for a certain amount of time, then you'd leave, and you would be charged for that amount of time, for that time spent. Or if you go to the food truck park and then decide to go to the beach, you'd be spending that amount of money for that use of the parking lot. The proposed conditions and commitments, I don't necessarily will go through all of these, but I wanted to highlight some areas that since our time before the LPA, we've had additional conversations with Randy at Pelican Watch. And the first one that jumps out is 2D, and this is the buffering along Cottage Street. And our discussions with them identified that there was a concern with people migrating from the food truck park and or the parking lot and just walking through the buffering We needed to not direct them to be able to do that, so we are proposing to add within the buffer a 4-foot-high decorative fence within that buffer area as well. One, and we respectfully understand where the LPA was coming from. Number 6, it's bolded, that is our limitations to the 9 p.m. And we respectfully would like to have that opened up for discussion to remain what we originally had of 10 p.m. And that is a result of during certain times of the year, you have the sunset, might not be like right now, it's earlier in the day, but summertime, looking at the research we've done, sunset, or it gets dark maybe around the 8:30, 8:45 time frame, so people will be coming back off of the beach, and we would just feel that 9 o'clock, having everything shut down, loses that opportunity for us to serve those folks coming back off the beach. So we just would respectfully ask to reevaluate that to 10 p.m. Number 8.
And when would you want the music to stop? At the same time?
Music can stop, yeah, we're
At
not
8?
gonna change that,
Okay.
that timeframe. We just, if somebody's coming back and the Royal Scoop is open, they can grab that ice cream cone and be on their way, or hang out for a little bit longer, or grab a drink or a slushie, or if the food truck is still operating themselves, they could grab a bite to eat.
Okay, thank you.
And some of the concern I heard with the music was obviously if you open at 7, it really doesn't show anything in here that limits you to not having live music at 7 a.m. if you so choose.
Right, and that's, I'll hit that in the, on number
It's on
8
8.
here, yeah.
'Cause I don't see it on mine. Mine's different than what you've got.
Yeah, so what I wanted to do is, these are
Changes.
that we had since our discussions over the last few, basically week or so. Number 8, this deals with our amplified music. So all amplified sound will be controlled by the property owner and will not be permitted from any mobile vendor. So all that sound amplification will be controlled by management or the owner. Ambient music, I believe this was brought up during public comment at the prior part, but the ambient music part, that's just background music as we understand it, is permitted and will be no greater than 60 decibels as measured in accordance with the town's noise ordinance. So we agree that that was something to be done, and we're limiting that noise level to 60 dBs. And then, Mr. Mayor, to your point, we are willing to not, music and the amplified live music and amplified live entertainment can happen before noon. And it we remaining, Councilor King to 8 p.m. for that. '17 is the FEMA regulations that we're talking about. Sure, I'm not missing anything here. Condition 24, the discussion was about the egress access point off of Chapel Street and the concerns with vehicles coming down Chapel Street, going onto Cottage Street and further on. We are committed and conditioned at the time of local development or approval for directional and restrictive signage. So that would be through traffic or dead end street, just to help inform motorists that you really shouldn't be going down these parts and continuing on. A infrastructure aspect of that we're wanting to do now is for the egress part off of Chapel Street from our property, so going out onto Chapel Street, that would be designed for right out only. So that would be directing all the outgoing vehicles from our property to the Chapel Street Estero Boulevard intersection, and that's where they would then either turn left or turn right onto Estero. So that helps restrict the movements down Chapel, down Cottage, potentially impacting, especially Pelican Watch, what they were saying is unfortunate people seem to drive through their property to get back onto Estero. Number 28, I wanted to emphasize this, as we stated before, as part of our review in terms of transportation. No transportation impact study was required, but we are committed to, at time of development order, to do a trip generation study or a comparison of our project to what is currently approved. And that would help, we believe, that would further justify that our project is less intense and will not be impacting the surrounding transportation network. And I think what's highlighted there is the right turn, directional signage. That is part of number 24, having that directional signage, and that we will be doing the infrastructure for egress onto Chapel Street. This slide, we're in agreement with the staff report and the findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan and LDC under these appropriate land development code sections, and our deviations achieve the objective of doing the plan development for this infill property, and provides that flexibility, and we do not feel they negatively impact the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and are consistent with the comprehensive plan. So trying to wrap this up, what we have here is part of what was done in the first stage of this hearing, was the properties in our significantly majority zoned for commercial uses, and that is intended to implement your boulevard future land use category. We are less intense than what is entitled. That could also be developed by right on the commercial boulevard and on the RM. The substantial commitment of significant high-quality investment. I try not to get into reading too much of the social media, but looking at statements that this is a carnival, amusement area with a concert venue, I believe we are laying out that is certainly not what we're proposing here. It's not just a random food trucks being placed on vacant sand lots. And we do believe this investment will contribute to the economy, to your ad valorem taxes, job creation, and help boost the other local businesses and vendors. The resiliency aspect of it, meeting the Florida Building Code FEMA requirements as deemed appropriate for what we're wanting to develop. We also see it as the site can be utilized as a functional space, and the infrastructure for emergency response needs in the event of an unfortunate next event. Hopefully it will never happen, but enables us to utilize that site to quickly perhaps have food, or the emergency response folks could use the property for their purposes. Again, this supports the town vision of being the heart of the island for this mixed-use development, encompassing with the neighborhood residential as a family-friendly destination. We're helping provide the centralized parking options, Park Once initiative. We hope that will be a component of this, having the eating and quality fun entertainment. We think this was almost a condition, but we took that condition out, about first right of refusal for some of the folks existing and trying to come back. But this property could, in essence, be a little bit of an incubator effect. We're not trying to take away the opportunities for brick and mortar. We have seen, and it's been documented, that food trucks then tend to evolve into potential brick and mortar businesses as they succeed. But our project evolved through input and through better planning and design. It's almost like a hybrid now, with the primary support structure, Royal Scoop being there, some of these other, along with the mobile vending pads. We just think it's complementary and supportive of one another. We think the uses will support the island as it comes back, and compatible with those existing uses, through our commitments for the increased buffering, the enhanced landscaping, utilizing our building location, the setbacks, having that complementary architecture, relocating some of the mobile vending pads adjacent from the surrounding properties as appropriate and compatible and sensitive to the neighbors. And then linking it to the beach access 26, having that comfort station as a public benefit. We're currently, as a CPD, we're less intense, but we feel that that's an appropriate component for our project that is beneficial to the public. And our intent is, once we get approved, trying to get through the development order review process and start building this project as soon as possible. So based on competent substantial evidence submitted here and presented as part of our presentation for, was both petitions, but for now this petition, point 2, I think is what our application is. With approval with conditions of the town staff, recommendation, the local planning agency, we respectfully request the town council approve this petition upon first reading and schedule for second reading. I'd be happy, myself and our team, to answer any of your questions.
Scott, questions?
Yes, I have a question about the parking. I know the neighborhood, they get really upset about the current parking situation. People park everywhere. So are you going to have free parking for the first half hour if you're just coming to pick up a breakfast sandwich or a burger? How are you going to handle people coming in for a short amount of time just to pick up food?
Right.
That and prevent them from parking on Chapel and all over the place.
Right. So to address that concern, we thought and tried to figure out how this operational component could work. And it's similar in our vision to if you're short-term picking up somebody at the airport. So yes, if you get your ticket, you go in. If you're there for perhaps, we haven't made that decision yet, but if it's a half hour, 15 minutes, and you leave, it would be either free or very reduced. And then it would be appropriately priced based on the amount of time as you leave, and your ticket identified as you're leaving, or could be electronically through your phone or some sort of system like that. So it would be managed that way, Councilor Safford.
Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
When you say as soon as possible, what realistically, what does that mean?
Yeah, so I haven't had the luxury of going through the development order review process at the town, but I would let's say 6 months for that process, and then I would imagine another year to build the project. But it could go. The intent is, luckily, the Hakas are contractors, and they have been doing a very good job with getting their contractors around to build their home, so they have a lot of connections, so that could hopefully go a lot sooner. So less than a year and a half is our guess.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
If I could ask, just getting into the business model just a moment, your ideal customer, is that someone who comes to the beach, maybe has breakfast and then goes and hangs out at the beach during the day and then comes back and has lunch? You get the parking revenue, they hopefully support your patrons there. What's your when you think about your business model, is it off the street, people walking off the street? I know it's a combination, but what's your ideal business customer, and what's your ideal revenue sources? If you don't mind me asking.
No,
Yeah.
I've been trying to put
Yeah.
it together because we compared a lot of different models. I think one of the, Dan Myers, sorry for the record, one of the things we liked about this business model are there are 7 different avenues of income. We have our parking income, which we're renter, we're property owners, so we treat that similar to a rental. The food truck will be tenants, so they'll pay a rent, monthly rent, so that's another form. We're new to the refreshment stand, bar side, and the ice cream shop, so those are two other avenues of income. So compared to other models, we have diversity in our income streams, which we liked. Our ideal customer is vacationers. The feasibility studies we did with previous projects, there was a lot more, Airbnbs on this side of the town and a lot more walkers, especially when we spent a lot of time at that house when we lived there, or when Jamie and Debbie lived there. We saw a lot of foot traffic, so we're hoping to revamp that foot traffic.
And as you did your research, did you get a sense that the majority of your business will come from people who are utilizing the beach, or not necessarily?
Well, the previous studies aren't pertinent after Ian. They totally changed.
Yep. But
So
just as you've been noodling it over the last year,
I'm hoping that people that are sitting in traffic for 2 hours, they just pull in and decide, you know what, I'll have dinner here, and then I'll move on, once traffic dies down. That's my thought. Other than that, there's still a lot of walkers, but I hope, as someone mentioned before, it's a pit stop as you're moving up and down the island, where the bicycles, they can stop, use the restroom, fill their water bottle, and keep on their way.
And Fred didn't get a chance to get to these slides, but they're in our packets. You get a real sense of the proximity of some of these newer homes that are hoping to be built near your property, as well as the quarter of Pelican, the condo.
Not to interrupt you, but just, these aren't the right ones, right? The ones we got in our packet, the renderings, I'm assuming are not the right
They're
ones.
not the right
No,
ones.
These are the old ones.
These are changed completely.
But this map is still true.
The map is true, but I saw you looking at those. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that the building has changed. The sales aren't there anymore.
Yep.
So the ones we have, we don't have the ones he had up here.
I get you, but let's just, referencing the ones we just saw then, the proximity to the amplified music certainly has raised a number of concerns, and I think legitimately so. I'm a big live music fan myself, so I'm not trying to be a prude or anything, but I just, it seems like 7 days a week, if I lived nearby, I would be concerned. Now, obviously, it's gonna be just from noon to 8 p.m., but if it was gonna be constant 7 days a week, I think that would give me pause. Obviously, you're gonna have to hire the entertainment, which comes out of your profits. In your business model, how much is that live music critical to supporting the draw? Is the food the draw? Is it the bathrooms and the location to the beach the draw? Is it the live music? And I'm guessing you're gonna say all of the above, but how critical is that amplified live music to the success of your business model?
It really depends. So backing up real quick, when we first started this concept, we had an internal talk of are we going to go down this battle with music? Is that really pertinent and important to us? Based on feedback and what we're hearing in the conditions we keep putting onto ourselves, in limiting and pulling back and reducing, I don't think it's I don't think it's a main piece at all of this business model. I think the parking, the centralized food, now the ice cream, a place to stop, I think that matters more than the music. However, I still need to maintain some sort of operational flexibility so that, should it be season or as these events come, Fort Myers Beach, the Shrimp Fest, coming up, that we do have opportunities and options to partake in the music. But I think the regulations we're putting on ourselves, we're doing the best we can with the neighbors, or, trying to accommodate everybody. But no, I don't feel that we are not going to have music 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, by any means.
And so I guess, Dan, and I don't want to, when you say you're putting these on yourselves, you're really, you're working with your neighbors to try to find a compromise.
We're pulling back.
And so, as we listen today to public comment, if they've got additional suggestions for restrictions.
So we want to be able to have venues. My idea of live music is not a club. We're not building a club. It's not a club. We're not building a club. We don't want the club atmosphere. We want something you can talk over dinner, something like that. We've tried to protect the neighbors as much as we can by putting it inside. doesn't go up, it doesn't go out towards them, it all goes out to Estero. I don't think we'll have it any more than twice a week, but I don't want to tie my hands. If I need to make money, we're going to do whatever it takes to bring the people to the island. And that's the big concern, the summertime. Once again, we talked about sunset, that people are coming and they may want to eat dinner about the time that the sun sets, and we can't close at 9, but we could stop our music earlier than that. And I just don't want to be so restrictive that we can't operate. And
Yeah,
I don't see it happening. In fact, I don't know that we'll even ever have live music at all. I don't know that. If it's successful without it, we're not going to pay. I know the permits are crazy for that. I know the cost is crazy. That's, you know, thousands of dollars a night just to have that.
Yeah, and
So-
that's the challenge, obviously, for the neighbors, if it's so open-ended that it gives them pause, and obviously you want as much flexibility as you can as a business person, and I think, all I would ask is that you listen to the public comment today to see if there's some additional compromises that can still be reasonable from your perspective, but also give them some peace that it's not gonna be 7 days a week from noon to 8 o'clock. I just think that's what I'm looking for, is to try to see if we can find that
And I
balance.
see that, and I actually hear them. I mean, I lived in that neighborhood, and it is a peaceful neighborhood, and I want it to remain a peaceful neighborhood. And I guess if they knew me personally, they'd know that I don't like loud music. I mean, I enjoy music, and you know, we've restricted no drums. We went to duets. We went to our amplification system, so it can't be the band turning it up. We've tried to do everything we can to protect them. And we'll listen. I just don't know what else we could do without tying our hands to where, you know, we can't operate. And I don't want to be in that position. But I do want to make them feel comfortable that we are good neighbors, and we will try and do everything we can to protect the reputation of the neighborhood. And that's all I can say. So hopefully that's enough.
Mr. King?
Why this concept and why now?
I wanted to put a parking lot. He doesn't. I've talked to a lot of the food truck vendors, and as I said, we eat out every meal, my wife and I. So we talked to them, and you know, a couple of them start to get kicked off. When they develop the lands, they're going to get kicked off. So we thought, well, we'll put this food truck thing in. And we talked temporary, well, just a couple of years to go through the phase. And it's kind of a thing to the community. Then we found out that the town didn't like it. They wanted something more permanent buildings. So now we're going to make $2 to $3 million investment in a building. We can't afford to make it temporary. That's the best I could say. I think the food truck idea is a good idea. I think looking at some of the other ones that we've visited, it looks like it is somewhat successful, and it does attract people. Right now, I look at the Mango Street lot, which is a block away from us. It's sitting empty. And I don't know if that's a product of everybody parking on the free parking on everybody's lot that they're not supposed to be on, or if it's a product that just doesn't draw anybody to that section of the island. Hopefully, that we will have people that will come and visit the food truck park and stay for the day. I also think by charging for parking, that it encourages local residents to ride bicycles and drive there. I think that that's what we're trying to do. We want more bike traffic. We're putting in the water stations for them. We're putting in plenty of bike racks. But once again, I think it's a good model. I think that from what I've seen, if it's managed right, it's not a carnival type atmosphere. It's a nice, clean facility, and I think people would be proud to have it on the island. I really feel that way in my heart. So.
I'd like to touch on that real quick, John. Pre-November of 2020, before we came to the town with the FEC, I came up with a half a dozen models of different concepts. We went from everywhere from studio apartments to condos to workforce housing to a 4-story parking garage. I mean, we really tried to see what we could fit on this lot. We did the restaurant, and without going into too much detail, it was like a 3% return to have some sort of affordable rent to build in order to these new building standards we have in cost and land value. It takes 25 years to get our money back building a brick and mortar restaurant. It didn't make sense unless you're selling $120 hamburgers and $30 tacos. It really didn't make sense. So we were really trying to find a balance between an investment, something good we think for the island, and for still be affordable. You can still have hopefully a $5 or $6 beer, and not a $14 beer. But we looked into a lot of options. So this is what we landed on, and he still wants the parking lot, I think. So here we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple, for me, the conversations I had with the neighbors, obviously music was one thing. But it looks as though you've tried to make it so that the music will go the direction it should go. The buffers was a big thing. You've got a 7.5-foot buffer on the one side, and the reason I was talking about the parking is you've got a surplus of parking over what is required. Is there any interest to potentially looking at eliminating some of that parking to be able to increase the buffer that would be between, say, the pool and the residents that are directly abutting the building?
I threw something at Ken about 6 days ago, and we have that coming for you for the next meeting. And we're going to try to keep on listening. So the more we listen, the more we learn, the more we will change and what I feel is improve. Yeah. Well, we've looked at that. Parking, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work with I really wanted to get it away, orientate the park away from the corner where we're at, but then we don't even meet the
Well,
parking
the way the
requirements.
coastal construction line works too, it doesn't.
Yeah,
work
it
to
just
your benefit.
didn't. We researched that.
Well, okay, so you've answered my question. You're willing to, it sounds like you're already moving forward to try
We'll
to
come back with something what I
figure
feel
out.
is even better than what we have now. No big changes will be made, but we're keep on tweaking it as we've done this whole time. Yeah.
Okay.
Good, we maybe get to 30 conditions then.
No, please. Any other questions for me?
No, that's it. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we at now? We did.
Interveners.
No, interveners. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the, how many do you have, sir? Come on. Come on up. We gotta come up here so we can hear you. And Nancy, I'll ask you in a second. How many do you have that you're representing?
I've got Pelican Watch, Tom and Deb Danford, and Ed French.
So the same three as the previous hearing?
Correct, but we
Okay.
also have 3 experts and
Okay.
myself.
So 7 people.
Okay, and then is there anyone, show of hands, is there anyone that wants to be, that isn't represented by him that wants to be an intervener for this one, similar to the last one? No?
Okay.
Okay, so it's just wanted to see if there was, I wanted to see if we could do it under one motion versus having to have 2 separate. But
Okay, but
there's no
there's
way-
nobody else, so we'll just deal with his
So,
request.
is there a motion to, what's your name again, sir? I'm sorry, I wrote it down, but I
No,
can't
no
read it.
problem. David Moscoso.
Okay, is there a motion to allow David and his 3 residents, as well as 3 experts, intervener status, so moved, for a period of 5 minutes?
5 minutes each.
Mayor, can we get in the record the basis for their intervention or why they feel they are affected parties?
Absolutely. Same as the previous request, all of the parties that we're seeking to have as intervener status are either directly aggrieved parties or experts that they have hired to come here and provide you with information that I think adds context to their arguments or oppositions as aggrieved parties. These are all directly abutting property owners, including Pelican Watch, Tom and Deb Danford, as well as Ed French.
Okay.
And then if Mr. Davies has any comments?
Thank you. I've got to make the same objection I made last time, but we're happy to oblige with whatever council wants to do. One other point I'd like to make on the experts, if you'd like me to do that now or later, Nancy.
Go ahead.
So, this happened at LPA. I know you all saw that. I just wanted to make the same point that I made at LPA with respect to appraisal testimony. Technically, you're only supposed to hear evidence that goes, or consider evidence, I guess is the nuance, that goes specifically to your rezone criteria. I think valuation testimony is not specifically addressed in your rezone criteria, and therefore you shouldn't hear it. If you're going to go ahead and hear that as expert testimony, I would suggest that it be given the appropriate weight and limited to no weight because you're guided by those rezoning criteria, and there's no rezoning criteria that talks about valuation impact.
Nancy, would you agree with that assessment?
I do. And however, also for the record, I'm being on the record here, you mentioned that you have 4 experts?
Excuse me, I've got 3 experts.
3 experts.
Tom,
and
Deb Danford, Ed French, and then a representative from Pelican Watch.
so the basis for their expertise, I don't think that's been placed
Sure.
into the record.
Oh, for them to qualify them as experts, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, and similar to our presentation at LPA, we submitted their resumes along, and I think you all have copies of their resumes. You should have, in any case, have received copies of their resumes. And so I'm happy to have them come up here and read and sort of explain to you what their qualifications are. I certainly don't want to shortchange them of that as experts, and I certainly don't think that I could do it as well as they could. So if that would please you, I could have them come up here and qualify themselves before you. And then on just really quickly, I would say with regard to property valuation reports, I do think they go to the public safety, public welfare criteria. I think if you're going to evaluate the welfare of the public, and especially evaluate them as aggrieved parties, you certainly have to look at how this impacts not just the tax revenues of the city, but also the tax revenues of the area and the taxes that they pay as compared to their property value. So would you like for me to call them up, the experts?
It's not necessary for me because they're in here unless, Nancy, you think it's something that we should do. But
I
their
think we should
resume-
have their name and what their area of expertise is, just
Okay.
for the record.
Absolutely.
In the event that there is a future appeal or something.
Sure. I mean, I'll have them come up here and introduce themselves.
Just the experts. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Max Forgy, doing business as Forgy Planning LLC, 236 Southeast 45th Street, Cape Coral, Florida. I am a 32-year member in good standing of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've been Planning and Community Development Director in Charlotte County and have worked in Southwest Florida and the state of Florida in general for more than 35 years, and I have represented clients, not as an attorney, as an expert, in something like 30 jurisdictions in Florida, and have presented hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of land use cases as a planning director.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Mohsen Salehi. That's Mohsen. Last name Salehi, Salehi. I live in Fort Myers, 4786 Harbor Cay Boulevard, Fort Myers. And I feel I'm no stranger to Fort Myers Beach because I was involved in comp plan development and been doing consulting, traffic consulting for a number of municipalities in the area, including Bonita Springs, Estero, Pine Island, and Fort Myers Beach. I'm a member of American Institute of Certified Planners and also a fellow of Institute of Transportation Engineers. And let's see what else. The details are in my report if you're interested. But other than that, that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Matt Simmons. I'm managing partner at Maxwell Hendry and Simmons. We are primarily a real estate appraisal and consulting firm. Do a limited amount of brokerage work
as well. But a lot of what we do and what I do personally is connected to valuation issues. Things like what I've done in this case, the value impact study, various market studies. We do economic impact studies, so it's not just appraisal related. Essentially, we have solutions for as many things as possible related to real estate values, as you can hopefully imagine. And so that's what we do. I'm a licensed real estate appraiser, a broker in the state of Florida. Governor Scott appointed me to the Florida Real Estate Appraisal Board, and I believe it was 2012 or 2013. And so, yeah, I have a lot of background, been recognized as an expert around the state, both in appraisal-related issues, do a lot of litigation support work, but also in the land use realm. And that's an area we started working on back in 2013. And so a lot of the work that I do is on issues such as this, value impacts related to land use decisions, rezonings, comp plan changes. So that's who I am, that's what I do, that's why I'm here.
All right, thanks, man.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept them as experts.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by,
And Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
ma'am. Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion
Okay.
to accept their testimony today, but, and counsel, tell me if this would upset you. I think we heard from all three of them at the LPA, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I wonder if you would mind if we limit the experts to 3 minutes and then the residents and the owners here to 5 minutes, so just in the interest of time collectively.
Yeah, and the only reason I would take issue with that is our experts have undertaken significant effort to amend their presentations to be specific to today's hearing. And there have been a number of changes, as the applicant mentioned. There have been a number of changes that occurred not only at LPA but prior to LPA that we were not made privy to, and I think it's significantly impacted their testimony. I've accounted for a little bit over an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes at max for all of our parties together. So I would ask for that hour and 10 minutes, and with that we will be very efficient. I think we'll come in under that hour and 10 minutes. But I would ask for that as a collective period of time. That's kind of the time that we've been working in our minds with, in the lead up to today's hearing.
So when you say an hour and 10 minutes, are you talking about all the people that are here to speak as part of public comment as well?
No, I have no control over that, but I'm talking about all of the parties that are here, which is seven folks.
But it's 7 at 5 minutes.
35 minutes.
That's only 35 minutes.
Right, no, I know, I'm aware. I'm aware. I just don't think that 5 minutes is I think closer to 7 minutes is gonna be enough for them. For example, for our experts to present their pieces. I think that the Danfords have also come in around 7 minutes. I can be brief. I can be relatively brief and come in under.
Yeah, I was hoping to be consistent with the first hearing we had. Everybody had 5, and I certainly don't want to take away from the residents' time. But I think an hour and 10 minutes is going to be, especially since there's a lot of folks here just to speak during public comment who are impacted as well.
Yeah.
If we could just keep it to 5 minutes between each of the groups. And again, if somebody wants to yield their time to someone else,
Okay.
that's fine too.
Sure.
Or, if they only want to speak 2 minutes and yield their 3 minutes, that's fine too.
Okay.
Does that seem, I just want you to feel like you're treated fairly.
Well, I would prefer to at least have that hour, and the reason for that is, at LPA, the way our presentation went was kind of disjointed. We were kind of then rushed in the front end to go to a lunch break, and then we came back, and it kind of threw our testimony into a couple of pieces. So for the sake of being fluent in our presentation, if we're going to be limited to 45, 50 minutes, I would at least ask that we don't have any intermissions in between our presentations, so that we don't go break to lunch and come back an hour and a half later.
The motion
And-
would be consistent with the first hearing we just had prior to this, that each one be allowed 5 minutes.
Okay.
And it would also guarantee your intervener status.
Got it. Okay.
If that's okay, because I want to
Sure.
be consistent with what we did the first
Sure.
time around.
Thank you.
And again, if somebody doesn't use their full 5 minutes, if they want to yield the remaining 2 minutes to someone like they do in Congress.
Okay,
or,
perfect.
you can do that too. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
and I can assure you we won't take a break in the middle of your.
I appreciate
We'll
that.
get through your.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We got a motion for 5 minutes apiece. with a total of 7 people. Is that your motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we got a second by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Holt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Kane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
Great.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna turn it over to the experts, and
Okay.
then I'll come back to it again.
You got it.
Mohsen Salih for the record.
Motion, if you wouldn't mind, just talk closer to the mic. At the LPA
Sure.
hearing, it was very hard to hear you.
Better?
Perfect, thank you.
I'm gonna date myself here, but back in the 90s, late 90s, when we were working on the comp plan, the first thing that caught our attention was obviously the traffic. And back then, county was consistently counting traffic to Fort Myers Beach, first of all, because Estero remains a county maintained road. And we had good enough data to be able to, you know, develop our comp plan, especially transportation element that I was responsible for among the rest of the items here and there. And what we noticed was that, which is not atypical of beach communities, but we had this, we didn't have the peak and valley, which is a typical of traffic profile for a lot of communities. What we have here is basically a peak and then a plateau that lasts for something in the profiles we reviewed for a number of years was from basically 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's 8 hours. And that's been pretty much and pretty consistently since then. And but what has happened, there are still some fluctuations from year to year and depending on events like hurricanes or what have you, as the case is right now, that we reached at some point over 1,340, and then it went down again to 1,200 something for a number of years, and then back up again. So there are some ups and downs, but generally we still have that, you know, plateau that stays for something like 8 hours on a, especially on season. And what I was going to go over with you was, first of all, the fact that if you look at the concurrency report, the latest one for 2024, you notice that Estero Boulevard has been divided into 4 segments. And the segment that we are particularly concerned about, because it's been showing a level of service F, which is basically failure, or when volume is more than the capacity. And in this case, the segment is from Palm Shore to Center Street. This is the failing segment. We should have 1 minute. 1 minute left. Okay. And basically, level of service has been F for this. And the TIS that was done for this particular site back in 2008 had some serious problem. First of all, they came up with something like 27 peak hour trips, and they added that to a segment just to the south, which means from just south of the project site to Voorhees. And applying that to that took advantage of the fact that the only segment that's failing is from, Palm Shore up to Center Street, and from Palm Shore to Voorhees is an acceptable level of service D. So, that was one error. The other one was the fact that they basically came up with some, other than this error, they came up with this idea that the traffic, taking advantage of this really, that since Estero Boulevard is a constrained facilities, so we can basically do whatever we want because it can't get any worse.
Thank you, Mohsen. Your 5 minutes are up. It went fast.
What, 5 minutes?
5 minutes
It
went up.
took 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm here to answer questions if you have any questions,
We-
details.
Once we get through, if we have questions, we'll bring you back up. Thank you, sir.
Max Forgy, I've been sworn. I've also given you my address and vitals. You've received my report already. I specifically refer you to findings 2, 4, 5, and 8 as compelling reasons for denying this case. And I want to talk about 3 particularly compelling reasons based upon the testimony that you've received at now the 3rd hearing on this case. The first is the comprehensive plan's definition of boulevard, quote, to obtain approval for new and expanded commercial activities. Proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses, contribute to the public realm as described in the comprehensive plan. That's policy 4B8. This is a new commercial activity not previously allowed. That's why they are asking for this amendment. There is no persuasive evidence that this use will contribute to the existing commercial uses nearby. It will introduce the availability and outdoor consumption of alcoholic beverages along the boulevard. In an indoor bar or restaurant, the monitoring of consumption is the responsibility of the entire staff who maintain the premises. That is not the case when there are 5 trucks with 1 or 2 employees each trying to collect money, take orders, make food, and oversee a common area at the same time. It's not going to work. The public realm will not be enhanced in a small site with commercial parking, 5 mobile food trucks, outdoor consumption of food and alcoholic beverages, and a tempting shortcut to the beach that runs through and past existing residential units. This does not describe a public realm. This is more like a mini permanent farmer's market. The second is the lack of the traffic study which Mohsen has raised, and I refer you to his comments, adding that this will negatively contribute to the town's evacuation challenge. The third, and this is the core of our case, is incompatibility as Florida law defines it in chapter 163.3164 paren 9 of the proposed use with the existing uses. The LPA heard compelling testimony about these impacts from Pat and Dick Oikos, from Kim and Pam Stickley, from Rick Bruner and others. I refer you to their comments. Other impacts will include windborne garbage, rodents, and antisocial behavior, as well as the traffic impacts which were mentioned earlier. These impacts deserve serious consideration. At the LPA hearing, there was a debate as to whether a commercial use on this property would be more intense if the commercial activity took the form of 5 trucks instead of 1 or 2 brick and mortar commercial establishments. Ms. Saraceda, the LPA chair, observed that the proposed uses may not be more intense, but they would certainly be more intrusive. I agree with her halfway. I think they would both be more intense and more intrusive. That, council members, is the core of the case for our opposition. The neighbors at Pelican Watch will experience an enhanced level of intrusion into their daily lives, beginning with the door slamming from 48 parking spaces. I understand that's changed, that number. The noises of revelers enjoying their al fresco dining and drinking, and the antics of people who are short-term parking, and the inevitable nuisance of persons taking the shortest paths to the picnic tables, from the picnic tables to the beach. Those uses are intrusive, to say the least. They would create a situation of incompatibility as defined in Florida statutes, to which you have received competent, substantial, abundant, and persuasive evidence. The fourth point that I want to make is something that we've discussed a little bit, and that is the lack of a regulatory framework for decision-making. You should adopt, you have time, adopt it. You're the ones who can adopt an ordinance that regulates this important use. Thank you.
Thanks, Max.
Good afternoon. Again, Matt Simmons for the record. I want to be as brief as possible. Obviously, we've all been here a long time. I've already introduced myself. In short, I think the introduction of this use at this location, giving the surrounding residential uses, will have a negative impact on the property values associated with those residential uses. So there's the takeaway essentially of the study that we completed, but I want to talk a little bit about why. I also want to mention, I do think there are components within your criteria. If you look at 4B5 within the future land use element and 4C3, there's specific references to proposed new uses needing to be sensitive to existing residential uses. What does that mean? If it doesn't mean that, you know, consideration of impacts of a variety of kind could be applicable. But let me tell you a little bit about what we typically do on these studies. In a perfect world, what we do is we isolate, okay, here's the proposed use, here's an adjacent say set of residential properties in another area, and we look over time to see if there's an impact to value. We simply isolate the variable, control it, to try to apply it to our situation. I'll tell you, in this case, and I've run into this in a few situations, that type of methodology isn't something we're actually even able to do. And the reason is that we can't identify a single food truck park, and we look well beyond Southwest Florida that is this close to adjacent residential uses. So I brought this up at the LPA. If it's out there, I'd love to take a look at it if anybody, you know, is aware of anything. But we couldn't actually find what we prefer to do, which is an identical scenario so that we can isolate the variable. So what we then do is we look at, okay, what are some of the concerns? Noises, smoke coming off if there's cooking going on. You know, you can't control in an open air environment some of these impacts that we're talking about that have been discussed already several times. There's no reason to go back over them. It's part of the nature of a food truck park. I love these concepts. I'm actually an investor in a food truck park elsewhere in Southwest Florida. I think they're fantastic. It's just a matter of, you know, what they are by nature. It's difficult to contain that in an open air environment. So let me tell you one thing specifically, though, within the work that we did, that we were able to look at. The only academic study that I was able to locate that's been completed on this, that's directly on point, was done in Oregon back in 2017. And it's been cited and relied upon in the report that we have. But it was specifically analyzing the impact to residential properties of a directly adjacent food truck park. Now, that park did not have a live music component, but that was about as good a proxy as you're going to come up with. There were direct negative impacts that were found as a result of that study. Peer-reviewed study. Again, I've cited it within our report. So I've also relied upon, the findings within that report as they relate to the situation that we have here. In a nutshell, Pelican Watch has 48 units. What we are anticipating is that the impacts, looking at the units as a whole, would likely be in the 8 to 10% territory of value diminution. Now, the 8 stack of the building is the stack that's on the northwest corner that is most exposed to the park. So you would expect to have a higher level of impact there. Obviously, on the other side of the building, you'd have lower impacts. The impact isn't as significant. Now, we all know when you're in a project and there's sales taking place that, comps kind of commingle a little bit. And so, to a certain extent, everyone gets pulled into it. But that's what we're projecting for Pelican Watch. So if you take 48 units and, you take the midpoint of that 9%, the median price for units that have sold there over the past 18 months is about $800,000. Take 9% off of that for 48 units, it's about $3.5 million of value diminution across the building. That's for the condo. The single-family homes, particularly the ones that are directly adjacent and that are beachfront across cottage, I would anticipate a higher degree of value diminution. So in short, heard a lot of efforts that have been made that certainly sound like they're in good faith to mitigate the project and its impacts, but I'm afraid the only evidence from a valuation standpoint suggests that those impacts are difficult to mitigate.
Hold on a minute, before you walk away, just make sure nobody has any questions for your experts. If you're okay with that?
Sure.
Just wanna make sure there's Scott, do you have any questions for any of the 3 experts?
Was this argument made about Coconut Point years and years ago in Estero that it would devalue the neighboring properties? Or is this way different?
I'll answer that from what I recall, when that was being approved, that did come up. The residential units that are there were part of the project design. If we're talking about the impact of the residential condos that are on this, second floor and up, you're making a choice to purchase within a planned and designed incorporated mixed-use development. So I think some of those concerns ended up kind of falling on deaf ear. Frankly, that for me, from a value impact standpoint, I don't think that even is a concern. And ultimately, the approvals that they got, I think, are consistent with that finding as well. I certainly am not familiar with the record, but I remember the conflict over that.
Okay, thank you.
John?
You mentioned sales. What was the time frame of those sales again?
Over the past 18 months, I believe, was what I'd looked at. And I think we had maybe 2 sales. The median between them was around the $800,000 mark. And there's some listings in the building that were also in line with that as well.
What is did you look at the valuation of properties after Ian? And then?
Yes, to make sure to not drag in, markets change all the time.
Sure.
And so when we do these studies, that's obviously a nuance factor. The applicant shouldn't be penalized in a study of ours as a result of, values that are declining because of market that's changed. So the sales we were using were certainly all post-Ian.
Okay.
The other thing I would add to that is we also consider the fact that there's an existing CPD on the other parcel. So when we do an analysis like this, it's not as if, well, what if you add a food truck park and the alternative is you've got just open space? That's not fair to the property either. There's a CPD. And so we try to reflect that in the work that we're doing. And the only other thing I would say as part of that is, it's anecdotal, but we are aware of and have records of, and I believe they've been submitted for 3 listings within Pelican Watch, Unit 508 and Unit, I believe, 104. The brokers there have said specifically they have had buyers walking away, and this is in writing, and their prospective buyers were citing, we don't want to be adjacent to that. We've got concerns over what's going on there. Again, that's anecdotal, but again, that is directly consistent with my professional opinion.
I think we've all seen the property valuations go down because of Ian, correct? And then now the county assessor has said they're starting to bounce back. Do you see that, or?
Yes, that's actually, and Matt Caldwell's of counsel with my firm. One of my best friends, known him forever and have done a lot of work together. We've talked about that as well. We didn't get it as much into, for this analysis, the assessment side. We do that type of work, projecting ad valorem taxes for proposed projects or projecting them even for existing projects for things like this. We didn't get into that. I've been in projects similar to this before, working on either side where you're either trying to project taxes positively or negatively. That can be a hard thing to weigh, what relevance it has. But the assessments are always lagging because they're based on the prior year's data. And the way that Chapter 193 in statute works for assessment purposes, the criteria that's used for them is unique. And because some projects, the improvements are off the rolls right now, it skews the models on the islands. So I would say, yes, the numbers are bouncing back, but they always lag a little bit, if that gives you some context you were looking for.
Well, I just found that interesting because I thought earlier the person representing Pelican Watch talked about ad valorem and how it would negatively impact it, but you just kind of said that you can't judge that, or?
Well, I was talking about the island more broadly. I think the reference before was about if property values decline, that's a result of sales that are declining, and sales that are declining translate then to assessments and the revenue that comes from them. I believe that was the context.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Just a thought, did you do any analysis? There's a brand new fire department going in right across the street from these properties. Would that have a positive or a negative impact, given the fact that sirens could be going off at all hours, or from your professional experience?
I've not looked at I've not looked at the site plan for that well enough to know how it's set up on the top site, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right in the front, yeah.
And I've looked at that issue before for different municipalities, and for institutional users, medical, who have that dynamic when they're proposing new projects. Admittedly, I've not looked at the site plan though, and in what ways that may be mitigated, so I would probably hesitate to say much more.
Good. Just curious, that's all I've got.
Okay.
I've been listening. I'm good.
I just want to piggyback on what the Vice Mayor said, because that was going to be the question I asked. So you haven't looked at potentially what could go at where Mom's is, or where Chapel by the Sea or the Old Town Hall, any impacts that could potentially have staying vacant versus, what I'm trying to get at is, you looked at this specific property, but you didn't look at anything surrounding it of what potentially could go there? And is it your testimony that it may potentially cause a diminish in value, but have you looked at long-term? You just said that every year is different and you can't predict the market. So was this just a specific initial analysis, or did you look at 5-10 years down the road?
Well, yeah, the study that was done in Oregon, it was done over a period of at least 2 to 3 years. I don't know that it went out 5 years. Part of the challenge of doing anything with long-term view on food truck parks is that they're still a relatively new concept to be able to digest 10, 20 years of data, to look at. It's not my opinion that it's a short-term, there's an initial. I think the way that food truck parks operate and, you know, outdoor consumption and noise and those things are, you know, that doesn't change. And so it's not, you know, my opinion that that's something that will happen in short term, but then will wash itself out in the market. And I really try to separate market condition. Like if the market itself just went down 10% or went up 10%, that is separate from what I'm describing. I'm trying to isolate purely the influence of this proposed use. And I would say, as it relates to other properties, the reasonable anticipation about what may be built is done the way for buyers that I think, you know, anyone does. If the site's vacant, they're looking at the existing entitlements and they're kind of going, okay, well, here's what can be done, here's what can't be done. If somebody were to propose something, you know, different on those sites, then that maybe changes the game in a way that we're trying to look at here. But I would say the sales activity that's there, a knowledgeable, you know, buyer and seller talking about market value, they would be looking at the underlying zoning and comp plan and anticipate, hey, whatever goes there is going to be consistent with those.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Just for my own curiosity, when you mentioned Oregon, was that Portland or?
It was not Portland.
Okay.
Can't bring it top of mind, but I gave you citation. It's interesting reading.
Okay.
It's heavy, but it was extremely well done, and yeah.
Thank you.
Over the city.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, if the applicant, if Mr. Davies wants to ask questions or cross-examine any of the experts?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, thank you.
Welcome back.
Well, again, I'm Gary Fields. I'll spare you my personal history, and I'll be brief. I'll cede whatever time I have left to wherever our attorney directs. You've seen it. You've got written evidence of the decline in property value. Big economic picture. There's going to be at least a $3 million loss to Pelican Watch owners. There's additional owners that will also receive a loss. There's a net gain to one person who's developing this property. There's a modest expense to the rest of the taxpayers in Lee County and the town. That's the big economic picture. So we'll be subject to a major loss. There's no question about that. You've received written testimony about it, and we actually also have new written testimony about buyers walking away from our property. The developers sound great. They sound like they want to be good neighbors. I can tell you that we have already proposed live music restrictions and were turned down. You'd have to ask if a good neighbor puts a public bathroom within 20 feet of your swimming pool. Let's get past the rhetoric and look at what's proposed. My final comment is, if there are 30 conditions proposed on a project, and I commend staff for trying to do their best to turn this into something that's palatable to the neighborhood, but when you get 30 conditions, that is a huge red flag. That's an unheard of number of conditions on any project. So, once again, I encourage you to either turn this down or severely restrict it, because this is just the wrong place for this. And I've got nothing against live music. I'm a performer myself. I played in Snug Harbor a half a dozen times this last month. This is the wrong place for live music, and I encourage you to give this some thought. Thank you for your time.
Before you run off real quick, I just got a question for you.
Sure.
How many units do you have in Pelican Watch?
48.
And how many of those are full-time resident, and how many are are seasonal residents?
The majority are
The majority.
yeah.
Can I ask a
I
quick
can
question
give you
too?
a number. Yes.
If I could, apart from no amplified music from the applicant, what would be the compromise that you would suggest
You've actually received, we've submitted some written conditions about limiting the number of hours and the number of days per week. Related to your very good question is also the enforcement, because I actually, for $20, you can buy a sound decibel meter. I walked through Times Square because I wanted to know what the town's limits really functionally felt like, and they were exceeded I think it was 70 decibels was the limit. It exceeded, I went through, right in front of the Aura, it was 75 to 80 on a consistent basis. So enforcement is a serious issue as well. And I'd like to know who, if this happens, who do we call the town? Do we call the Lee County Sheriff? Who do we call if there is a problem?
But back to my question, and if it's in the documentation, I apologize, but just for the record, what would be your ask? The applicant's right here. What's your ask on no amplified music? Is it like Sunday through Wednesday, or what's your formal position as a?
Hold on a second, I've got it right here.
That's okay.
I brought it with me. We ask for music 2 days per week between 2 and 8 p.m. and only for 3 hours per day. That's what we ask for, or we were turned down.
Okay, 2 days per week.
2 days per week between 2 and 8 p.m.
2 and 8.
And only for 3 hours per day.
And then, and those 2 days per week would be up to the owner?
We didn't ask, we didn't want to tie their hands.
But that's the formal position of your condo at this
Yes,
point?
that's
Okay.
what we submit, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it, consideration.
Thank you.
Is Pelican Watch undergone its milestone inspection yet, or?
I'm glad you asked that. We actually had, before the milestone was even passed the
Part of law,
legislation,
yeah.
we had actually, after sunrise, we actually hired an engineer to go through our building. They modified it for the legislation. We've actually completed milestone 1. There were some suggested improvements. We've already completed those.
Okay.
And we've completed milestone 2.
Congratulations. Now what about your reserves? Have you met that too, or?
Well, we've done the reserve study, you know, as part of our rebuild, we drained our reserves and now we're rebuilding them as required.
So would that mean special assessments then coming up to do that, or?
We built it into our budget to rebuild them, so
So
our
no special
annual assessment is taking into consideration what we need and we're working on it.
All right.
But it's been a long haul. But
Congratulations. Yeah, I understand.
If you walk by today, you'll see water going into our swimming pool. It's been a 2.5 year wait for that, so.
Yeah, we're there too now, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Ed French, 2548 Cottage Avenue and 2550 Cottage Avenue. Well, I sure hate to beat a dead horse like that, and boy, it's so dry. I don't know how you have the patience for all the information you collect, and Mr. Safford's making an attempt to see us from a long way away.
That's what he wears the glasses for.
I'm sorry?
So that's what he wears the glasses for.
Yeah, oh, you're right. So the 6 deviations in the, are we up to 30 constraints, or was that 29? It's,
Still at 29.
we're still at 29, okay. We're just hoping to have the applicant, oops, excuse me, not be heard, or you guys not hear me. The zoning for the property has its schedule. We just want the applicant to operate within that zoning schedule. Certainly the live music is a little burr in my saddle. I don't know how you could shoehorn a business like that into a neighborhood, especially the Whiteheads and the O'Laughlins, and expect them to not bark about live music. Now that they have it a little more polished, I was almost gonna say it doesn't fit in our neighborhood, but now that we've had they've answered a lot of our requests, it's getting to look more like it should, instead of a small carnival or state fair. Still doesn't seem right. The values, as I see the values going up on the island, I think things are gonna change, and you know what that happens when things are a little more expensive. People expect a little bit more out of the island, and maybe the food truck thing isn't something I'd do. I would really try for brick and mortar, but it's getting closer. So appreciate everybody's, the LPA's comments and your comments, and your questioning how they're doing business. We're just asking for the respect of the quality of our time and our property investment. I think you just heard the experts speak. You've heard a lot of experts since you've been on the council. Boy, what a crapshoot on if it's going to affect certain things. I know for sure that I could be an expert on the traffic through my property. It's pretty tough. I think this is going to add a little bit more pressure to it. Maybe it can be controlled, maybe not. Maybe the constraints or the conditions can help some of that. You know, after the hurricane, I did hear the mayor say, thank you very much for telling us that our mission is to get back on track and save the island that we do have. And wow, what tall words, but who knew what a heavy lift that was going to be. And I appreciate everybody that is participating and help us getting back on track. Reason I bring that up is that's why I kept coming back. We be 57 years now on that Cottage Avenue, and a lot of great memories. I know that change is inevitable. What's the most constant thing in the world? Change, right? So here we go, more change. And I think we can just live with just about anything, but we just want to be the quality of our time and our property respected. That's all I have for you. Thanks for stopping by the property again. Looking forward to meeting you. Excuse me.
Mr. French, a couple things. First of all, is it fair to say the previous speaker kind of reflects the concerns of the condominium, and you're more you're an individual homeowner in that area, obviously very close to the property. And are there any differences in concerns between the condo and the homeowners? Or are you all on the same page?
I think we're all on the same page here. There's probably some, like being in the beer and wine business, I get how festivals are a lot of fun. Need a good gathering place for the parades that run up and down the stair. I've had a lot of fun doing that myself. Certainly we could put up for one day as long as it doesn't end up on our property, the kind of chaos. Shrimp Festival, Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July, Labor Day.
Memorial Day? Memorial Day?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you like to see those festivals quantified in the variance or in the CPD that
Certainly.
certain limited, I guess, to those particular festivals?
I would say that the maximum, I would hate for that to turn into a festival park.
Yep.
I think all neighbors have to put up with some stuff anyway, so we shouldn't be any different.
Do you mind if I ask you if, apart from a complete ban on amplified music, which I know it would be ideal, do you have in your mind some compromised language that would be an ask of the applicant with respect to amplified music?
You kind of caught me. The Pelican Watch has.
Are you comfortable with their conditions?
Yeah, I think that's a good start.
I think they said 2 days per week, up to the owner, from any time from 2 to 8 p.m. Within that range, but only 3-hour session on those 2 days. Is that consistent with what you would look at, or would you have a different take on that?
Being in the beer and wine business, I get the Fridays and Saturdays.
Yep.
Maybe there can be some latitude there, but I'd hate for it to spill over onto our properties.
So Fridays and Saturdays, and then sometime between 2 and 8. That's your preference?
Yeah.
Only 3 hours per
sounds good.
3 hours per session.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range,
Right.
is where, and would that give you some peace if that had those limits in it?
I think we can put up with it for that long. Just got my Medicare card in October. I don't know, I'm not gonna be one of those hanging from the chandelier anymore, but,
Now don't try to change yourself.
well,
You are in the beer and wine sales, you said.
Yeah, why am I just now finding this out? You're my new best friend.
right, we used to be. We did
Oh.
unfortunately sell our family business. In fact, I've always wanted to be a resident to take advantage of the savings. Paying $54,000 a year, or $53,000 a year on my properties for taxes would be a whole lot better if I was a resident, but Indiana made me be a resident to keep my wholesaler's license. So it's now that we've sold that and things are settling down, Indiana requires me to be a resident for 2 years after that as well, and keep our business open, or at least the entity open, so they can find us if there was some kind of problem. So that's
And Mr. French, you own 2 lots right behind the parking lot of the proposed.
correct, right next door to the Pelican Watch
Yeah.
too, which you kind of would think that's the north side, but it's really the west side.
Thank you for your testimony.
Nope, thank you very much for
Well,
the time.
and 57 years, thanks for your commitment to this island.
Oh, it's well worth it. The island's given back 10 times more than I ever did.
Just a quick question for you, before you run, because it was brought up about contemplation. Had you ever contemplated rebuilding the 2 properties that you had there? Had Ian
Absolutely.
not
Already-
tore them down?
I had a little hiccup with my contractor. You can't find very good subs. I bought a condo at Ocean Harbor just so I had a place to hang my hat when we do start building. I got another piece of property on Tropical Shores. That's gonna be the first one. Get rid of the condo after I move in there and then take a stab at this on the beach. Love the island. I've thought about moving several times since the hurricane, and the food truck court challenged me, but I'm here for another 20, maybe the last 5 I'm on meds, but I'm here.
Well, hopefully you saved a secret stash of your former business that would get you through.
I've had enough my share of beer. In fact, that was my worst customer after my dad got Alzheimer's. Didn't want to end up on the front page, so got some making up to do for sure.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Hold on, nope. Danford's.
Hi again. Hi, I'm Deb Danford, owner of 2520 and 2522 Cottage Avenue. For the record, I agree with and endorse our experts' positions expressed today in their presentations and reports. The comprehensive plan and future land use map provide rules and guidelines we must follow, enforce, and use to aid in decision-making to achieve the town's small town vision. As we all know, compliance with comprehensive plan is required by everyone, and it's the town council's job to enforce it. Being pressured into making decisions that do not comply with the comprehensive plan, possibly in the guise of rebuilding the island, makes your job, everyone's job, harder. It creates confusion, frustration, dissension among everyone. As you've heard, there are no official plans or rules in place for a food truck park on Fort Myers Beach. Shouldn't those rules have been established first? However, the LPA chose to use this applicant's proposal as more or less a guinea pig to develop the rules as they went along. They used other nearby food trucks as models. Makes sense, right? However, they obviously chose to ignore the area's surrounding location, as not one of their models used is located right next to a residential neighborhood. Why? Because those folks understand they don't belong there. I hate to be redundant, but any approval of this proposal will unfairly and unjustly negatively degrade neighboring property values and their marketability. I know you guys keep hearing it, but we've got evidence of it. Pelican Watch has 3 properties listed for sale. Once buyers found out about the nearby food truck proposal, they walked away. You've all been provided documentation from the various realtors as evidence of this, including the letter from realtor Dennis Bobak of Bobak Realty. For the record, he wrote, I had a client walk away from the sale on Unit 104 as soon as they heard about the food truck park proposal on the property next door. If this proposal is approved, it will reduce the value of the units in the building and overall value of the property, causing all the unit owners a significant loss in the value of their units that they will not be compensated for. Folks, this is evidence of what we're saying. I want to take the opportunity, though, now to respond quickly to a couple comments made in the applicant's presentation of LPA. They state consistent with the comprehensive plan. Absolutely not. And it's not compliant in many areas that you've heard and read. Saying so doesn't make it so. Stimulate development of the island. How is another paid parking lot? By the way, we already have one just a street over on Mango. and more food trucks on the island going to stimulate development? What evidence is there to support this claim? Again, saying so doesn't make it so. Set the bar high for other mobile vending projects on the island? Really? Is this the vision we have for the future of the island? More food trucks? We need brick and mortar, guys. They referenced rooftop at Riverside and stated a catalyst to help that corridor redevelop and thrive. This is no comparison at all. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but the rooftop at Riverside in Bonita Springs is a large two-story brick and mortar building with a few food trucks parked on their large lot. And yet again, it is not located near a residential neighborhood. It is surrounded by other commercial businesses. I could go on here, but I only have so much time. I do have concerns not only about this development, but their future plans, including but not limited to their request to lease the property for special events like a carnival or a festival. Seriously, a carnival? Folks who've been to our neighborhood and seen the applicant's property, this is not an appropriate location for these kind of events. Never mind being highly insensitive. A lease option would be a constant burden for neighbors and the town council, never knowing what we would have to be dealing with next. Building and FEMA code compliance. We've all seen the applicant's rendering of a permanent ground level building to house a stage, a built-in bar, and Scoop's ice cream shop, which I assume would also include large refrigeration units. Wouldn't this permanent building be required to comply with the building codes and FEMA rules? If so, according to FEMA's flood zone maps, this property is in an AE/EL 12 flood zone. For FEMA rules and F&B building codes that are mandated by Florida building codes, this building would need to be elevated 13 feet. If it were rendered following the building codes and FEMA rules, it would significantly change its design and ease of access.
Thank you. Do you want to wrap up in case we got some
Sure.
questions for you? Scott, any questions?
No, not at this time.
Councilor King?
Come on, Scott. Come on, Scott. I was hoping for some questions.
I've got nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
It's interesting. I was actually went to visit the rooftop at Riverside on Saturday, and you're absolutely correct. It's surrounded by commercial property.
Yes.
And the one thing I did notice, and they have a stage for music, but they didn't have music playing at the time, but the restaurant about a block away had live music, and it was really, you could really hear it.
It's annoying.
And so, on the music piece, if you were gonna, I'm guessing you prefer a complete ban on amplified music, but if you were to look for some kind of an in-between compromise, are you comfortable with the compromise that the previous speakers have put forth?
I think if you cut it down to, like I said, 2 days a week or something like that, between hours of 2 and 8, I think it would be fine. I think from my standpoint, I'm concerned about the control of it. You know how things get, they get out of control. Somebody, they get loud with crowd noise, so they turn up the music. I can't hear it, and then next thing you know, the music is getting louder and louder. It's control. It's the control, because what do we do when it's loud? If they say they'll manage it, are they going to be there every day of the week? I don't know, maybe, but otherwise, we've got to report it. We've got to wait, and personally, I don't like to sound like I'm just a complainer. I like to try to get along with everybody, but I don't want to be a thorn in their side if this gets approved. I really don't. I just want us to coexist. But I don't really think this kind of a development with, outdoor entertaining, kind of amplified, is going to easily coexist in this area.
If we were to put a limit on the festivals, those 5 festivals, those 5 events that Mr. French and I discussed, does that seem reasonable for you?
I did not hear all of what he agreed to.
Basically, we're just talking, but Shrimp Festival, 4th of July, St. Patrick's Day, Labor Day, Memorial Day, limit the festivals to those 5 festivals. Does that give you additional peace or no?
I'm concerned, of course, about traffic, the crowd noise, and everything else. How long would this event be? Would it be a weekend event? Would it be a day? I guess, you know, I would have to know more about the parameters surrounding, this than to make that kind of a judgment.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Thank you, guys.
Before we run off, I just want to,
Oh.
there was obviously some talk about, he's talking about music, I'm talking about buffers and
Yeah.
increasing potential buffers. Is that something that you would welcome? I would assume you would welcome greater buffers between property lines and the potential improvement of the development.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, when we stand up and.
Maybe that was a
I can't
rhetorical
remember
question.
if you came up in our property, but I know, that John did. I mean, you stand up there and you're overlooking this. I mean, we're right on top of it. I don't know how you could buffer it. I'll be honest with you. I just don't know that anything that you're gonna do to buffer the noise and the crowd noise and the traffic, you know, the noises from traffic and everything is going to be able to be buffered. Just purely because of the height. It's not because of their lack of attempt. It's just, it's very difficult to do. So a bigger, wider buffer maybe to, you know, would help, yeah. Between our property and, you know, where their, development would be.
And you had mentioned that when we had our walk around that you Airbnb'd your house before. Is that your intent on the new one when you build it back?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. With what's going on with this proposal, it's going to affect it if we decide to do it. I know it will. The people that we had, we live in there too, I mean, but we also rent it out periodically when we're not there, because we travel back and forth. I know the majority of the people that wanted to rent our place was because of its location. They didn't want Times Square in their face every hour of the day. You know, they wanted a quiet place. They enjoyed sitting on the deck and watching the sunset and enjoying the peace that is in this area. As even Mr. Haka alluded to, it's a nice area. It's quiet. We enjoy that. And, you know, that's beneficial for not only just us as homeowners, but if we should decide that we want to rent out, you know, we need to be able to offer them that. They can walk to Times Square from our location, you know, it's a short walk. It really isn't that far. So if they want that, they can walk down there and get it, and they can come back here for some peace, you know. So, and that's the way we feel. I mean, that's the way we treat it.
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Do I need to restate my name and everything?
Yeah.
All right. And also, I believe Gary and Ed ceded their remaining time, which was around 3 minutes, but I'll try to be brief. Tom Danford, 2520 and 2522 Cottage Avenue. For the record, I do endorse our experts' positions. Comprehensive plan, perhaps a common sense approach there. It states the concept of avoiding commercial intrusions into residential areas will be maintained. Town shall protect residential neighborhoods from intrusive commercial activities. The intense commercial activities at Times Square need not and should not extend in continuous linear development down Estero Avenue. It goes on to say, new and expanded commercial activities must be sensitive to nearby residential use, complement adjoining commercial use, contribute to the public realm, and meet the designs in the comprehensive plan and land development code. Quoting Anita, the LPA hearing, less intensive but more intrusive. How is that sensitive to the nearby residential use? On that criterion, this project fails. Complement adjoining commercial uses. The adjoining properties are overwhelmingly residential, and the only commercial use adjoining this property is a food truck operating on a temporary permit, MOMS. The elimination of temporary status of food trucks in this area represents a significant departure from the sole existing commercial use. The town has taken a clear stance on food trucks in this area. They are intended to exist as temporary use only, not to complement the extensive and available existing uses. It fails on that criteria. Contribute to the public realm. Little, if anything, has been offered, indicating even a minimal positive impact. Applicant believes the comfort station, which is necessary for their patrons, serves the public realm, yet it will only be used by the applicant's patrons. None of the residents in the neighborhood will use it. Maintain a small town character. Does this proposal accomplish this? Really? 5 food trucks, a beer garden, live entertainment, all overcrowding a space too small to handle all this? 40 parking spaces, sending traffic down a stairwell to a destination we're trying to promote bike and pedestrian traffic? It fails this criterion. Meet the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. As LPA states, there's no code. On this criterion, the project fails. It fails every measure of 4B5. The town can insist on the protection of its private realms and the enhancement of its public realms when evaluating proposals. That's such an impactful statement. It relates to the commercial development in the heart of the island. Please respect the private realm. The fiscal impacts are monstrous. Property devaluation in the millions. The town faces loss of FEMA support and related insurance discounts town-wide. The resulting impact to the neighborhood's residential rental activities will yield potential tax revenue reductions for property taxes, tourism taxes, and sales taxes. The LPA recommendation with a narrow 4-3 vote, 6 deviations and nearly 30 conditions must be a record. It's evident this project in this location is inappropriate. It's an attempt to codify food truck parks and commercial paid parking lots. The cart's before the horse. Codification should be first, permits second. I do commend the LPA staff in their attempt to codify this application, but it was a mistake to do so. In reviewing their report, they say mobile vendor food truck parks are growing in popularity, and this use is not directly addressed in the LDC. Again, codification is needed. Staff states the proposed use is less intensive. Fact remains, it's still intensive. The request is compatible with the surrounding land uses. The potential for nuisance is minimized through provided buffers as well as several staff recommended conditions, approximately 30. Staff never contacted Deb, me, or our neighbors regarding our feelings. None of us share staff's position. Their staff's response to 4B5, the proposal is sensitive to the surrounding residential uses. As an impacted neighbor, I emphatically disagree. This is impactful and intrusive. Staff states the proposed use comply with this chapter and with the town ordinances and code, except in regard to the deviations. Essentially, they're saying it's okay, except where it's not. Not once did staff summarize the benefits to the neighborhood or the town as a whole. In fact, at today's hearing, Judith Frankel said, not much. I have to say, I feel that is spot on. Town council, it's your responsibility to correct the LPA's errors. Based on the many concerning points elaborated today, this project truly does not fit this location. Please consider the impact this will have on our residential neighborhood. Please consider our rights to a quiet, peaceful enjoyment of our property. Respect the public realm. Please consider how we all want Fort Myers Beach to rebuild from the devastation of Hurricane Ian. An approval of the application will send a very clear message to the town of the path you wish to go down in the heart of the island. While your denial sends a clear message to those of us residential developers who have or are considering investing millions of dollars that you support our efforts of rebuilding the island with a small town character in mind. It tells us, folks, you have our backs. I'm going to stop there. I have several other points, but I will stop there to try and respect your time.
Scott, any questions?
No.
Counselor King?
None.
Yes, Mayor? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Just very quickly, the folders that you see me carrying are just physical submissions of the materials that were provided to you for today's agenda. So I'm going to leave these here with you all just as a matter of procedure, just to actually submit a physical copy.
I thought you were giving the vice mayor a run for his money.
I see that.
I'll take mine now.
He is well informed. Just a couple of quick points that I wanted to make. You know, the applicant has made the point that this is a family-friendly proposal, a family-friendly business, or rather a business that is intended to be family-friendly, but at the same time says there aren't enough families to support a 10-pin bowling operation. So it just seems kind of to conflict, right? There either are enough families to support a family-friendly operation, or there aren't enough families to support a family-friendly operation, but it doesn't seem like you can really have both of those be true. And then the second point is with regard to valuation. Whatever modest value or taxable value increase there is as a result of approving this plan, I think it's far outweighed by the loss in housing stock and the value depreciation that the city is inevitably going to see in terms of tax revenue. So just two really quick points that I wanted to make. You know, there's a very clear policy 4B5, that Tom Danford referenced, that has a clear criteria for evaluating whether new commercial uses are appropriate in the boulevard zoning. And I'm just going to read it into the record very quickly. And I know Dan did, but Tom did. So I'm just going to do it really quickly because I think it's very important. To obtain approval for new or expanded commercial activities, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses, contribute to the public realm as described in this comprehensive plan, and meet the design concepts of this plan and the land development code. So I think, you know, we've been pretty clear in, you know, the nearby residential uses, those folks don't feel like this is complementary. And whether it is or it isn't obviously is a question for you all to decide, but I think we have a very, very strong showing of the users of those adjoining residential properties, and they're very adamant in that this is not complementary. Secondly, with regard to existing commercial uses, there's really only one right now, and it seems to be that food truck that's kind of across the street, and that was given a temporary permit. And part of the reason that I call that out is, you know, to deviate from the temporal nature of that food truck is a significant step, a significant measure. And part of the reason why it was given a temporary permit is because food trucks were never contemplated to be a permanent business for these zoning properties, for this zoning designation. And then lastly, as it relates to the public realm, I think we've had a conversation about a comfort station. There are a number of concerns that we expressed at LPA that we will continue to express today regarding the comfort station as a, you know, on one end, a station that's open to the public, on another end, because of its open nature to the public, being something that promotes vagrancy or a vagrancy point. And that's something that we certainly would express to you and ask you to consider. But collectively, looking at those 3 points, I think it makes the case for why the appropriate avenue to take here is to deny this application and for the city to have its own proper opportunity to look at food trucks as a whole, food truck parks more specifically as a whole, and say what are the absolute minimum conditions, and can we build in an opportunity for folks who do want to open up a food truck park to come before us so that we can make it site specific, but provide an absolute minimum for all food truck parks. I mean, to go sort of outside of that process is to kind of create a very specific niche for this property, but it also allows other folks to come back before you and say, hey, well, you know, in this issue, this is what you guys did, and we're going to just trying to copy what you have already approved, but it's just not appropriate for a one-size-fits-all. I think the point that Councilor Woodson made, which is this is a really unusual application in that it has so many deviations, really goes to that point, that the appropriate avenue here is through an ordinance, and not through looking at this specific application to create a precedent for a food truck park. So I would just ask you to please take that into consideration when making your decision. And then lastly, you know, we have a specific list of conditions that we've asked the applicant to take into account, and I think they've done an okay job of looking at them, but it's guarantees that we're looking at. I think you can say that you're going to be a family-friendly operation, but you have to make certain guarantees in order for that to be the case, and foreclose the opportunity of this being, for example, a temporary event venue / food truck park because you have no limitation on special events. Pelican Watch's position is that there be a complete ban on special events. Of course, you know, Ed French and the Danfords have proposed a limitation on that number of special events, and I think that is a significant consideration that you all should take into account, so that we don't, tread the line, given that, we're already kind of doing this in a piecemeal way. We don't tread the line of food truck court / special event venue with unlimited live open music. I think the suggestions that have been made here are reasonable to an extent, but I would ask for those suggestions to be codified, not only with regard to the applicant, but run with the land, so that a new applicant doesn't come in, open up a food truck court, and then has to kind of go through, relitigate this entire process all over again. And so with that, I'll close. I'll ask you all to please consider the impact to their property values, the impact to the city's tax revenue, the fact that the use that's being contemplated, it's not fit because of the fact that it's intrusive, and there aren't enough guarantees for the property owner's safety, their welfare, their investment-backed expectations, and more importantly, the use and enjoyment of their peace, of having a beachfront property in Fort Myers Beach, I think is a unique jewel, and to preserve that quality of life and promote that quality of life, I think is a benefit to the city, and I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Scott? Any questions for
I do not.
John? No. No? All right, thank you. Judith?
Do you quickly want to ask
Oh,
Mr. Davies
yes,
his cross-examination?
You good?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can leave them with the clerk.
Yes, I will.
Oh, good.
We all got a box, right?
Right.
Are you finishing up, Judith?
Yes.
Because wouldn't folks who aren't part of the interveners still have a chance for public comment?
Yeah, so she finishes up, and then we'll go to public comment.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Just like we did before. All good.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the findings and conclusions like we did for the first ordinance, all of those criteria. And then I'm gonna get to the recommendation, which is gonna include the conditions, the recommended conditions for approval. So when I get there, if you are anticipating changes to those conditions, we can add those, or we can add them, whenever you like, but. So I have not, I know you've made some suggestions, the applicant has made some suggestions here, I haven't made those in my notes yet. Okay. Findings and conclusions. We're gonna look at 3 parts of the code, Land Development Code, section 34-85B, section C of that same chapter, and 34-216-2. Okay, so the first one, 34-85B, considerations. In reaching its decision, the town council shall consider the following whenever applicable. 1, there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. No errors or ambiguities exist. 2, whether there exists change or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The site was vacant prior to Hurricane Ian. The redevelopment of the site makes the request appropriate at this time. Mobile vendor food truck parks are growing in popularity, and this use has not directly been addressed by the Land Development Code, which makes the CPD process appropriate to resolve any potential conflicts with this new use. 3, the impact of a proposed change on the intent of this chapter. No impact on the intent of this chapter will occur, although the LPA and/or town council may desire to consider additional regulation to govern this use in the future. 4, the testimony of any applicant, which you have heard, the recommendation of staff and the local planning agency, the testimony of the public, which you will hear after me. 7, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The density and intensity requests are consistent with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The proposed mobile vendor/food truck park will program a space that has been vacant for many years preceding Hurricane Ian. It is by its scale pedestrian-oriented for the existing neighbors and the several newly approved development projects in nearby locations as addressed in Goal 7 of the comp plan. Also, the location is accessible from Lee Tran service and a reasonable distance from the downtown zoning district on bicycle. Mobile vendors, food truck operators in general are small business owners who may add to Fort Myers Beach small town character as addressed in Goal 4. The outdoor nature of the proposed development lends itself to integration with the public realm as addressed in policy 4A2. The following policies are addressed by the applicant in the project narrative. I'm going to list those and go into one specifically because it's been brought up just now. Addressed by the applicant, policy 4C3, policies 4B5 and 4C3, policy 4C4, policy 4C8, policy 4E1. The proposed redevelopment of the property will be well below the allowed intensity, which is an FAR of 1.0 as approved in resolution 07-28 prior to the natural disaster of Hurricane Ian, and policy 7D3 alternate travel mode. Because this has come up several times in the last hour or so, I did want to go over policy 4B5, which sets forth the guidelines for the Boulevard future land use district. It is intended as a mixed-use district along portions of Estero Boulevard, including less intense commercial areas, historic cottages, and mixed housing types. This category is not intended to allow commercial uses on all properties. Its mixed-use nature is intended to remain permanently. For new residential development, the maximum density is 6 dwelling units per acre, except where platted otherwise. To obtain approval for new or expanded commercial activities, proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses. So this is the part where if you believe that the proposed development is insensitive or not appropriately sensitive to the nearby residential uses, where you could take a differing opinion on what's being presented to you. So, as some of the presenters explained, I'm going to read it again. Proposals must be sensitive to nearby residential uses. They must complement any adjoining commercial uses. So it's a different language when referring to the residential uses as opposed to the nearby commercial uses. Generally, when we're thinking about commercial uses, we're thinking about what it's zoned for, what its potential is, even if the property is sitting vacant at the moment. So this location is surrounded by properties that are intended for commercial development as well as institutional on the other side of Estero Boulevard. So complementary to the adjoining commercial uses. Contribute to the public realm as described in this comprehensive plan and meet the design concepts of the plan and the land development code. These qualities and overall consistency with the comprehensive plan shall be evaluated by the town through plan development rezoning process, which is why we're here today. Non-residential uses, including motels and churches, now comprise, and this is 1999 when the comp plan was adopted, 46.9% of the land in this category. So we have not done an evaluation about the percentages, but if you can think about what's happening in this location along Estero Boulevard, I don't think we're anywhere near that 46.9% of commercial uses in this category. And then it further says, and this percentage shall not exceed 70%, which tells me that the comp plan is anticipating a growth in commercial uses in this area. So that's what the comp plan says on the topic. Okay, back to the criteria. Okay, number 8, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance standards and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. The proposed development will be required to meet performance standards set forth in Land Development Code section 34-2031 and 34-2032. 9, whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change. Urban services exist in this location. 10, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request will have no impact on designated environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request does not include any revision to the environmentally critical areas. 11, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding land uses. Again, this is an area where you may differ in opinion. The potential for nuisance is minimized through the provided buffers, as well as several staff recommended conditions for approval. These suggested conditions include limited hours of operation to reduce the potential for noise nuisance to the surrounding properties. 12, whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. The current request is less intense than the previously approved MCP, Master Concept Plan, and should not place an undue burden on transportation services, although there is a condition, when we get to the conditions, in reference to this. For planned redevelopment zoning, see 34-216 for additional considerations, and I'll get there in a minute. Okay. Land Development Code Section 34-85C. Before granting any rezoning, the Town Council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Staff finds that the proposed uses and requested deviations for the CPD comply with the comprehensive plan. 2, this chapter, the proposed uses comply with this chapter except in regards to the 6 deviations noted. 3, any other applicable town ordinance or codes. Staff finds the proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes, except, again, in regards to the deviations. And 4, for plan development rezoning, see 34-216 of this chapter. Okay, Land Development Code Section 34-216B2. The recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth that you've just heard of this chapter. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. The proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate at the subject location. The proposed mix of uses is appropriate in this location as it is in the Boulevard Future Land Use category. The expanded boundary area under separate ordinance, additions to the schedule of uses, and the master concept plan are appropriate. The mobile vendor / food truck park concept with commercial parking area is not directly anticipated in the comprehensive plan or the land development code, but it is not in conflict with either regulation. B, sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulation. Staff finds that sufficient safeguards are provided for the public interest through the required buffering of the property boundaries. Additionally, staff has suggested several conditions to further safeguard the public. C, all recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impacts on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. All conditions are related to the impact on the public interest. D, the proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the required plan development, such as the following. I'm going to list them now. Policy 4B4 and 4C3 on commercial uses in the mixed residential category, not applicable. Policy 4B5 and 4C3 on commercial rezonings in the boulevard category. I addressed that a little bit earlier. But further, staff finds the mobile vendor food truck park contributes to the pedestrian character of the town and the boulevard future land use category. The proposal is sensitive to the surrounding residential uses. Policy 4C4 on building heights taller than the standard height limit, no additional height is requested. Policy 4C8 on density transfers, that is not applicable. Policy 4E1 on pre-disaster build back, also not applicable. Policy 7J2 on traffic impact analysis and potential design improvements that could offset traffic impacts. We do not anticipate adverse traffic impacts, although there are conditions in the recommended conditions of approval to address this as well. Findings for deviation requests. This is specific just to the 6 deviations. Per section 34-216(4), all deviations must be approved with modifications, or rejected based on the finding that A, each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development. Staff finds the requested deviations are related to an efficient functioning of the master concept plan. B, the general intent of this chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare be preserved and promoted. The proposed deviations preserve public health. Each deviation operates to the benefit, or at least not to the detriment, of the public interest. Staff finds the deviations are not a detriment to the public interest, although additional conditions are recommended for the master concept plan. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Staff finds deviations are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Okay, so that's findings and conclusions. Recommendation. Staff finds that the CPD with deviations meets the criteria set forth in section 34-85B and C and 34-2162 of the Land Development Code. If the town council finds that the applicant proposed parking calculations is appropriate, staff recommends approval with conditions of DCI 2024-0137. The recommended conditions are listed as follows and are intended to reduce the potential for nuisance to the neighboring residential parcels. Okay, so now we're at the conditions list. So I'm gonna start going through these. If you want me to stop at any point because you're ready to amend it, we can also amend it after you've heard all of the public comments, so either way you wanna do it. But I just have not amended it since what you've seen in your packets.
Judith, could we go ahead and hear that public comment, finish that public comment before we
Yes.
get to the conditions, just so that it's not redundant?
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right, public comment.
I have a few.
All right, go
The
ahead.
first one is Suzanne Todd, and Suzanne will be followed by Vince Todd.
My pens are running out of ink all at once.
Here, Karen.
I'm not done on my last one.
Okay.
Good
See what
afternoon.
happens.
Hello, Suzanne Todd, Pelican Watch 606, also resident of Indianapolis, Indiana. My husband and I came to Fort Myers Beach and bought property here in 1981, and we have remained at Pelican Watch since that time. Our children grew up here during their vacations, and now we have 10 grandchildren who also have visited and love the beach just as much as we do. When we are here, I walk the beach. I've walked every inch of Fort Myers Beach over the years. When I walk, I always carry a bag with me because I love the beach, but I don't love the trash. One of my concerns here is that people will be coming off the beach. They'll buy food at the food trucks. They'll take it back to the beach, and that will end up as more trash. The second thing I'm concerned about is the birds. If you remember the birds down at the downtown with all the outdoor eating places, it was hard to navigate the outdoor eating places because of all the string they had to put up to try to keep the birds off the tables. And I believe this open air food trucks will just bring in more of those dirty, diseased blackbirds with their droppings and their noise. The droppings are a public health hazard. I'm a nurse. I was an operating room nurse. I know about germs, and I know what causes a lot of chronic diseases, and birds are some of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vince Todd. After Vince will be Jan Kraus.
Good afternoon. I think we all missed lunch, didn't we? Vince Todd, Pelican Watch, 606, since 1981. I was the first one to close on my condominium there. And so I feel like I've been a chartered member of the beach. Anyway, we would feel it's really unfair to the residents of the island here since 1981 to have helped sustain the island. We keep coming back. How many hurricanes have we had since 81? Several. More than you can count on one hand. Here we are once again rebuilding and putting it back together. Fortunately, Pelican Watch is one of the few that's up and down that 7 Mile Island that's back together. And as Gary said earlier, we're putting water in the pool. So get ready for another pool party. There we go. And somebody mentioned earlier that we've had 3 rejections of offers for units in the building. Once they found out about the forthcoming proposal, they backed away. So we've lost 3 sales, and that's an indication of what the future's like. How long is that gonna last? So 3, 4, 5, 10, how many are we gonna have? Thank you very much.
Are you a Butler grad?
Say again?
Are you a Butler grad?
Yes,
Very good, congratulations, excellent.
thank you.
Great school.
Basketball will be back.
Good, we're waiting.
Jan Kraus. After Jan is Kirk Benarian. I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
Hello, my name is Jan Cruzy. I live at 2532 Pelican Watch. Honorable Mayor, committee members. My family were original owners like he was, and we love this place. My big concern is the boundary line by our pool. I used to own at Estero Beach Club, and as you know, that pool is right on the Gulf. And time again, we'd have people climb over our fence. They were in our pool. We had garbage. We had sex going on. We had all kinds of things happening. And I'm concerned with this beer garden beside us that when people drink and get a little liquid courage, you don't know what they're gonna do. And I'm a grandmother now, and I'd like to appeal to you as a grandmother and a mother. Just looking off our balconies and looking down, what type of promiscuous behavior are our children gonna see? Profanity, I'm gonna have to explain to my granddaughter, what they're talking about. So please, I appeal to you, consider us there at Pelican Watch and the others around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Kirk Benarian, Pelican Watch resident, Fort Myers Beach permanent resident for the last 10 years. Can what I said previously be incorporated so I don't have to repeat all the stuff, because these are 2 separate cases, or do you need me to go through the whole thing about what I said earlier? I heard an attorney say
it's
that.
late in
I
the
used
day.
attorney words.
So, yeah, we'll try to incorporate it by
Yeah,
reference.
because I understand you
Your
separated
comments
them.
made from
Yeah.
during
Yeah, because
ordinance,
they're
the prior
very
ordinance.
similar, except I
Okay.
think the food park thing would be even worse than just the commercial 1 extra lot. Anyway, so again, real quickly, so one of the things that I saw was this deviation on that 30-foot Chapel Street, where instead of 250 feet from Estero, the entrance would be 100, and I understand that's the only way they can do it. However, it's not approved yet, and if you do approve that, I would keep in mind the reason why they have so many feet away from Estero Boulevard is because traffic invariably can back up, and when it backs up, somebody's trying to turn on Estero Boulevard, and then it does affect Estero Boulevard. And also keep in mind that the new fire station is going right there. So I understand it can't do 200 or 250 feet, whatever the thing is, but you are going to grant the deviation, which I believe would have an effect on traffic on Estero Boulevard across from the fire station. I heard somebody say from the proposer's side, we have no intent to take away from brick and mortar establishments. I support the brick and mortar establishments here, and it's just logical to me that if somebody is investing in building a brick and mortar business for restaurant, that having somebody who has little investment and 5 different restaurants, so to speak, is going to take away from the people that are investing in brick and mortar restaurants. And then And then, finally, do we really want food trucks as part of our land usage on this beautiful beach in the future, especially adjacent to residential areas? Is that the way we want Fort Myers Beach to look? Food trucks. Thank you for your time, and I have a great deal of respect for everybody here. I can't believe how long you guys are. This is crazy. Great job. Thank you.
That's all I have signed up.
All right, anyone, come on up.
Sorry, sitting way too long. All that planting this weekend. Yeah, all the planting, but sitting too. Amy Lowry, full-time resident here at Fort Myers Beach for almost 25 years now. First off, did y'all get my email that I sent, so I don't repeat myself?
When did you send it?
Friday.
I don't
No?
remember seeing it.
Okay, No, all I right. did. You did? I did. I You think I did. responded to you. Okay, all right. Well, then maybe I'll read what I wrote up and stuff. So, all right. I'm a full-time resident here. I'd like to thank each of you for everything that you guys do. Wouldn't want to be in your position any day of the week, so thank you for being up there. We first met the Hikers about 15 years ago when Rick and I owned Distinctive Beach Rentals. They came to us to discuss renting their home they purchased at 2518. They loved the older original buildings. They loved Fort Myers Beach for what it was, and they wanted to preserve that. I understand the concerns of the owners at Pelican Watch condos and the neighbors who may say not in my backyard. I'd be one of those people, I admit it. I'm not gonna lie, I've always stood up for not in my backyard either. However, if given the choice of living across the street from the fire department or a food truck court, I would take a food truck court any day of the week than the fire department. I look back to what was here when we moved in 2001 in that area. The Holmes house was there. The Reef was right across the street. Anybody ever go to the Reef? The music was so loud in there, it was louder than the cottage or the lighthouse, any day of the week. You could hear it over there. Pelican Watch buildings, condos were built in 1981. The Holmes house, the Reef, all of those establishments were there in 2001 when we moved here. I don't know what was there between 85 and 2001, so I can't speak to that. We talk about intensity, though. I've heard that a lot today, and how that is going to impact them. We talk about that this is a residential community, a residential area, I should say, on the island. I tend to differ with that. You had Town Hall previously, Bank of America when I moved here. I don't know what it was before that. We had Tops Grocery Store, Casey's Alley, the laundromat, some of the worst areas that anybody, even I didn't go in there. You had a lot of things that are up there, Chapel by the Sea, the Reef, the Holmes house. Was it really, and is it really a residential neighborhood per se, or is it more of a mixed commercial use area? I tend to look at it that way. The Holmes house seated over 200 people. That's a lot of people that were right there in front of where Pelican Watch is. That's a big restaurant, 200 people to be seating. How much traffic was there? The Reef, I couldn't tell you how many people it sat, to be honest with you. So, food trucks are very popular these days. Jim, I was there on Sunday, the one at Riverside Park. We went down for the art festival. You and Brenda probably did too. Walked over to see it and all. I've eaten at that food truck before. I enjoy food trucks. So I'm going to be one of the few people that are going to be patronizing the Hodges if this goes through for them. There was residential on both side streets on either block. You are correct. The main drag of Old 41 is all commercial. We parked at the library, which is almost right behind the food truck park. And as you walk down either side street, because you come up one side and then went back down the other to our car, those are residential homes that are there. So, you guys have a big decision ahead of you, but I would ask that you move forward with this. To me, it's a win-win for the island.
Thank you. Who else? See one?
I just want to finish up with a
You
public
say your name
comment.
again, though.
Derek O'Loughlin. As I'm the most adjacent to it, I've just noticed that all you guys are bargaining with the applicant, and I'm okay with the bargaining thing. I like it, but I would like to emphasize the boundaries, the music, and the pub.
But if he's gonna concede, I would, and I've seen this in the past, and in my experience, that before you would concede to what they're putting in, that anything that he's conceding to the neighborhood and the neighbors, to be set in stone. Have a comprehensive plan. Give us your end product so we can make a good decision. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
So someone else's hand.
Eric.
Hello. I've been to a lot of these, never spoke, so not good at public speaking, but.
You gotta say your name though.
Erica Raz. I'm here today to show my support for the proposed food truck, Access 26. As a young Fort Myers Beach resident and a business owner on island, pre and post Ian, I believe these types of businesses and or attractions can bring a positive draw and tourism back into our community, which is much needed. I understand the neighboring residents' argument, but as a business owner here, we need to thrive to survive, and that counts on tourism. Allowing a concept like this on island keeps everything in-house, as opposed to pushing tourists and locals off island to find diverse food and entertainment. We have to stop sending people away. This project will support small businesses and local vendors, create a vibrant community space, and bring a positive change to our island. I look forward to its approval for the future of Fort Myers Beach. And to follow up, Rooftop at Riverside has residential homes less than 0.1 miles away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See no one else, we'll close public comment. Judith, you wanna come up and?
Oh, you got a guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Behind the thing
Oh,
there.
missed you. Come on up.
I'm Lyle Grenz, Pelican Watch.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Lyle Grenz. I'm opposed to the proposed food court. It's not gonna affect me as much as some of the other residents. Arl and I is on the beach side, but we park underneath the building, so our access, but we can drive underneath the building and go out a different entrance. What I'm a little surprised at in some of the research here, I found that there is a code, it's code 341264, which talks about alcohol consumption in relationship to a place of worship, okay, within 500 feet. I know the church is no longer there, but I believe the church still owns the property. And in the world we're living in these days, do we want alcohol served, or do we want people to worship our God and Lord? And I think that needs to be a consideration, that the person finds out exactly what's happening with that property before you allow a place that serves alcohol directly across the street from it. So that would be, my concern, that God comes first in my life. I hope he comes first in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll close public comment. Judith?
We're gonna go over the recommended conditions for approval. So, stop me at any time.
Stop.
Should I leave? The development, number one, the development of option A as approved and conditioned in resolution 0728 will no longer be valid with the approval of this master concept plan and schedule of uses. 2, at the time of development order approval, the applicant must provide the following buffers. A, along Chapel Street, the west property line, a 10-foot wide buffer with a minimum of 4 trees per 100 linear feet, which is about 6 trees, and a 3-foot high hedge planted in a double staggered row. B, along the east property line that extends from Estero Boulevard, a minimum 7.5-foot wide buffer with a minimum of 10 trees per 100 linear feet, and a 3-foot high hedge planted in a double staggered row. This is where the applicant suggested maybe certain heights at time of planting. So C, along the south and east property lines adjacent to 2553 and 2563 Cottage Avenue, a minimum 10-foot wide buffer with a 6-foot high opaque fence where applicable, with a minimum of 8 trees per 100 linear feet and a 3-foot high hedge planted in a double staggered row and planted on the outside of the fence. D, along Cottage Street, the south property line, a minimum 10-foot wide buffer with a minimum of 8 trees per 100 linear feet and a 3-foot high hedge planted in a double staggered row. Applicant also suggested a 4-foot high decorative fence in this area. That's not what you have before you, but I agree with the applicant that having a decorative fence there would prevent people from crossing diagonally through the property and onto the residential street instead of taking them back out where the entrance to the parking lot is. So something to consider there.
Judith, on all these setback things, there was discussion about potentially trying to shift that over and shortening the one setback along, how it rings twisted around
Where
Chapel
Pelican
Cottage.
watches, or in the chapel?
Well, yeah, because the 7.5 foot from the pool,
To bring more.
bring it more over, and then there was talk about, they said they're working on something potentially to bring back, if this gets moved to the second hearing, to,
Okay.
I mean, we haven't seen anything, so I'm curious to see what their proposal would be or what they're working on,
Okay, so,
to minimize some of the parking spaces, to be able to increase the buffering.
okay, so we will look into that before second reading about increasing the buffer specifically on Chapel and Cottage and on all 3 sides.
Yeah, they said they're working on something, but I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure what it was.
Number 3, a maximum of 5 mobile vendor transient merchant pads. In addition to a permanent service structure, maximum of 2,500 square feet is permitted. Any additional mobile vendor pads or structures not shown on the master concept plan shall require prior town approval. So that would come back to you as an amendment to the CPD. 4, all mobile vendors will be associated with either food or merchandise. There shall be no cannabis or smoke vape related merchandise vendors allowed. 5, consumption on the premises will be limited to beer and wine only. 6, hours of operation for the mobile vendor, transient merchant, and outdoor seating area will be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. These hours do not include waste removal, deliveries, or service to the facility, which may occur outside of the hours of operation. 7, the parking lot will be available for use the same hours as the mobile vending park, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. Camping or sleeping in vehicles is prohibited. 8, and this, again, the applicant had a suggested alteration to this, but I'm gonna read it as it is here. Amplified live music and or amplified live entertainment is only permitted within the main park support structure, provided the structure is fully roofed with 3 enclosing walls until 8 p.m. Amplified live music and or amplified live entertainment will be restricted to only solo or duo performers. No bands, 3 or more performers, or drums percussion unless approved through the town special event permitting process. If the town, through the co-compliance enforcement process, determines sound to be in violation coming from the site, the owner-operator may lose the ability to have amplified live music and or live amplified entertainment per the agreed upon OCP, which is number 29, so we'll get there. Number 9, all sound generated.
Would now be the time to propose something
Sure.
on the live music issue, the live
Yep.
amplified music?
Yep.
I believe the condo association and one of the homeowners, again, I think in their perfect world, they prefer no amplified music, but I think they came up with a compromise of amplified music 2 days per week. Which night that would be up to the owner. Sometime within the range of 2 to 8 for only 3 hours per session, so that would get probably 2 dinner hours from 5 to 8. And that would not preclude non-amplified music, if you wanted to do it during the week. But that, for amplified music, that would be that was the compromise that was requested.
So just to ask a question, so what we have here is referring to amplified live music.
Yes, amplified live music, that's
Could
correct.
would this not apply to simply ambient music. Just-
That's correct, and it would not apply to non-amplified live music.
okay. Okay. Number 9, all sound
And again,
gen-
that's subject to discussion by my colleagues, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just make a note of that and you let me know how you want to proceed.
Okay.
Number 9, all sound generated on site will be in compliance with the Fort Myers Beach Noise Control Ordinance, Article 2, Chapter 14. 10, a publicly accessible comfort station consisting of restrooms, outdoor shower, foot rinse, hand washing, and water fountain will either be integrated within the proposed main park support structure or as a standalone structure on site. They're reserving the right to do either or. Access to the comfort station will only be during the same hours of facility operation, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the mobile vending park. Water service to the exterior showers and foot washing stations must be shut off and all restroom access locked to the public outside of the hours of operation. That was added by the LPA most recently. 11, per deviation number 5, the applicant may utilize a stabilized gravel, lime rock, crushed shell parking surface. If that option is chosen, the applicant is required to use a grid semi-pervious paver system to increase permeability and to aid in retaining materials on site in the parking lot area. 12, mobile vendors outside, outdoor seating, restrooms, and any storage space must be located on an approved stabilized, non-pervious or semi-pervious surface. 13, a temporary use permit must be obtained for any special event where additional vendors of any type and or increased visitor numbers are expected, including but not limited to festival, political rally, holiday celebration, or carnival. I think that's where the Vice Mayor was talking about limiting
Judith,
that to a certain number.
I think a suggestion was also made to limit the quote-unquote festivals to the Shrimp Festival, 4th of July, St. Patrick's Day, Labor Day, and Memorial Day. Again,
Kind
subject to discussion.
Wouldn't it make more sense to, if you want to limit something, to limit it to the number of special events versus specific dates?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
Instead
why
of
don't you
using
just
a-
do like 6 per year?
Okay. Number 14, mobile vendors must provide evidence that all required permits, inspections, licensure, or other approvals as needed by either county, state, or federal agencies prior to operating within the town. That goes back to what we talked about. There is a state license they would have to procure each individual vendor, along with, if it's a restaurant, they need to help the certification. 15, liquid waste or grease must be disposed of at an approved location and may not be placed in tree pits, storm drains, or sanitary sewers, or onto sidewalks, streets, or other public or private space. 16, all mobile vendors should be required to connect to on-site utilities, including electrical, water, and sanitary sewer. Generator use is only allowed when electrical service is disrupted or temporarily non-available due to designated disaster-related events. The exercising of portable generators associated with mobile vendors for regular maintenance is prohibited on site. 17, all mobile vendors and park facilities must comply with FEMA regulations. No temporary storage containers are permitted. All mobile vendors will be required to evacuate the property and the site secured when evacuation orders are issued by Lee County Emergency Management or the town of Fort Myers Beach. The removal of vendor vehicles and securing the site is the responsibility of the property owner. Vendors may not return until authorized by the town and Lee County Sheriff's Office. 18. Restroom facilities must be provided based on maximum occupancy of the total seating area in conformance with the Florida Building Code. 19, all alcohol sales must be in conformance with state regulations. 20, a local development order is required prior to any development of the site in accordance with this plan development approval and consistent with the approved master concept plan. 21, all state and local permits, including but not limited to right-of-way and stormwater permits, must be applied for and received prior to site development. 22, all signage and landscaping must meet the vehicle visibility at intersection requirements found in section 34, 31, 31. So I will point out that the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are general regulations that they would be made to comply with, whether or not we listed them specifically here. So in thinking about the number of conditions, those are general regulations that they would have to comply with regardless. 23, access to and from the property for mobile vendors only via the Estero Boulevard access point will not be allowed during typical peak season traffic times, which are 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's access by the actual vendors. They will have to arrive before or after those times. 24, at the time of local development order approval, directional and restricted vehicle access signage, e.g. no through traffic, will be provided at the primary access and along Chapel Street and Cottage Avenue. Again, the applicant has suggested egress onto Chapel will be right turn only. 25, at the time of local development order approval, on-street right-of-way, buffer, landscaping plantings, no parking signage, and infrastructure, e.g. decorative post and rope chain, will be provided to help eliminate illegally parked vehicles within Chapel Street and Cottage Avenue right-of-ways abutting the subject property. The on-street right-of-way buffer landscape areas will vary in width based on the roadway configuration and consist of shrubs and trees complementary to the adjacent on-site landscaping, be maintained less than 36 inches high for shrubs, and will not violate vehicle visibility requirements. 26, outdoor lighting. In no case may the illumination exceed 0.2 foot candles measured at the property line. The amount of illumination projected onto residentially zoned property or use from another property may not exceed 0.0 foot candles measured at 10 feet from the property line onto the adjacent residential property. Note, current regulations allow for a 0.5 foot candles measured at the property line and 0.2 foot candles 10 feet from the property onto residential property. So they're agreeing to greater than normal or greater what the code requires restrictions on the lighting so that the lighting does not intrude onto the neighbors. 27, proper site management, including site cleanliness and proper waste removal, is the responsibility of the property owner, manager, and any violations will be issued to the site ownership for remediation and not to individual vendors. Staff specifically asked for this so that we could just cite the property as a whole and not have to worry about whether the trash came from this vendor or that vendor if the situation arises. 28, a trip generation study must be provided at time of development order approval to evaluate that the proposed development does not further impact the surrounding transportation network than what was approved under the 2008 traffic impact statement. This second sentence, additionally, the applicant should consider a right turn only direction sign at the parking lot, egress point to direct customers back to Estero Boulevard. We may now incorporate that into number 24. I don't know, it matters a whole lot where you put that. 29. Now, this was talked about a lot at the second LPA meeting. The applicant must prepare an operational compliance plan, which is what I referenced earlier when we're talking about music and noise. This compliance plan is to be approved by the town manager or designee at the time of development order. The plan shall include the requirement to provide a quarterly compliance report submitted by the property owner management for review by town staff and as needed to meet with town staff to ensure compliance with the comprehensive plan development conditions and applicable code for the first 2 years of operation. So this was suggested at the LPA in order to allow the town to be even more proactive than normal, because they heard so many of what you've heard about worries about noise and trash and things like that. It doesn't supplant our already robust code compliance operations, but it adds to it and provides another layer of review for the town.
This, and watching that, I understood where they were trying to go with it, but there's really no compliance report. What are they reporting on? What are the bullet points that they're gonna report on? I think
So-
that should be worked out if that's gonna be a condition.
If you have suggestions on what you would like to see there, what we, in talking with the town attorney, what we are suggesting is that before they get to an approved development order, that they would have to sit down with town management, with the community development director, and figure out what that plan looks like. This is new for us. But we would set up the plan at that time, so that management would have time to figure out what exactly that would look like and what, targets they would want to hit. But it puts the burden on the property manager to keep track of any kind of complaints that they're getting, and then report to us, okay, well, we got this notice of violation, we addressed it, immediately that day, and we haven't had another violation of that type, in X amount of time. But it doesn't set forth that here. So if you have suggestions on what you would like to see in that, we can add that.
Well, based on what you just said, I'm kind of even more confused. So is it a report, basically, if someone was to call in a code compliance issue, is that what you're looking for, is a report of how you fix it? Or are you looking at,
So
what
what
food truck A is gonna be here at 6:45, between 6:45 and 7:15? Man, I'm trying to figure out what the report is that
So-
they're supposed to be.
Yes, so what I understood from what what happened at LPA is that, what would occur is, so somebody would make a complaint. That's typically the process. You have to make a complaint, and then co-compliance would go out. And if they see the complaint, they would issue a notice of violation per their usual procedures, and then it would need to be addressed. This would not interfere with that timeline, this plan. It's just a review period. So like at a quarterly, so, the site opens at the 4-month mark, the property manager would have to meet with somebody on staff to say, we've looked at it, you've got 10 code violations. Yeah, you're addressing them, but maybe we need to do something else. Maybe it needs to be addressed further. And it gives the town the ability to check in and have that, review process before going to something like a special magistrate or furthering, that was my understanding of what the LPA was asking for, to kind of put another layer of review, and not just, because sometimes when you have to wait for something to go to special magistrate, it takes time.
So essentially, based on what you're saying, if there's been no co-compliance issues, there's really nothing to meet about.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, then it's just like we check a box, we haven't seen any reports, there's nothing to report on.
But it almost sounds like it's a department of redundancy, and pretty much overkill and a burden on our not only the applicant but also the staff. If we've already got a code compliance department that's doing exceptional work, which is what you sounded like you said, then why are we burdening staff with more of the same?
Can I interject something too?
No.
I think if you want the definition of government heavy, that's what this is.
Yeah,
I think I understand why it was brought up at LPA, but I'm afraid to take that horse down that trail. I mean, it seems like a lot, both for the applicant and for our staff.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's overstepping completely with business management. They know what the code compliance is. They know what they have to do.
Okay.
My opinion.
Yeah, I think I understand what, Jim and the
Yeah.
LPA were attempting to do. And to me, it almost sounded like because we've heard from the applicants, how do we know we're gonna get exactly what, at least in my meetings with them, it was, how do we know exactly what's being proposed is what we're actually going to see? And, what we're, code enforcement's code enforcement. You've got an issue, you call in code enforcement. And I don't wanna speak for Jim or the LPA, but to me, it sounded like they were trying to say, what can we do? Let's say after the first 6 months, there's 50 code compliance issues that deemed to be code compliant issues that were opened up. What ramifications do the residents have? the surrounding residents have as repercussions, is what it sounded like to me he was trying to get across, but I may be wrong, I don't wanna speak for him, but I'm kind of along the same line as Karen and Scott when it comes to this is, and what did you say? I don't wanna, you said it so eloquently, redundancy, redundant?
The Department of Redundancy.
Yeah, what he said.
And then if we take it one step further, you know, Jude, you said that there was 5 or 6 of these conditions that they have to do anyways. Why do we make conditions of stuff they have to do anyways?
So sometimes in this case, we do that for clarity sake for everybody who's reviewing this, because everybody is not necessarily aware of all of the regulations, so we list them out specifically to let everyone know that they're going to be reviewed. So the ones that I was talking about, like 18, restaurant facilities must be provided based on maximum occupancy. That's required by the Florida Building Code. You have to, for the number of seats you have, there's a calculation for the number of bathrooms, you have to provide. But we list that here specifically because it doesn't tell you on the master concept what the bathroom specifically is gonna look like. Well, so we're telling you it's gonna be compliant with the Florida Building Code. So if we didn't write it down, they would still have to be compliant with the Florida Building Code. There's no way around that, but we're just alerting you that we don't know that information, but it's gonna be code compliant. The same thing with alcohol sales must be in conformance with state regulation. Well, yes, we don't really have to write that down here, but we're, letting everybody know, that we will have to be in compliance with the state regulation. And part of that is when they goes back to their evolution of the master concept plan, is that we were made aware that you cannot sell alcohol from a mobile vehicle, that you have to have a permanent site, and so having the permanent support structure enables them to do that. So,
Maybe just highlighting or put an asterisk next to the ones that aren't truly conditions, they're requirements.
what I would like to,
Renumber
if we are moving to a second reading, is to reorganize, because we've just kind of like added on, and I, with your permission, organize like the landscaping ones together and the things related to operations together, just for the people who are going to enforce this later on, to have that kind of clarity and breakdown.
Right.
We've just kind of added on numbers.
And the automatically required ones, maybe put those first.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
then break it out from there, so that we're not really looking at 29 or 28, we're really looking at, I don't know what it is, 15 or 20, I don't know what.
Yeah. I mean, the same is true with the FEMA requirements. Whether we write it down or not, you still have to comply with those, but we're letting everybody know that we are going to be looking for that, and that's, part of the development order process.
It might be in a section labeled notes. The list and then notes, and then the cross-referencing.
I don't know, I would just like to know what's demanded and what have we agreed to.
Additional. Okay.
Any other changes, any other comments, Scott, on the conditions?
No, I've got some things to discuss a little bit down the road, but it's not a condition.
Okay. Counselor Kemp?
Down the road today?
Yeah, down
Yes.
in a few.
It's not about this, but it's something that came up during, and I guess I'm not sure if you want to address it or how, but the concern was that the building itself on the ground floor is not FEMA compliant.
So, what you see in their concept plan is it's not construction documents, right? So the building will have to be FEMA compliant. Where they have their building located is not in a VE zone, correct? It's in the coastal A zone, so they can dry floodproof that building. And that ground level is not gonna be,
Just like the Margaritaville bathrooms that we've done.
Okay, thank you.
Ken can answer that question better, but it is
Well, I've got a
possible
couple
because
questions for Ken, so
because
good.
of the dry
Oh, boy.
floodproofing and where it's located, it has different, regulations, flood.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're good for now, Judith. Closing comments, rebuttal? Ken?
Got a lot of blue stickies there.
Need more Post-it notes.
And my poor man's tabs. I think one condition, and Judith, pardon me if it wasn't stated, but I think what I went over during our presentation were some of the things when we had worked with the neighbors, make sure those were integrated, like the fence was one of them. I don't recall if, about the amplified sound being controlled by the management or the operator rather than the performer, et cetera. We want to agree to that. It's what something, a condition that the neighbors brought up. I'm fine
I
with
don't
this.
know, ma'am. So if that meets with your approval, if you wanna see that at second reading, let me know and I'll add that. I didn't wanna add that without your direction.
Well, they're bringing it up as
As
an
addition.
offering, or
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you will.
they're gonna do that.
Okay.
And the other one was ambient music and the decibel level limit for the ambient music as measured in accordance with the town's noise ordinance. I think that's it. Oh, and the consideration for the hours of operation to 10 PM as we originally had it. We would like to see that maintained at 10 PM, not 9 PM. Again, based on sometimes during the year, sunset is later in the day, people will be coming back through, and we want to be able to.
Yeah, I had a question about, like, you know, if the hours of operation for the parking lot are gonna coincide with the hours of operation, if someone is there at sunset, it happens, they're getting out of there by 9 o'clock, is what happens if they get locked in? Their car gets towed, what?
I think we would still operationally let them leave, they just can't come into
Can't
the
come in.
park.
Okay.
I think that's all. And we, based on some of the conversation, I think we just wanna be able to, we hope this moves to second reading, and we'll be able to evaluate and respond appropriately.
Based on the changes that you've heard, or
Yes.
recommendations, I guess you've heard.
Yes, sir.
Scott, questions for
Well,
Ken?
Yeah, let me bring this up now. If we do get to a second hearing, I'd like to see a little bit better plan, then we'll figure it out with regards to the short term. I'm parking for just a minute, parking for 15 minutes. Because I think that to be good neighbors in that neighborhood, especially given what's going on there and what happened in the past, is you guys got to have some semblance of a plan of how you're going to prevent people from parking on those side streets. I don't want to make it a condition, but I'd like to hear what your plan's going to be on. And I'm not codifying or anything, but I'd like you to take, I know everybody's throwing different things at you, but I think this is crucial for this thing to work. It's how you're going to do the in and out, especially for the short-term people. I know we all want everybody to ride their bikes and do everything else, but somebody might be on there, like we were talking about, somebody might be stuck in traffic. You just want to pull in and wait for traffic to die down. But hey, I want to pick up a sandwich real quick. But we just have to figure out kind of a vision of what that traffic's going to, that short-term 15-minute parking is going to look like. And yet, in addition to that, if you guys do DoorDash, you're going to have DoorDash drivers. Where do they park? How long do they park? I mean, so that short-term parking, that really short-term parking solution, I'd really like to see you guys dig a little bit deeper on that.
A bit.
We will.
Is that all you got, Scott?
That's all I have.
Counselor King?
Just one, I guess. I know you went away from these sail canopy kind of things. I'm just wondering, and I don't know what the costs are and the wear and the tear, but to me, that would almost be a good visual to block. I mean, I'd rather look at something like that than a parking lot, so that would be a good visual for the neighbors instead of just looking at a parking lot, and a good buffer, I guess. And it might also help buffer the sound, I don't know. But it occurred to me, so that's why I'm saying it.
So just further evaluate the opportunity to use the sales for
Yeah.
aesthetics and
Yes, thank you.
sound.
Aesthetics, nice word.
And shade.
That's where you make the big money. Yeah, especially if parking, that would, if you're gonna have your car there all day. Just a thought.
Understood.
Well, I know you want some time to digest this live music additional restriction, a live amplified music restriction, and I appreciate that. If you concede to that, I think that's a substantive concession. You would literally be going from the potential of 56 hours per week of live amplified music down to 6 hours. So that's substantial. That to me is a substantial concession to the neighborhood. And I also appreciate your willingness to consider limiting the number of festivals. And so that, I think, to me, helps me at least keep the discussion going. I appreciate you continuing to listen to the neighbors. And I think that certainly helps me get to second reading, assuming you guys, that we end up, keeping these concessions. And I think to the neighbors' comfort, we codify them into the proposal. I appreciate your willingness to at least consider these. I think this live music thing is a significant concession on your part, and I think it could be very helpful to some as we go down the road.
Councilor Russo?
Yeah, I too was with John on doing shade sales and things, because I was up on the 6th floor of Pelican Watch and looking down. And if you're looking at colorful shade sales versus, I know, hard to say that one now. If you're looking at that versus picnic tables and that type of thing, some shade sales, thank you, something to look into. My other question that has come up a couple of times is the deviation, and I'm just trying to get this clear in my head. The deviation from the 250 feet to the 110, I think it was 110?
120, I thought.
120, where does that actually, where is that applying to?
Yeah, I can get
There was two of them. There was one for side street, one for Estero. because
Is
of
it in the
distances.
packet, or
Yeah.
do we know if this?
Can I get the presentation back?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hopefully.
For you to show, him to show you then.
Okay.
He's working on it.
So there's,
There you go.
so deviation 1, and this is, again, I don't know if that was reiterated, this is a carryover from the existing CPD. And that is the 250 feet from the center line of the local street, such as Chapel, to allow a distance 100 feet from Estero Boulevard. So that, I think our,
Where is that on here, Ken?
yeah. Try and should be marked on the MCP with a number 1 try.
I'm sorry, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
On Chapel, you see where the entrance is on Chapel?
From
So there's a double arrow,
This
right
one?
there, yes.
Right here, okay.
That was approved in that location under the previous CPD.
Okay, so that's been in place for,
It's
That-
been
that
approved.
entrance.
Yeah.
And that, though,
When you say,
Yeah.
Judith, when you say initial CPD, when was
sorry.
that?
So that's the 2000, I don't know if this is on.
2007,
The
so it's been
2000
in place for
And seven,
a
yes,
long time.
because what the code says is that you should have 250 feet separation between either another driveway or an intersection on Estero. So where that is on Estero and Chapel, you should have 250 feet like south from Estero before you allow a driveway. But the block's not long enough to permit that.
Okay.
So they need a deviation for that. But that was approved
But that's been since 2007.
already. Well, yes, except we're replacing that with this new version, so they have to ask for it again. But, yeah.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith.
We got there. We got there. I don't have anything additional to add.
Okay.
That I could think of. I think everybody covered most of everything. Yep, come on up.
Final comments quickly, not going to repeat our arguments, or go through every single item of rebuttal. I think we'll just leave you with our remarks that, we're happy to take a good hard look, at the additional conditions. And to opposing counsel's point about guarantees, I think there were some discussions of guarantees. I mean, we want there to be the level of precision in these conditions that we've worked very hard on, and then to further clarify on hours, and anything else that was mentioned that will come back prepared at second reading to address that specifically. I think we've got a clear understanding of what that is. We've got our homework on that. That said, I think you've got plenty of substantial competent evidence that you heard today to move this forward to second reading. If there are additional questions for applicant's team, we're here. Happy to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons a continuance to a time certain. Is there a discussion or a motion? I will move, since there's no discussion, I guess, I will move to, approve, moving on to a second reading for ordinance 25-01, DCI 202-401-137.2, mobile vending food truck park CPD amendment to, on date, April 7th.
At 9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.
Thank you.
That's a long. You got a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second. Second.
Scott.
Scott, okay. Motion by Mayor Eller, seconded by Councilor Safford. Further discussion? Vice Mayor?
I would just briefly say, we've obviously been at this for a long time. The number one concern I heard from the neighbors was the live amplified music, or the potential for live amplified music, from 12 to 8 o'clock, 7 days a week. And that obviously sent a real chill down a number of people's spines, understandably so. So this particular concession on the live amplified music is significant to me, and I'll condition my yes vote today. I'm hoping that stays in, because that seemed to be the number one concern. I know there were a litany of concerns, but that was the number one concern of the neighborhood. So my yes vote today will be conditioned on it staying in the proposal for second reading, subject to minor modifications if there's practical considerations that have to be heard.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Scott.
As well, I'm doing this to move this forward, but I think the number two concern in that neighborhood was the overflow parking or potential for that. So I really need to see some progress on that part.
And I'll note something different, and that will be the buffers from the pool. I mean, I have grappled with this, as you know, Hatkaz, how this is a difficult one for me. But I have gone through everything, and Judith's comments through the whole thing. It's not, this is in compliance, this is in compliance, this is in compliance. So if I take my own personal view of a food truck out of it, and hearing everything that is in compliance. But what I want to see is those buffers by the pool, somehow being able to increase those buffers so that we can move things around a little bit, possibly, to get larger buffers by that pool and away from Pelican Watch there and the homes there. I would really love to see that.
Anything else, John?
I think everybody's pretty much covered it.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor Safford. If there's no further discussion, I'm an aye. Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Need 5 minutes to use the rest break. Okay. We'll take a brief break to get a drink.
There's pizza in my office.
Is that what it was?
It's probably
That's
very
where you are
cold, but
now. Call the meeting back to order. Scott, you ready? Looks like you're ready. Okay. It is 4:08. We are on to our next item C. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying variance VAR 202-40233. 1, a variance to remove required parking associated with the use of the lots at 25-unit hotel/motel. And 2, a variance to remove the site design requirements such as providing lighting for vehicle and pedestrian uses, turnaround areas sufficient to allow 90-degree parking at the end of the right of the way, the ability to turn around and exit the lot in a forward orientation, stacking requirements, additional drainage and parking lot landscape requirements as described in section 10-416C. 3, a variance to remove requirements which limit driveway widths to a maximum of 25 feet. And 4, a variance to allow internal aisle width for two-way traffic be no less than 22 feet in width for the property located at 1479 Estero Boulevard and providing for an effective date. If any town council members had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Scott?
I've had none since the last meeting.
All right, Counselor Woodson?
None.
I have had none since the last meeting. Counselor King?
None that I recall.
And
Same.
Vice Mayor?
Same.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by his town council, this town council, based on his education and experience, and has been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? That hasn't already? Okay. Go ahead, Jason.
Good afternoon, Town Council, staff.
This evening.
Getting close to it, isn't it? My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. In an effort to keep this moving along, and because this has been before you before, I will go ahead and run through what is being requested today. If there are any questions or if you need any clarification during that, please stop me and I'll do my best to give that to you. Before you today, as was mentioned by the mayor, is a packet of 4 variance requests. This goes hand in hand with a special exception that you will be hearing afterwards. But the request before you today is meant to effectively freeze the lot in the state that it's in today as of a previously approved LDO. The applicant has requested to do away with many of the site design requirements, and that's what's before you today. All of these sections constitute a vast majority of the site design for a lot, in particular for parking. I'd like to go ahead and stop here right now. There's been discussion after the last meeting. All of us were sent back to take a look at whether or not some alternative plans would be available, rather than asking for blanket variances. I'd like to just explain briefly what the applicant has brought back to us. So the applicant, and I believe it's in your package here, has brought us a alternative landscape plan, and they have brought us a tentative lighting plan. All of these would have to go through further review, so what you see before you is not the end-all, be-all of what would be required of them, but it is an effort to show that they are bringing the site more into compliance than what existed pre-storm and prior to today's requests. I would like to point out that the applicant is requesting a variance to effectively have 0 parking requirements. The applicant and staff have both agreed at this point that the hotel use requires 20 parking spaces. That is 1.2 spaces for the 25 units that they have on the site, and then also applying the 33% discount for parking in the downtown area. So the grand number that they would be required to have would be 20 parking spaces to serve the 25 units. So that's 25 times 1.2, and then a 33% discount to that number. So it takes it from 30 spaces down to 20 spaces. That would be the number of spaces that would be minimally required to serve the hotel use. That leaves them with an additional 23 parking spaces that could be utilized for their own uses, including for commercial parking. Staff and the applicant have both agreed that with this understanding of how many parking spaces are available to them, that the request to zero out the parking requirement is moot and not relevant at this point. Mayor, did you have a question on that one?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, that makes sense.
Moving on to the next request is a request to do away with the requirements of 34-2015. This is a fairly long section that includes a lot of individual aspects, and that's why you see in there it talking about lighting, turnaround areas, stacking, drainage. This all comes from the same section. They had requested a blanket removal of those requirements. Staff would like to point out that with the submission of the planting plan and the lighting plan, they are already acceding to those requirements. So therefore, asking that they be blanket taken away is moot. They have provided us both plans for that. What is left in that section 2015 that has not been contemplated in the plans that they have submitted is a compliant drainage plan. As part of this process, staff recognizes that the amount of work that they are doing on that site would not rise to the level of requiring a full drainage plan. So I just want to put out there that during this process, if they get approval for this, they would not be required to come up with a brand new drainage plan. That was considered under the previous LDO that was approved a few years ago. I do want to point out, though, that in the future, if they decide, for instance, to expand the building's footprint, that they would be required to come in and do a complete re-look at the site, which would include drainage. So the request before you today, they are requesting that the section 2015, the requirement for this plan to include drainage, be waived. Staff again wants to point out that if that is approved, if that variance is approved to waive the drainage requirements, that should the building become more intense, i.e. through an increase in the number of rooms or an increase in footprint, they would still be required to come in and do a new development order, which will include full drainage review. As I mentioned before, the rest of the section is fairly moot because they are providing a sufficient lighting plan. The turnaround areas are there based on the last LDO approval. They removed a few of the parallel parking spaces at the end of their parking lot, so they've already come into compliance with that requirement to provide adequate turnaround area. And then vehicle stacking would be we're concerned with the vehicle stacking, and we put a condition of approval in there that sort of addresses the issue of where they first meet with their guests. During the intermission, the applicant brought up to us that they do not intend to have anybody waiting at the entrance to the lot, stopping people. That their standard operating procedure is one where they have the person park, and then their attendant will actually go to meet the person once they've parked. So they are requesting the removal of that condition of approval that requires that they not actually interact with the guest or anybody parking in there anything less than 40 feet into the property. So they're pushing back on that one and asking that one be removed. The last two variance requests, 34-2016 subsection 1. We believe this is still relevant and still needed for this site, and we agree that this is a relatively de minimis ask, and that if you see your way to approval, that should be part of the approval, is approving the 34-2016 subsection 1. Same thing for 34-2013, that deals with the driveway widths. These are all things that exist on the site. They were They cannot be easily changed. We can't have them go back and expand their driveway without either losing parking or requiring that they reduce curb cuts, which may or may not be allowed by the county. The width of the driveways, that is a part of our code requiring 22-foot aisle widths. That can be reduced based on the review by the fire department, depending on what the fire department needs to access that site. They can sometimes approve something less than 22 feet. So staff understands and supports the request to waive that requirement with the understanding that at the end of the day, the fire department will be reviewing all of their plans, and if the fire department determines that they need the full 22 feet or something less, that will be up to them to come into compliance. As I mentioned before, the conditions of approval on here, most of them are boilerplate. The section or the recommendation in C is staff still recommends that you approve if you approve the variances, that you include C as part of their conditions of approval. We are removing D1 from the conditions of approval. That's just restating C, so that's just a minor issue to change. And then D4 in conditions of approval, which calls for all of their sites to come together as a plan holistically. The applicant has decided that they do not want to do everything at one time. They are instead asserting that they should only have to deal with 1479, which was the lot that was brought up as during the NOV, or the notice of violation. And they are asking that requirement be taken out as well. Staff agrees that if they want to just deal with this lot, since this was the entire point of the NOV, that they could make that request, and that their alternative landscaping plan and their alternative parking plan could stand on its own for just this site, 1479, rather than requiring them to look at all 4 of their possible parking areas. I know we've gone over a lot of ground here. Are there any questions or concerns so far in what we've gone over?
John?
Nothing currently.
Scott?
Nothing currently.
Just briefly, Jason, are you comfortable with the resolution of this matter?
There's some feedback for you.
That's it. I'm based on the removal of the request to zero out the site. I am far more comfortable with this plan, that we have an understanding of how many parking spaces are available to them, and it's written down. So yes.
Thank you.
I'm good at this point.
I think we're good.
The applicant and their representative are here if you'd
Okay.
like to speak to them.
For the record, Attorney Brandt. Good afternoon. I think Jason summed it up pretty well. He's been a pleasure to deal with, first of all. I want to point out that this has been in operation as a public parking lot since before the town was incorporated. So it's technically a legal non-conforming use. In my opinion, they don't have to do anything. But to make the town happy and in cooperation with Jason, we went ahead and pulled the code, made the application, and I refer to the code, which was written after, but it's 34-2011, subsection C. Surplus spaces in some single-purpose parking lots may be rented to the general public during peak periods as provided by 34-2019A of this chapter. This hotel had excess spaces, as Jason just told you, so technically, I don't even know that we had to go for the special exception, but talking to Frankie and staff, they decided to move forward. So, and then when we met with Frankie, we said specifically, we don't want to spend a ton of money, especially after the hurricane, tearing up the driveways, putting in new drains, landscaping, lighting, etc. and so forth, reconfiguring the parking lot, losing parking spaces. So we came back anyway and said, I understand you wanted a landscaping plan and lighting plan, so we created one. We gave it to Frankie, and I think Frankie's approved it, at least from his state point of view. So all we're asking is to waive these other requirements, no reconfiguring the parking lot. This parking lot's been in existence for, 35, 40 years. We've never had a problem with turnarounds or backing up or the width of the aisles. Everything's gone fairly smooth. But I do agree with everything that, so far, that Jason said. And this, we understand that this only applies to this building at this time. If they decide to build a new building, add on to the building, change the footprint, we know that all this goes out the window. There's no question about that.
Bob?
And we know that we have to apply for electrical permits and landscaping permits, so the
Bob?
lighting will have to comply with the turtle people, and the landscaping will have to comply with whatever the city's requirements are. But we have submitted all that, and I'd ask for the approval. I'd
Bob?
ask for the special exception.
Bob, do you have any plans for live amplified music at the parking lot?
Well, I told Frank we were gonna change this to the application for food truck park, and he said, no, I couldn't do that.
Very good.
But no live music, no non-live, no amplified music either. I don't think he had the speakers. You might have a drunk occasionally sing as he goes by, but that's about it.
Scott, any questions for the applicant?
Not at this time.
John?
No.
Jim?
No.
Karen?
No, I appreciate you making these changes.
Thank you.
All right. Public comment. Anyone here?
We did them all.
She's here for the bikes.
All right, then we'll close public comment. I'm assuming, Bob, you don't have any rebuttal statements from all the public comment? I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions, outline the changes that everyone went through, that staff is in agreement with.
All right, got a motion by
I'll second.
Counselor Woodson, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderhall. Any discussion? All right, Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously.
This is worth the wait, right?
Well, you're not done yet.
Nice try.
All right, this is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a special exception, SEZ 202-40186, for use of an existing lot to provide commercial parking spaces in the downtown zoning district of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for property located at 1479 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council members had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. Any correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Counselor Woodson?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderhall?
None since the last meeting.
Counselor King?
I recall none.
Counselor Stafford?
None since the last meeting.
I have not had any since the last meeting either. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant? Shaking their head. No. Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Good afternoon, Jason Smalley with your Planning and Zoning Department. As was mentioned a moment ago, before you right now is a request for a special exception to allow for the use of 1479 for 23 parking spaces for commercial use in accordance with the recently approved variance package. If you have any questions or concerns for staff or would like any more clarity on what's before you, I'm here for you. Otherwise, the applicant and their representative are here.
Okay, any questions, Scott, for Jason on this one?
Not at this time.
Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor? None. Counselor Woodson?
No.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Bob?
I don't have any additional comment.
None? Okay. You don't, Scott, any questions for Bob? I'm
No,
Mr.
sir.
Brandt.
I've been called worse. Somebody even called me a lawyer once.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
How
Scott.
low will they go?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm sorry, Scott, I didn't hear what you said.
I do not this time.
Okay. John?
No.
Jim?
None.
Jeremy?
No.
All right, didn't mean to make you stand up for nothing. Public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in public comment? Still a no? Okay. And I will close public comment. I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I'll make a motion to approve again with conditions outlined from the town
Okay.
staff.
Got a motion by Councilor Woodson. I'll second. Any further discussion? Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Arnold? Aye. Councilor King?
Aye.
And Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thanks for sticking it out.
This one's for real. Thank you.
All right. Brings us to our last public hearing. This is the first reading, and I don't need this, right?
No.
I don't need this. Good, that's right. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety of Chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to allow the operation of electric bicycles on sidewalks, establishing safety regulations, establishing a maximum speed, and passing procedures requiring operation with the flow of traffic, establishing responsible parties and penalties, establishing additional regulations for the safe operation of bicycles on sidewalks, providing for codification, severability, conflicts of law, and an effective date." We'll now open the first public hearing.
So, council members, this is the work product that I think you all have been waiting for. As a result of direction that you gave to us at some prior M&P meetings, the substance of the ordinance was basically and we also had a draft copy of what the Public Safety Committee had discussed, a draft copy of their minutes. So we went ahead and put those items in there for feedback from you, just to try to expedite. The biggest policy issue is whether or not the e-bikes should be allowed to be on the public sidewalk on Estero Boulevard. During today's meeting, we did check. We did not find where there was any prohibition in Lee County ordinances regarding use of their sidewalk for electric bikes. So logically, if it's not prohibited, it would be permitted. However, between first and second reading of this ordinance, we will make sure that the county is crystal clear and okay with what the town is proposing. So the substantive changes begin roughly on page 649, beginning with the definition of electric bike, which is basically paraphrased from Florida Statutes 316. And then conditions concerning the operation of these bikes in paragraph C. I am now on page 650 of your materials, and this is the list of the various restrictions on the use of these bicycles on the sidewalk.
I think your numbers are different than mine.
Oh,
When I go
dear.
to 650, I'm into the administrative agenda.
Oh, really? I'm on 650 and I have this one.
Okay, let's try by section number. Do you have access to the code? So I'm looking at changes to section 28-84. The title of
okay.
that
Yeah, I
was
see it.
assisted bicycles, and
And
we
electric
added,
bikes, yes.
okay. So if you go a little bit further down, subparagraph C is where the various restrictions are. Again, it's first reading for discussion. Number one, I'll just, for the benefit of the public, electric bikes would not be operated on a sidewalk. If doing so would endanger the safety of pedestrians. Number two, anyone operating an electric bike has to comply with the regulations under Florida law applicable to bicycles and operators. Number three, electric bikes are restricted to a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour when operating on a public sidewalk. Number 4, operators of electric bikes must yield to the right-of-way of any pedestrian and give audible signal before overtaking and passing the pedestrian. Number 5, when passing a pedestrian, the operator shall reduce the speed of the bike to idle speed, meaning the lowest speed at which the electric bike can operate and maintain steering control. And generally, this is 1 to 3 miles per hour. The operators of electric bikes must exercise due care to avoid collision with pedestrians or human-powered vehicles, including the reduction of speed, giving an audible warning when necessary, especially when approaching children, pets, or individuals. And if the sidewalk is on both sides of the roadway, a person operating an electric bike should only use the sidewalk on the right side of the roadway and travel in the same direction as traffic. If you go down to section 2-87, also on page 650, talking about the penalties. The first penalty is for a code enforcement officer who may issue a citation, so that one is permissive. We probably need to change the wording a little bit on paragraph 2, but it also provides for the issuance of a warning rather than the immediate issuance of the citation. So I think that that is a overview of the substantive proposed changes to this ordinance, and I can answer questions.
All right. Questions or comments on some of the substantive changes that Nancy was referring to? Karen?
So I thought that we had talked about this morning with the safety committee that 15 miles per hour on the sidewalk was probably too fast. And in their recommendation, they said less than 10 or less. I don't know if we want to put that in single digits, but less than 10 would be a single digit, 9.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think 15 is too fast.
Yeah.
What's the average person walk? 3 miles an hour?
2 to 3. 2 to 3. So, I mean, even if, but again, enforcing this, you can tell if 15 is too fast, but how do you know whether they're going 8 or 9 or 10, It's,
The sheriff's office told me they have no ability to judge speed limit of a bike.
no,
It does offer some guidance,
right,
but it's certainly not enforceable.
right. The other thing that the safety committee had brought up was in a lot of foot traffic to making it totally walkable from Avenue C to Times Square. I don't know if that's something that we've ever discussed, or if we want to discuss that, or.
Karen, I think that's a great question, and I think that's a Nancy question, because Nancy, help me, I understand that the state of Florida has preempted localities, and they have required that traditional bikes are allowed on the sidewalk, is that correct? And if we made them walk their bike from that particular section that Karen just referenced, would that only be applicable to electric bikes and not traditional bikes?
No, I think it would be applicable to traditional bikes as well, because the electric bike is basically a subset of the traditional bike.
So that state preemption for traditional bikes, that does have some flexibility?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. The end goal that you're trying to achieve is to, with your question.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
Can we even
how-
do that?
Yeah, can we do it? Because
Yeah.
this state preemption that requires bikes on sidewalks, traditional
Mm-hmm.
bikes on sidewalks, that doesn't give us any discretion.
I thought that that they were
It allows for-
allowing it.
Yeah, it allows for
It
municipal.
allows it to be on the sidewalk for municipalities.
Well,
And
I-
there's no prohibition. That's what we found this morning from the county.
But I thought the state said you can't ban bikes from sidewalks in the state of Florida. I thought you told us that a few months ago.
the state has somehow, at some point, the legislature intervened and preempted localities from banning bikes on sidewalks.
That may have been in regards to assisted vehicles for ADA compliant stuff.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and double check.
Okay.
Anything else, Karen?
Well, then I had brought up, like, making it one way on, all pedestrians on one side and all bicycles on the other, but I didn't get a resounding yay on that.
I think Kieran was pretty spot on when he talked about
I know.
practical versus.
Practical versus, yeah.
Is that practically ever gonna happen? Is someone gonna walk across the street? I don't see that
They
happening.
probably won't, but
It's more important, I think, that they're moving in the right direction of traffic versus going against traffic.
And I think we added that.
That's in there.
Yeah.
it is in there.
It's
Oh,
number
I'm good
7,
then.
I think.
I'm good then.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm just for clarification purposes, is the separation of the sidewalks in this ordinance? For the division of the sidewalk?
On both sides,
Not both sides, but yeah, on both sides of the street, have like a dividing
the
line?
line with the sign, yes, no, that is not in here. You want that in?
Well, no, I'm just trying to
can.
understand what's in here and can we do that with the county? Is that something you have to get permission from the county to do?
That we would have to discuss with the county, yes.
And I'm guessing that would only be from Red Coconut down to the area where you have to
So
walk
you
your bike.
could designate an area that would prohibit, bicycle riding, on the sidewalk where you would have to walk your bicycle.
Right, and then so you in essence would go from the south end till you get to Red Coconut, and you could ride on the sidewalk, traditional or, electric bike, and then when you get to Red Coconut, you'd either take the dividing line, and I think they instructed it over to the right, which is interesting. And then, at least according to the social media, I thought I saw that. You were there, Dan. Did they want them to go right? I think the bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think, I don't,
To me, it's
we
kind
could
of
certainly ask the
reverse.
county, but I don't think the county's gonna do it. They were they very much pushed back about putting any kind of stamping on the sidewalk. But, where the line's gonna be, does it make more sense to just have something that's like a shared use path? You've seen places that have a picture of a pedestrian and a picture of a bike.
Right.
That's just, that
So that
indicating that it's
people
a
know.
shared use.
And in the document that the public safety, on the shared pathway, they've got the bikes, they want you to pass.
They wanted the bikes to be closest to the property line as opposed to the road.
Right, and in their little sign here, they've got the bike on the left and the pedestrian on the right, which I thought, so we have to kind of figure that out, I think.
Yeah.
I had sent, Nancy, I had sent you some language a couple months ago from a constituent who'd really kind of wordsmithed nicely sort of the courtesy language, if you will, when you pass a pedestrian, and how slow the bike should come. I'd sent that to you and Becky probably 2 months ago. It's beautifully
I
written.
apologize.
Yeah.
I mean, this one has been pending for a while, and we
Yeah.
did have to kind of
No,
try
it's
to
okay.
resurrect
It's
it.
okay. It just was such a beautiful. I
Okay.
because Karen had raised. I was originally going to have people come to a stop, and then Karen had raised some legitimate concerns about that. So then this constituent had written some beautiful language about how to pass without stopping, but in a way that potentially could be enforceable. That just codifies common courtesy, which most people employ, but some don't. But I thought that language was really, really helpful. But I'll go back. I was just looking on my phone. I couldn't find it, but I think I sent it to both you and Becky. But it was probably 2 or 3 months ago. I think that 15 miles an hour is, particularly from Red Coconut to Times Square, much too fast unless you're on the road. That's fine if you're on the road.
Good luck, cars aren't even going that fast.
Well, that's right, that's right. My philosophy in all this is I would normally, my wife calls me Mr. Safety. I would normally not be a big fan of this because of the pedestrians on the sidewalk, but the traffic is so horrific. Desperate times require desperate measures, and I think we should at least give this a try. And as much as we can codify you can't legislate morality and you can't legislate common courtesy, but as much as we can use it as an educational tool to get people to do the right thing and be kind to their fellow citizens, I would like to have that language be helpful. I think there's a situation now where people will literally yell at someone either on a bike or electric bike if you see them on the sidewalk, because I think people think that that's illegal. And we have an education hurdle there, because many of these folks are coming from out of town. And I've talked to bicycle riders who literally get yelled at just for being on the sidewalk, no matter how courteously they're performing their bike, because people just think you shouldn't be on the sidewalk and there's some kind of a law or an ordinance against it. And generally that's folks from out of town, but that creates a lot of confusion as well, so.
That's where I think the signage comes in
Yeah,
too.
signage is really gonna be helpful, yeah.
John?
I was glad to see that we can have code enforcement officers issue citations. I think that's a big plus. I guess I'm still, maybe with Jim on this, a little concerned about the safety issue. I'd like to at least do this along the lines of a trial and gather the data and come back and visit it, say, within a year or so.
Okay. So when you're saying data, you mean if there were any accidents or?
True, because it sounds like, you know, from Kieran this morning, it sounded like LCO either didn't have anything or couldn't provide something. I know in the past, Mr. Mayor, you've talked to the fire department about incidents involving bikes, and you'd brought that up previously, I think, and there were none in the last 5 years or something like that, or?
Yeah, there was no, again, reported.
Yeah.
That, I think that's what they said, there was nothing that they responded to that was reported. Doesn't mean that there wasn't some sort of incident, but there.
Like somebody hitting you when you're at Parks at a stop sign?
Well.
Or a biker running
It hurt
into a
them more than
truck.
hurt me, that's for sure. But, yeah. Yeah, there's not a ton of, there was not hardly any, maybe one, I think there was one, not that long ago, there was an incident of someone
There
got hit
was,
by a car.
they were from out of town, and they had rented the bikes for the day, and the lady wasn't too sure on the controls, and just hit the curb and wiped out that way.
Has code enforcement not been enforcing these things earlier? They didn't have the authority to do that, or?
It's been kind of a hands-off type of
Okay.
thing. If they seen somebody egregiously acting, they would try to catch up to that person and alert them saying, hey, you cannot do this, you have to kind of slow it down or move it over into, onto the
I
street.
guess I'd like to see that as part of the tracking going
Sure.
forward.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last thing we want is our code enforcement chasing them down the sidewalk in a buggy.
That's not a good
Pull
thing.
over.
You
got
can
the radio.
picture it.
Look at our own place.
They do say rangers now, don't they, or riding the range and being strange?
Anything else, John? That you see in there glaring you would like to adjust for potential second reading?
Did we decide to take the speed limits out or just put some in for just guidance purposes? We could have different speed limits on different parts of Estero. The area that's most sensitive, we could have the, either walk your bike or nothing more than 5 miles an hour, and then, 10 miles an hour, and the red coconut section, and then maybe 15 for the rest of the island. I mean, I'm just saying, again, those aren't enforceable, but they do give guidance to people, but I don't know.
I would say 10. I'd be okay with 10. I think 15's too fast on the sidewalk.
I'm okay with that, Scott.
I think 15 on the road.
Yeah.
If they were on the road
Yeah.
in the bike lane, they could be 15, but other than that, under 10.
Well,
I don't think we should go as far as, stopping and having to get off and walk. I mean, that's.
No, I found some language, Scott, that causes you to slow down to the point where your bike still has momentum, but you've done the best you can to slow your bike when you're passing. It was very well written, and if Nancy could find that, I think that'll address your concern, because Karen had raised that concern as well. And it's good, it's a good thought, but I do think there's ways to come, when you're passing somebody, to really slow down, not just ring your bell and continue at 10 miles an hour zipping by them. I think people really need to slow down when they're passing, because people have pets, they got little kids, and plus it startles people. And it's again, just common courtesy type stuff, and
Well, they kind of have that in number 5. When passing a pedestrian, the operator of an electrical bicycle shall reduce the speed of the electric bike to idle speed, meaning the lowest speed at which the electric bike can operate and maintain steering control. Generally, this would be between 1 and 3 miles per hour. So basically, a pedal speed.
yeah, I guess if we're not gonna, are we gonna differentiate between an electric bike and a traditional bike? Cause this language I had would cover both the traditional bike and an electric bike. Cause I think the traditional bikes ought to have the same kind of courtesy that the electric bike should have.
Maybe just eliminate the word electric on that.
Okay.
Well, go back and look at that language though, because it's really good stuff. I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, but.
Amy's located it,
Okay.
so I'll have it.
Good job.
Share it,
I think you should.
Yeah.
share
Wanna
it.
Share it? That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I like John's idea of taking a look at it in a year as well.
Yeah, or sooner. I mean, if you see a spike.
I was
in-
gonna say less than a
Oh,
year
yeah.
before next season.
Anything else, Scott?
No, I'm good.
When you pause like that, I think you get frozen.
Well, so I guess the one thing is, what is the fine going to be? Because I've had this discussion with several people, and I think the bad actors should get fined, and it sends a message to other people. Hey, we're serious about this. How much is the ticket going to be? I think the higher the ticket is, the better this whole thing will work.
Any recommendations, Frankie?
No.
They're going
But-
for the day, or?
I think when you start getting into doing ultimate enforcement right off the get-go, I mean, we all ride a Stero at this time of day, and you can see a handful of the same people on e-bikes and regular bikes going both ways, either coming from a place of business downtown going home, or vice versa. People that are working on the island somewhere here, and they're on their e-bikes and they're heading towards the bridge. Those aren't the people that you're really worrying about. Those are the people that are here every day, they're riding those bikes, they're halfway responsible. I think the issue comes from people that either bring an e-bike here, rent an e-bike here, are vacationing here and just out for a good time. And then it goes back to how are we able to actively enforce that? I mean, yes, code can stop somebody that's recklessly driving, and you can say, hey, whatever the act was that you caught him in, but are you going to give him a warning first, or are you going to hit him with a ticket right away? If somebody's involved in a pedestrian accident, then that's different. But we don't have that judgment to make that call. That would have to be LCSO, and so
We
there's
have to see
a little tricky area there.
Frankie, the language that Amy just sent us around that I had sent earlier, it says pass pedestrians at only a speed that allows you to maintain control and forward motion of the bike. So if somebody's passing at 10 miles an hour, would that, and forget the mileage, just at a very fast speed, would your enforcement people have the discretion to stop somebody and give them a warning if they zip by somebody without?
Most definitely, because
Okay.
you're acting not in the best interest of public safety.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes down to what you said about enforcing common sense or morality. That's something that you should know already.
Yeah.
Regardless of if you're in a hurry or not, you don't go zipping by Miss Sally and her two little twins, at 10 miles an hour. You want to err on the side of caution, and you always want to be, again, it's a 6-foot wide sidewalk, so you have to be using your head a little bit.
Scott, what would be your recommendation? You brought it up. What would be your recommended fine for not following the ordinance?
What would be the fine now? 50,
don't
100,
know.
75?
I think it says,
It says the same as parking.
well, I think, but in 2 it says, written warning shall result in a fine not to exceed $50 in addition to any penalty that may be imposed under state law, is what is in number 2, is the last line.
again, $50 doesn't seem very high to me.
So that was existing language.
Do we currently, what is the fine for driving, getting caught on the beach? What is the fine for that?
I have no idea.
So let's say it's $250 for the first offense on the beach.
Driving an arm.
Driving.
Well, but I mean, do you want to find a happy medium somewhere in there and say $100? Is that gonna stop somebody from acting like a fool?
I think too, we ought to think about what we're fining for and how we're fining it, in the sense that if it's August and there's not a soul on the sidewalk on the south end, and somebody's going 15 miles an hour, that to me seems less egregious than passing, a couple older folks with their poodle at 10 miles an hour, during season, terrifying them and the dog. So I think we have to, I don't know how you build all that in, but I guess maybe that's where enforcement uses common sense.
Right, common sense goes both ways.
Yeah.
So the code officers or the rangers that are going to be doing this would have to, one, make sure that it was violating public safety. So something was at risk. Either the bicycle rider was going too fast for conditions, or there were other people in that right of way that could have been hurt if there was a careless act involved. And two, how can we mitigate that? So that, again,
Well,
that has to go to training, and it has to go to proper perspective on the part of the rangers and code officers.
Yeah, I think Jim's right. So maybe it's a reckless endangerment or reckless driving. I'm the same way. I don't want to be hitting on people, giving exorbitant fines for going 12 miles an hour. But Jim's right. If you're not a safe driver, and we're giving you a privilege to ride your e-bike on the sidewalk so you can be safe, because it's less safe to ride on the street in season. We know that, especially between the Red Coconut and downtown. But for that privilege, you shouldn't be a knucklehead, as Jim calls them. So I don't know how we word craft it, but I think that by us letting these e-bikes, the big fear is people are going to get hurt or just do stupid things. So I think if there's some enforcement or some there's got to be a way for us to educate the public, but the bad actors need to be fined, in my opinion. I mean, the speed's not the thing. It's just the reckless when they're passing people,
I agree with that, Scott.
in my opinion. Unless you're going 35 or 40 miles an hour and you got full blast, right? But I think it's more endangering other people.
Do you want to try to differentiate between the fines for the different 1 through 7 items that you have? The first being endangering the safety of pedestrians, to have that be a higher amount?
I would think so. I think by our conversation right now, I don't think it's the 1 or 2 miles an hour over. I think it's just the recklessness.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to avoid. And
Speed's gonna be subjective anyway.
the person going 12 miles an hour probably is not going to get in an accident. Where the guy's driving like a crazy guy around people, that's where all the accidents happen.
I
That's
think
what we're
that
trying
makes sense, Nancy,
to avoid.
because if nobody's on the sidewalk in August and, you're going 15 miles an hour, not endangering anyone, that's different than when you're zipping by somebody and endangering a pedestrian's safety or your own safety.
So are we saying anything at all about first-time offenders would just be a warning, or are we just gonna go to the reckless and then there's the fine?
Frankie, do you think your team has the discretion to, because if somebody's really doing something crazy and putting somebody's life in danger, I hate to just give them a warning.
Right.
You can train discretion, you can't train common sense.
Yeah.
And I would hope that the people that we have on staff could differentiate between the two and see if it was a reckless behavior type situation or endangerment of another person that they could discern that and make that either a warning or a ticketable fine.
I didn't mean could they, I mean, does it make sense for them to?
Totally.
Yeah, yeah.
Totally.
You know, in talking with Lee County Sheriff's Office about some of this, you know, it's kind of that if they don't see it, then by the time you're gonna get there, that person's gonna be long gone.
That's exactly right.
So, I mean, we're kind of dragging things through the weeds here, I think, when it comes to, I mean, obviously, if you see something egregious, hopefully they will get stopped and you implement whatever fine has been discussed to make sure that they don't do it again. I mean, I've always been a proponent of giving someone a warning if it's someone that isn't from here, they may not know that they're not allowed to be on the sidewalk, but, you know. Yeah. It's all babbling again. Are you getting all this, Nancy?
I'm developing a list, and then I think for second reading, we'll come back and try to address some of these things with some language changes. Yeah.
But I think the signage is key, that we need to get that out right away as quickly as we can possibly get signage agreed upon and made, because otherwise, people don't know.
Well, the issue we've seen in the past from the Public Safety Committee with signs is usually the signs are about this big.
Yeah, we need
Someone making
huge.
signs,
You
just,
need a regular sign.
We need
A
huge.
you
regular
need,
size.
well, and do we need permission from the county to put signs on their poles or on the
I
ground?
think you probably do, but I don't know that that's gonna require a change to your code. So we could probably talk with the county and see if we can't make that happen quick.
And we do have right away there too, that could put signs.
You know, you look at these signs, I mean, it's kind of, the white one keeps, keep left, keep right. Seems pretty easy and straightforward. 'Cause I don't see the county letting us paint anything on the sidewalks, but
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It's different administration. Yep, I was just making sure there was no other comments before we, nope, I won't forget. All right, you got anything else to add, Scott? If not, we're gonna go to public comment.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Public comment.
Oops.
That's you. There's two of you. Is it evening now or afternoon still?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right here.
Good evening. My name is Debbie DePaula, and I live at 5175 Williams Drive. I did send a letter out to, an email out to the council members, and appreciate those that recognize that, I made some comments, but I would like to, first thank everyone for consideration of the revisions to the e-bike regulations. And I think as we all have kind of seen, all the regulations, the world really can't make bikers, pedestrians, or even motorists follow the rules. We all know that. I guess we have to have faith that most people will use their common sense. Although, just even today, I see I rode my e-bike here, trying to stay in the bike lane like I could, and there was a jogger running towards me down in the bike lane. I had to go on the sidewalk. So I mean, you know, it's, I don't know, I think the signage, it goes back to that. We really do need signage. And that would definitely help us there. And I would hope too that the, regulations would allow e-bikes to ride on the sidewalks everywhere across Estrella. Not, I mean, even where there are bike lanes. Because that, as I just pointed out there, could be dangerous when you've got obstacles, you know, in the street. Or you've got the motorists that pull over because traffic is stopped, so they wanna see what's going on. You know, that kind of thing. You've got sand piles, you've got things, you know, in the bike lanes that are, you know, obstructing being able to ride there that you could not ride on the sidewalk when you need to. I think it's great too that, the signage, I think that would definitely help, hopefully help people to learn, you know, what they can and can't do. I don't think the lines down the sidewalks are gonna work. I mean, even if the county allows that, I think it's gonna still have sidewalk range, cause I think people aren't going to know that people are walking over where maybe the lines are and where the signs are, and you're not gonna know, and then there's gonna be somebody going the wrong side and somebody not. I think you're gonna have more issues if you do something like that. I hope that the signage, the painting that's on the roads themselves can be redone, because, you know, this one isn't worn out, but they're wearing out. And I think people could be the reason why they're riding the wrong direction down the bike lanes. You know, they have the lane and it points, you know, which way the arrow, I mean, which way they should go, and you still riding the other way. So I would hope that, that would help. One thing I noticed was down by, I think I wrote it wrong in my email, but down by Andre Mar, it's green with white, and it really stands out more. I mean, even, you can't do the whole road, of course, but what about just the section where you put the bike symbol and the, white bike symbol and green arrow on there? That would help. I can pass this around too, if that, for record or whatever, but that helps. Let's see, the other thing was, someone, who had to leave the meeting too, asked about, you know, if you're trying to tell people which, if you put it in the regulations, which side of the sidewalk to be on. I think that, a recommendation, even for ADA reasons, would be better if the biker was on the street side, because there's often, you've got your dips and things like that because of, driveways, and your wheelchairs and things like that, it's really difficult. So I think those, it would be better for pedestrians and wheelchair people and walkers to be, you know, on the property side, and the bikers, all bikers to drive right there. Same with passing, I mean, it seems common sense. When you're driving a vehicle, pass a car on the left, you know, and so you should be doing that if you can. Again, you should tell the pedestrians, I'm on your, you know, on your left, you may step left, so you do have to, obviously. You can't really put that in the rules, I don't think, because it's common sense.
Just need you to wrap up your comments.
Okay, one more thing, two actions that would really help, I think, beforehand too. There's, like I was saying, there's sections of the sidewalks and bike lanes that do have piles of sand, and it really would be nice that that could be cleared away. And replace missing sections of the sidewalk would be great. Down on the south end especially, I noticed. Another thing too, I found another good thing that maybe to help people out, it was the brochure that I found, Informed Bicycling and Florida Pocket Guide, which is pretty concise. Maybe the bike retail companies could hand those out or have them available.
Sure.
Maybe they could also post the rules, whatever are decided here, on their website, so when bicycles and that are running. I think education, you know, that any way we can educate people, and on the website, the FMB.gov website, to put the rules there so people coming to Fort Myers Beach could see that. And the rangers educating, not only, you know, handing out fines and doing things like that, but friendly telling people what they should do.
Thank you.
Is that microphone working?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I should have, but I figured there was nobody back there, and you guys could hear me.
Yeah.
But you can't hear it online.
Maybe, is this one still working?
Overwhelmed, but I'm gonna do my best.
It might
My
be
name's
off.
Russell Williamson. I am a fourth generation Estero Islander. I live off island now, but I am
Josh, the mics aren't working?
I am a bicycle rider my whole life. I continue to ride, sponsored by the bike shop, bike route in Fort Myers. And I've always followed the rules of the road on my bike. And that is to ride on the road because the sidewalks are pedestrians. And in this environment here, where we have families walking, people walking in groups, it's hard to get by on the sidewalk on a bicycle. But it's also hard to be on the road because the rules of the road, if you're on the road and the cars stop, we have to stop. You cannot pass a stopped car on the right side. So there's a lot going on here, because yesterday on my bicycle, I walked it over the bridge, and then I rode it on the road, and coming home, I rode it on the sidewalk, because it was easier going south. the road. But when I was on the sidewalk and I'm pedaling slow, I couldn't really pass anybody because there was groups of people. So I could steady my bike. Sometimes I had to stop. But I can't see a e-bike coming up behind anybody at any speed, because even 2-3 miles an hour is enough to scare somebody. I mean, they can't really stop and balance themselves because the bikes are heavier. They can't really get off them and walk them. So they really should be on the road and not on the sidewalks. That's how I ride, on the road. That's where we're supposed to be, follow the rules of the road, and pay attention, lights, bells, helmets. Did the best I could.
All right, appreciate it, thank you.
Anybody got any questions for me?
No, I think we got it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No one else? Chad, you wanna say a few words about bikes? No, you're good? Okay. And we'll close public comment and bring it back for a motion or more discussion.
So, Mayor, if I may, I can read the list.
Yes, please.
The language, that was in the email from Vice Mayor, on the courtesy passing, that would be a change that we could add that to the ordinance. The trial period that was brought up by Councilmember King, that's really a management, thing where they would bring it back. The discussion with the county, that can also be through management, doesn't need to change in the ordinance. A little bit more information on the preemption issue, I can bring that back, it doesn't change the ordinance. The speed reduction, that would be a change into the ordinance, and what I'm hearing is 10 miles per hour. So to make that change before second reading, less than 10. And then the last being the fine, that would be an ordinance change. A little bit higher penalty for any type of reckless riding or endangerment of safety. And that's the ordinance. So it would really only be 3 things that would be changing in your ordinance to second reading.
I like that language, endangering the safety of pedestrians. I think that's what you mean, but I think that sends a message.
Something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Any more discussion or motion?
So if I may,
Yeah.
we would be looking for a motion to move it to second reading with the 3 ordinance changes.
So moved.
Can we do second reading though still in March? No. We have to do everything as I said.
No? Okay. Motion by Counselor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye at this point.
Scott?
Aye.
And Karen?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously for the second reading.
Thank you.
Next is our administrative agenda. The first item is to approve of a waiver of enforcement of the town's open container and noise ordinance during the 3rd annual Red Grouper Bash to be held at Moss Marina on March 7th, 2025, from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. on March 8th, 2025, as requested by Off-Duty Fishing Series and subject to further approval by the FMB Fire Control District and Lee County Sheriff's Office. Anyone?
Jeff?
No. No, we weren't even.
You don't read the agendas? Then how do you
I don't
not
have any
know?
info on it.
Oh.
As far as the permitting goes, I don't know.
Who provided the agenda?
This is something that Tracy would have brought
Tracy
to the
read this.
agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, to me, I haven't seen the whole permit, but it seems kind of standard on our special events, but.
Looks like it's the 3rd annual, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of special event A on the administrative agenda.
All right. I got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Adderholt, or Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 25-83, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute a change order number 2 to contract ITB-24-03-EN between the town of Fort Myers Beach and Aetna Marine and Construction Company, LLC, to add 14 days of contract time to construct the Estero Island Beach Renourishment, and change order number 3 to contract ITB-24-03-EN between the town of Fort Myers Beach and Aetna Marine and Construction Company, LLC, to repair erosion caused by hurricanes Helene and Milton by reconstructing the beach between Florida Department of Environmental Protection Range monuments R-176 and R-179 for a cost not to exceed $631,930, and providing for an effective date. Chad?
The father of a Class 4A state soccer champion.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
To your
Congrats
son.
to my son.
Is that working?
Should be.
Yeah, Chad
Change-
Shoots, Town of Fort
change-
Myers Beach,
change the
environmental
batteries.
staff. So we have 2 change orders here. The first one, Aetna had asked for 16 days. Our coastal engineer approved 14 of those days, bringing it up to 38 days total. That contract expired February 26th, so they are in liquidated damages as of now. However, I would still offer my recommendation to approve these days. That would bring them up to the 26th, based on these weather events that caused them to go offline. So that's change order 2. Do y'all want to do these separately?
Oh, they're on-
Questions or?
They're together.
No,
Yeah,
question.
they are together,
Yeah.
but.
What do you mean when you say they're in liquidated damages?
So we gave them 180 days to build the beach. That was to, I think, like the first or second week of January. We had the hurricanes, so we added some 24 days with the first change order, giving them extra time. This would be giving them some more days for those weather days, which they're allowed in our contract. And then if they don't finish the job in time, the contract provides for liquidated damages. I believe it's 3,000 some odd a day that they would be liable for.
Okay.
So any questions, any other questions on change order 2?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of resolution
He's got a
25.
que- oh, he's
Oh,
got-
I'll go, so change, sorry,
They're-
Vice Mayor.
Chad,
So-
they're combined.
Correct, yeah. So change order 3 is trucking sand. I asked Aetna if they would be interested in doing this, and provided that it would not sacrifice any production on the south end. This would be to a subcontractor to truck in approximately 6,000 cubic yards, basically from Cane Palm, which is 600 Estero Boulevard, north to 100 Estero Boulevard along the shoreline. There's a scour there, and it widens, becomes a bit mucky, getting some complaints on that north end with that scour. So we were going to bring in sand, create a positive gradient so you don't get that sitting water in that area. This would be paid for because this is an engineered beach. We have our coastal engineers did an assessment of the loss, and according to FEMA's calculation, we had about 11,000 cubic yards, more or less, of FEMA qualifying sand that they will pay for to be replaced. We used overwash sand in that engineered beach area, about 4,000 cubic yards, leaving the 6,000 cubic yards left that FEMA would be covered by FEMA. 75% FEMA, 12.5% hopefully from FDM, and then the town would be responsible for the remaining 12.5%. And we may come back with an additional change order to fill out the rest of that scour if that 6,000 yards doesn't stretch, and that would be funded by our LGFR hotspot maintenance that's in our sand permit that the state does a cost share, TDC does a cost share, and we're approximately 15% of any remaining sand.
So this money is to go to fix damage, it's not necessarily for the beach renourishment itself?
Correct. So if you remember, we had progressed to about Best Western when Helene and Milton hit, and it'd be repairing those damages on the already constructed beach.
Got it. Any questions for Chad, Scott,
No, I'm good. Thank you, Chad.
John?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
None.
Okay.
Move approval of resolution 25-83.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 25-81. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the First Amendment to the Emergency Service Provider Agreement dated December 2nd, 2024 with Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery LLC, which was previously ratified by the Town Council on January 8th, 2025, to now extend the term of the agreement retroactively from January 11th, 2025 to April 30th, 2025, increase the not to exceed amount by $1,800,000 for a total of $2 million, and update prior terms and conditions as required by Florida and federal law to continue to remove debris from waterways in the town on Fort Myers Beach caused by Hurricane Selene and Milton, and dispose of debris at an authorized waste management site and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Yep, so cleaning out marine debris, I think everybody's for it. They did a great job. We did an assessment after that February 10th date, which marked the end of the FEMA 100%, Category A being covered by FEMA 100%. So again, we did an assessment. There was still some reds, which means navigation's impaired. They're hitting something with their boat. So we want to get rid of that. That's going to be their #1 priority, getting back out there. And then they did soundings to see other debris in the canals, as well as we need to take a look at the mooring field and see if anything's anything's left in there.
So is this additional $1.8 million to actually get stuff out, or just see if stuff is there?
Get stuff out.
Because it's a big jump from 200,000 to 2 million.
Correct. So that is correct. It was a bigger job than we had anticipated.
So I could add that up until February 10th, everything was 100% paid by the state. Past that date, we did a pause with the contractor, as Chad said, and we did a reevaluation of what's still out there. The reason why it was backdated and moved forward then to April was to account for us getting our cost share from the state on the 75%. We've reached out to DEP on that one.
FDM, I don't believe I've heard back from Eliza to see if they've confirmed if they're covering that 12.5%, but it's expected, but until you have it in writing, you don't know.
Right, and then the overall cost that you see there is just the overall cost for the pickup of both projects. The very first one, even though it's being funded, we still have to front that money. So that's kind of where that's going from. That's why Joe took it all the way out to April. We looked at roughly about, 3 weeks, 3 good strong weeks after we engaged the contractor, getting out there and getting those big red targets that are still there.
So, but this 1.8 million is not 100% refundable now because we're past the February 10th deadline, right? So we could potentially looking at 25%.
That was from the state. Everything is still, now that we move into that, now we can go into the FEMA reimbursables side of it.
Approximately 1 million was 100% covered by FEMA, and we're moving into the second half of that 2 million right now, after February 10th. So our liability, if FDM covers that 12.5%, is approximately 125,000, or 12.5% of that last million.
That's best case scenario.
That's the best case scenario, yes, sir.
And worst case would be 250,000.
Well, worst case would be FEMA dissolves and doesn't pay anything, and we have to figure out that 2 million.
Are you advocating
That's
that?
not necessarily worst case.
Worst case, though.
The if you're asking.
Is there, yeah, that thing in between?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the harbor master came before the Anchorage Advisory Committee and showed us pictures of thousands of yards of waste that's been extracted already. These guys are doing a great job.
People have been very thankful. I mean, they've
Yep.
reached out.
Do we have a list of canals that have been completed and still to be completed, or?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And where would that be found?
I will get it over to
It
you.
was disseminated at the Anchorage Advisory Committee, so you might
I'm just saying, could we put it on the website?
Yes,
I
sir.
guess what I'm alluding to.
So you're saying you have it in that pile of paper?
You might wanna check with your roommate.
My significant other?
Yeah, she's
Jim, can you
got it.
put your hands on that really
And I
quickly?
apologize, Kurt and
It's more
Stephen
trash she
Lee
has to deal with?
Yes.
of the contractor were planning on being here, just late timing and
You don't
couldn't
say.
make it.
So you get late
We,
duty,
uh,
huh?
To answer your question briefly, we did go through, I don't wanna say every single canal, but a majority of all the canals, before that assessment was made. And the hotspot targets that were still remaining were ones that they could not get unless they were gotten at low tide. At low tide, these guys are actually getting in the water physically and pulling a lot of these things out. Some of those larger red targets were too big for them to do with that process. And that's, again, why we're engaging them again.
I'm just wanting the information shared with the public.
Yep, and we'll put all that up.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-81?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Last is resolution 25-60. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the purchase of a valve exerciser,
Or a value.
whatever, from EH Watches Utility Products, and authorizing the town manager to execute a purchase order in the amount not to exceed $93,185.20, and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, so this is basically when we have those big breaks. We did have one pre-Ian. It wasn't as nice as this one, but what it does is basically when there's a break, right now they're having to go dig out the valve, turn it by hand, and a lot of them have been stuck, so it takes, you know, an extra 2 or 3 guys to come over to try to get it open. Some of the, like the one we just had, it took them about, I think, 35 minutes to get the valve shut, just because it was stuck. Really what we're supposed to do with this is every now and then we have a scheduled maintenance where you go, you turn them, and so they're ready to go if there is a break. And then this machine actually, you just drop it down, it does it for you real quick. We lost thousands of gallons of water on well, I saw the mayor drive through a couple times during these last couple big breaks that drained the entire tank and no water to the island. At least we could have shut off part of it and preserved some of that water in the tank. So this is something that I think actually most towns do, and have this equipment for the ease of that.
And this will be paid for by insurance proceeds, it says?
Some of them, partly will be insurance and part will be FEMA, because we already had one, so we'll be replacing it.
All right.
Move approval of resolution 25-60.
I sense an urgency with you now.
Oh, it is 6 o'clock.
Not quite.
Got a motion by
Second.
Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. No one is here. Town manager items.
Yes, we have one, main one. On February 26th, we initiated a letter to a property owner here on Fort Myers Beach that the former Fresh Catch restaurant was overdue as far as in violation of the red tag policy the town initiated. That property was originally posted on August 4th of 2024, and going through the final, the appeals process, all the stays that we can issue as Joe Specht has been graciously trying to work with homeowners as best he can and property owners. Nothing was brought to his attention at that time for that particular property. That property owner stood in front of you and said that they could take that building down at any time. The building official came to me, we initiated this process, and sent them a courtesy notice, letting them know that on or about the 5th of March, that we would be coming to take that down.
Have you heard anything back?
I did receive an email, and the email is in reference to communication. Communication was by the means of a certified letter, and that's kind of where we're at the moment. Again, this had really nothing to do with the two processes. The one was making sure that they were clear of all code violations for the property that they maintained in the downtown area, holding in reserve some of the real estate that that individual had here on the island, along with that cash deposit in case he failed through that process. He had met everything that we had asked him to do up to that point. So when council instructed us to kind of keep an eye on and let him know everything that was brought up to, whether it was people illegal parking, dumping sand, it may have not been as quick as we'd like, but he did respond. So trying to separate the two, that was it. They claimed that in email that I said everything was fine. That was talking about the parking lot area. Email I sent in July of last summer. It was actually red tagged August 4th for the first time, the only time. Signs did go up, alerting the property owner of what was going to be transpiring in accordance with the letter that was issued.
All right. Anything else?
I wanted to update on the town manager.
Okay.
It was.
There it is. I think I got it. Yep. Okay, so I just wanted to provide an update on the town manager recruiting process. So we are making progress, and we are currently in our final stages of background screening and verifying professional references. So once that's completed, we'll have narrowed down. Our target is to have 5 qualified candidates to bring to interviews for you on March 25th.
Okay.
Any questions?
To Lisa, there seems to be some confusion as to whether the prospective candidate has to live on Fort Myers Beach in terms of the job search. Do you want to clarify that?
Sure, absolutely. We have changed that requirement. It's really negotiable depending on the candidate. I think our biggest concern is that the person would be able to get on the island in a reasonable time frame, given emergencies. You know, even on the weekends, there are things that the town manager needs to be readily available to react quickly. So that's our biggest concern. As long as the candidate can meet that requirement, we're willing to work with them.
But one could fairly say that's a goal to live on the island, but not necessarily a hard requirement.
Yeah, I would say it's highly desirable, but not a requirement based on, we don't want to lose out on a candidate because of the,
Okay.
lack of.
I understand. Thank you.
I think the mics keep dying because it's been there for so long.
Well, you just changed the batteries, so.
Yeah.
And then I just want to give you a quick update about Bay Oaks. We met with the flooring guys last week, and we're gonna we talked about before, we're gonna do epoxy on the whole thing. They can do some really cool designs. So we're just waiting on that. They said that maybe in late this month or early April, they'll be able to do it. It takes about 2 weeks, he said, to actually lay out down all the flooring. Once that's done, all that's left is to put the toilets in on top of the epoxy, and then we'll hopefully be ready to open in hopefully March sometime.
My understanding is the mic wasn't working, so nobody heard what you said.
Here,
Use Jeff's.
Here, just
Yeah.
We know for sure this one. Okay, so I'll just repeat everything I said.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so we are currently in the process of finalizing our candidates for the town manager search. We are currently performing an in-depth background screening and reference check for all qualified candidates. And then based on the results of that, our target is to narrow it down to 5 qualified candidates
to bring in front of council for interviews on March 25th. We have established that that will be the day for interviews. There will also be a special town council meeting that is scheduled that day, and a public gathering will also be scheduled so that the public can come and meet with the potential candidates as well. So once we have everything solidified, we will be sending out public notices of that so everybody's aware and can make arrangements.
Thank you, Talisa.
Can you just answer, since I asked you that question?
Yes.
Go ahead and just elaborate
What
on
was
that.
the question?
Living
Oh, yes. So it is highly desirable that the town manager would live on the island. However, given the current state of the island, we made it negotiable. As our major concern is we want to make sure that the town manager can get on the island within a reasonable time frame should there be an emergency or a reason for them to, need to react and be on the island. I think our goal would be that ultimately with time they would, reside on the island, but it is not a requirement for initial placement at this time.
But to be in the Fort Myers area,
Yes.
right? Not to be Punta Gorda or something like that.
Yeah, we didn't clarify like a mile radius or anything like that, but it would need to be within a reasonable time frame. I mean, I think Fort Myers is reasonable. Obviously, you get into Cape Coral with another bridge and Punta Gorda, and it's things happen quickly, and we really need somebody who can be on the island. I mean, within 30 minutes, max. So, yeah.
All right, is that it?
Yes, for me.
Town attorney items?
So I just wanted to share with you that I've been working really closely with Code and his team, and with Dr. Kohler as well, trying to come up with some procedures. And so we've really made a lot of progress. We've done a lot of work on the front end, so hopefully the back end, when we actually start going to hearings, it's going to go very smoothly. And I just wanted to recognize Tom, and you shared with me some good information. Do you want to share with everyone?
Way to put him on the spot. Good job.
Well, he made me very, very happy. It's concerning compliance issues. We're coming along.
Thomas Yazzo, Compliance and Security Manager, Fort Myers Beach. We had some good news today. We had 6 cases coming up tomorrow for DOA. We did a reinspection today. Everyone is in compliance. So we're moving forward to April for any other cases. And we're seeing some movement for the April cases as well for compliance. So we probably are somewhere in the area of the first round that we did with this. We're somewhere in the area of about a 92 to 95% compliance rate for the first round on Estero Boulevard.
And this is the removal of shipping containers, which will bring us into compliance with FEMA mandate. So this is really
We
good
have a
news.
follow-up with DOA tomorrow, though, regarding the first cases, correct?
We do. We have a status update.
Status update.
Yes.
Along those lines, speaking for myself, I would just hope that we would take into consideration, folks have a legal right to appeal. We could start, I guess, assessing or finding them as of March 1st. I hope we'll take into consideration the legalities that they have and the opportunities, and not jump on the ship of start finding right away or something like that. We'll keep that in consideration. That's what I would hope.
So are you saying the 6 that we're gonna be on tomorrow is for an update?
It'll
Have come
just
into
be a
compliance?
status update because they are either in compliance or have applied for permits in order to become in compliance.
And one of them, in particular, Sun and Fun on Estero Boulevard, was went through trial, found in our favor. We have not started fines. We're not, to my best knowledge, after speaking with command staff, we are not going to be looking for fines as long as they came into compliance, and they did as of this morning. So, to your point, Mr. King, our goal is not to be punitive. It's ultimately to come to compliance to help us out with our problem with the FEMA issues that we came about because of process.
Thank you.
But our work is not done. So there's still more shipping containers out there, but again, I just wanted to recognize your code team because they've done a really good job on Estero Boulevard.
So there'll be no actual DOA hearings tomorrow for new cases, just the follow-up, right?
Just the follow-up.
Status.
There will
Okay.
be a hearing, but it'll be the follow-up.
All right, thank you.
And I don't know, so after Estero Boulevard, then you're gonna focus on side streets, cause obviously people are,
Correct.
you're gonna do things on the side streets, so.
Correct. Estero Boulevard was a priority because it's closest to the ocean, and then we're working on the bay side and digging into that as well.
Hey, Tom, since you're here, have we actually taken action to demolish a property that's been red tagged? Are we at that point yet?
I'm gonna let
I'm
Frankie
sorry,
answer.
Andy.
Actually,
Frankie?
we had one all lined up. The wrecking ball was at the front door, so to speak. The owner of the property came out. Code was dispatched along with our manager, Thomas Yazzo, along with Joe Specht, our building official. He had talked to the property owner and gave them another chance, so to speak. And at that point, I believe that person is in the process of working with Joe to get the structure re-engineered and to come into compliance that way. But those are things that you don't know until you get to that point. When we go out and when Joe goes out and looks at these things, he's looking at habitable houses, habitable structures. Can someone live in a house that has no roof, no windows, no doors? Can they live in a house that has grass that's 4 feet high with no windows, no doors, and you don't know what has been living in there for the last going on 3 years now? That's kind of a not a judgment call because it's a structural call. But when you get in there and somebody brings up the fact that, hey, I got an engineer, I have cement block walls, I can do I-beams here, I can do this, again, that all comes as part of an educational tool and brings them into compliance. The whole thing about red tagging was to get people to come to us, and we were very successful in that. So I think it was just almost a year ago that when we were over in Bay Oaks, and Mr. Mayor, you're kind of getting impatient, but what's happening with the red tag process, and we let that thing fly. We've had pretty close to 99% come into compliance, just coming in and getting their own permits.
When you say 90, but just to be clear, when you say 99%, 99% of the people that you contacted, not 99% of the people that are still out
Correct.
there waiting to be contacted.
Correct, and we still have a new batch that's ready to go. So, I mean, those are things that is ongoing, and until every structure is deemed safe on this island, it's gonna keep on going.
But it's never reached the point yet,
It
which
has
is,
not.
I think,
It's
a credit. I think
it's
that's
gotten very close.
that's a credit to what you're doing, but it's never reached the point where we've had to tear one down and put a lien against their property.
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right, very good.
So I just wanted to share that little
Yeah, beautiful.
bit of success. That's it.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Council member items. Councilor Safford.
I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to do this meeting remote today, and that's all I have. Thank you.
On to some king cake.
And get some king cake a little later.
Sounds personal.
Councilor King?
Mine were taken care of just a minute ago.
All right, Vice Mayor Earl?
Nothing additional, thank you. Councilor Woodson?
I have a list. Kidding. Oh my God, the look on your
I was gonna
face.
say, Jim's jaw just dropped.
I already missed my flight, so we're good.
We're committed now.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
What's for dinner, right? There you go. All right, now I have nothing. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by King, seconded by Councilor Woodson.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?